my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate everybody out there for checking with me right now. We got ourselves a great topic. Salute to everybody that came out tonight to tune in with the people. Shout out Tall Ted TV. You already know what it is, man. We appreciate your support. Everybody go support his platform. He had a great episode over there with Nico Savage. I definitely checked that out. Y'all doing big things over there, man. I see y'all. Right now, man, I want to talk about Lonzo Ball, Lamelo Ball, Jello, the whole nine. It is the off season. I think it's something that we haven't really got a chance to talk about. I want to talk about all three very extensively right now tonight. I think it's very important, to discuss the journeys in the league, especially headed into this pivotal off season for all three. All three of them got something to prove. And it's going to be major. They all got something they got to do to capitalize on that momentum that they were all building on, include Jello, Melo, and Lonzo. They both were doing big things prior to some issues that kept them out of their lineups. Coaching staffs, shout out Raw Truth Media in the building early. Shout out Zen Master. I see all y'all in here. We appreciate all y'all for pulling up. This should be a good one for everybody that's tuned in with me. We talk so much about Lonzo Ball, and everything that he's going to have to build on and capitalize. Obviously, the injuries have hampered this guy. That's Stevie Wonder could see that. We can't be naive and not actually highlight these issues that have occurred. You understand? I mean, it's messed up to say the least. But before we get into Lonzo, because we'll be talking about him for the next hour or two, why don't we talk about Jello and Melo to start off? Right now, Liangelo Ball, we really don't know the situation of what's next for him. I don't know if anybody has heard anything. Will he be playing for the Greensboro Swarm this summer? I don't know. I would say he will be a part of the summer league in some form or fashion. The team, I just don't know. Is it time to start thinking about other teams? Because it seemed like he was married to the Charlotte Hornets. That was going to be the only way he was going to get inside. That's what it looked like. It was either the Charlotte Hornets were going to pick him up from the Swarm. I didn't really hear any rumblings from any other the 29 teams. I would like to see Jello open up the playing field, not to just have all the eggs in one basket with the Charlotte Hornets. I feel like Jello definitely has he can capitalize on all 30 teams in the league. It's not, you can't just box him in because his skill set fits on all of them. Catch and shoot, pin downs, especially the way this league is going, with the floor space, and there's no excuse why Jello can't make an NBA roster. I'm just telling you, what a 15-man roster, Jello should be on that shit as on the bench somewhere on that roster. Also, with Liangelo Ball, we just got to keep it 100. Jello must improve on his defense. I think that's something that we got to highlight, especially in this NBA. They phasing out players who are not playing defense. I'm not saying that Jello is not playing defense, but I'm just saying Jello must improve on that, because I think that's something that could get him in the league a lot faster. To what's going on right now. I think he can show some defensive prowess, I add to his catch and shoot ability. I think that's something that he's shown NBA teams and executives he can do at an elite level. Catching and shooting from the 3-point line is just going to pay dividends, around the league. I'm telling you. Defense. That's my key for Liangelo Ball. Defense, defense, and defense. Shuffling his feet. Getting in the passing lanes. That's what I want to see Liangelo build on. When the next time I see Liangelo, I want to see a better defender. Because I think you silence the doubters, you silence the critics, because that's going to always be something that they may be able to hold against him. And also you look at Jello, he can handle the NBA spotlight, even with the whole G League situation. The man, if nothing else, showing you this man could fill up buildings, you understand, and play at a good rate with all eyes and everybody on him. Let's be real. Nobody was showing up to those summer league games to see Book Knight and the crew. They was there to see Liangelo Ball. You understand? Those buildings was not sold out to see the recent draft picks of the Charlotte Hornets that we seen, the Kai Joneses of the world, and some of the rest of the people that we seen over the summer. We just got to keep it 100. Salute to the chat. I see everybody in here. Rap Guy Reloaded, Josh Jackson, Uncle Vern. I see everybody. The fam is in the building. So that's something that I want to see Jello build on. And like I said, it's gonna be very questionable. If we see here like Jello is not participating in summer league activities, I'm gonna be very concerned. You understand? It seemed to be a little bit of a dull period with the Greensboro Swarm. I haven't heard any news in terms of Jello and Greensboro. If you have, let me know, because I haven't. But in all seriousness, with Liangelo, I want him to open up the whole playing field, not just boxing with the Hornets. Maybe any team can use him. Detroit, Detroit is building something with a bunch of young guys. I know it didn't work out before, but they have some history with this guy. Maybe that's a better place now with the team that they're building. It look like you see something. You see a foundation there in Detroit. Jello could fit in Oklahoma City. I'm not saying that you send him to these crazy organizations, not to say that they're moving in a better direction. But in all seriousness, he needs to open up the playing field and defense. That's two things I want to see Jello improve on, because I thought that he was lacking that in the offseason when we last seen him. Shout out Raw Truth Media. He says, you're right, Jello implement more defense would take him places. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the defense. Now, Jello did fit with some of these guys that were on there. I think he had a good relationship, with some of the teammates. I know that the Hornets, he might be more accustomed to playing with those players, but Jello, he's a basketball player. I think you could drop him anywhere. He'll make way, But I know people wanted him to join the Hornets this season, but it didn't seem to go that route. I don't know. And who's to say that we wanted that to happen anyway? Because where would have been the playing time for Liangelo if he was there? Would he have just been there for a sideshow? Because you did have Borrego there. They wasn't even utilizing their first round draft picks. So maybe with another coach at the helm, you can get more life and more juice out of Jello. You understand? Because who knows, he might have been set up to fail. And the last thing you want is Jello to get his first opportunity and in the NBA officially. And it's just not the right setup. It's just not conducive. You understand? It's just a Melo or nothing. It's almost like Melo gonna have to make this work, or all hell is just gonna be all hell. Before we move on to LaMelo Ball, which we'll talk about next, and the offseason things that these guys going to have to implement, because I don't want to talk about Lonzo Ball right now, because I think we'll just be going on and on and on, because there's so much that he can move on as well. Uncle Vern, you there? What's good, Uncle Vern? You good?
Cool.
Shout out Tello. Yeah, I said what's good. Shout out Tello Seraph. He says he gotta have earned something with all they throw at him. Don't complain. Didn't Diva. Okay, I'm not understanding that. But At the end of the day, Jello's gonna have his criticism. A lot of people think that it's just Lonzo Ball that get criticized, but Lamelo has his critics, Jello has his critics, and I think that's what makes it all the best. We all love them, but it is a sector of people who hate them. Who have a disdain for them for whatever reason. For maybe defying all odds. You understand, overcoming a lot of hurdles and pitfalls. Overcoming just doubters. A lot of people written these guys off. Jello, 100 injuries, overcame all of it. Found himself in position, to be on an NBA situation, to get picked up, and then every time you've seen it, he sees his moment and his opportunity when given it. So we got to put that into consideration with Jello. I just want to see Jello on the NBA roster. That's it, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Uncle Vern, what's good?
He gonna be on what?
No, I know that.
Hey, Flight, what's good? Hey, Flight. Hey, Flight. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm telling you, this is NBA, man. Look here. I would worry. If I was you, I wouldn't worry too much about Jello, man. I worry about the rest of the system that's going on in the NBA as far as, you know what I'm saying. How can um the NBA improves itself as far as, look, we had looked at KD and them as being a for sure thing, and a lot of teams in the league is being for sure, but it's optimistic and it's all up in the air as far as those teams are concerned. You understand me? When I go right back to before, I said before, the Bucks, it looked like the Bucks would win everything. Even when Brooklyn was doing all that, it seemed like the Bucks would do it. The favorite, it seemed like it's always the favorite. And right now, it ain't no but the Bucks, man. And with Jello gonna be good in the league. Flight. Jello good. He come from good stock, B. I ain't concerned about it. I ain't concerned about it. I would advise you, Flight. Look here, the last thing I'll be concerned about is Melo. And the last thing, Flight, if I was you, I wouldn't be concerned about Lonzo. And Jello gonna be real good, man. He gonna be sitting real good, gonna be looking real pretty, like you said.
It's not so much concern. What I was
Okay.
gonna say was, before we get to Marvin, it's not so much concern. It's just more of just figuring out what some of the key things that they should need to work on so they could capitalize next season. So they build on what they were doing this season, because they all had downs, ups, all of that. But there was some bright spots in all three of their seasons. So we kind of want to figure out how they can build on that for next season. Marvin, what's the deal, Marv? Talk to the people. We live.
What's going on, guys? What's going on, chat panel?
What's going on, Mal?
I got a question I got a question before we move on, and we're gonna get into the games that happened today, because it was a roller coaster ride with those two early games. We're gonna get into everything. Marvin, are you familiar with Liangelo Ball?
Not very much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like the audience here at Flight Sports, I think we're a little wet behind the ears, pause when it comes to Jello. So I think it's definitely pivotal for us to introduce Jello to the audience, because I noticed that a lot. A lot of people are not familiar with Jello as Lamelo and Lonzo. I've noticed that, and it's truly unfortunate. And I think it's pivotal for me to try to introduce him to the audience. So expect that sooner than later here at Flight Sports.
Yeah, and what that is, like, because he hadn't made it all the way into the NBA yet, I hadn't followed him that much. I hadn't even watched his early career or what he's doing in the G League either. So I can't really comment on exactly everything about him. I've heard good things about him, but I mean, I can't really just say it in stone what I know, because I don't know very much. I'm just being honest.
Right. Well, Jello, if you're not concerned or if you're not aware, is I would say he could, at the NBA level, he can be an elite catch and shoot, a guy coming on screens. I think he could do that at the NBA level. Defensively, I think that's something that he can work on, because I think if he improved that, it will for sure have him on the NBA roster. But you're not so familiar with Jello, so I don't want it to go over your head. But definitely stay in tune. Last season, he was in the summer league. You got a good look at him. I do believe he will be doing something this summer. So just keep your ears to everything, and we'll definitely keep you in tune. So
and if you think about it, though, Flight, if you think about it, most guys might spend in summer league in the G League for 2 years. Is this his second year going in the G League coming up?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, he probably be in the NBA next year. That's the time he's supposed to come
yeah.
next year.
I
Yeah.
I agree, Marvin. And that's why I said to Flight Marvin. That's why I said, oh, I wouldn't be, saying that, Jello finna get up in there. Flight, he up in there, man. He just making around, man. That's how I do it. It's NBA, man. Flight. That's how it works. You understand me? Somebody in their
I know.
mama might get him. It don't make a difference. Whoever get him. Charlotte might keep him, might do something with it. They might let Melo go next year. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to let Melo go. When they let Melo go, they might let the whole family go. Hey, look here. The Bulls might make a situation, get it, go out there and shot it. It look better from here because it can't go down. Man, look here, Flight. It can't go downhill. Stop it. Stop scaring
Yeah.
the people.
Nah, I ain't scaring them, man. I ain't scaring them. Somebody said problem is Jello is 23. Slim, what that mean?
Man, go.
Was that good or
That's what
bad?
I mean, Flight. No, the nigga. I mean, your young man still look good. I'm telling you, Flight. Look at the picture. Look at
Right.
his face. He still look good. He looks strong and good. 23. I remember when I was 23, Flight. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Flight. Stop scaring the people.
No, I'm just up here reading the chat right now. The chat is active for Jello. Shout out Bernard Wallace. We appreciate you for stopping by. He says Jello is a killer. I've been watching, and his IQ and 3-point shot is or will be elite. I think right now the 3-point
Yeah.
shot right now you could say is NBA level. You know, I think that's for a fact. Just the skill set. I mean, you just got to put this guy out there and give him the right time. The Greensboro Swarm didn't really give him
Right.
justice. Minutes was erratic. It was no consistency. You understand? So, you if you're doing something and we keep playing with your minutes, everything is out of whack. Expect numbers and things to be out of whack as well. That's the things that Jello was dealing with this season, Marvin, because I know you probably didn't know. He basically it was times where his first game in the G League, and we'll get into the Summer League as well. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but he put upwards of 20 plus. I think he had a bunch of threes. It was just, he was looking like arguably one of the top players on the team. And for whatever reason, after that game, the minutes were just all over the goddamn place. He didn't get the proper time. I just didn't think he got the right looks. And you seen guys getting called left and right. It had me thinking at one point, maybe Uncle Vern to be more aware of this. They pulled Jello to decrease the fanfare, so it won't be an outrage why he wasn't on the NBA roster. Because how is Jello going to be putting up monster numbers and you calling up everybody but him? Because that's what it looked
Right.
like at first. Because there was no reason how game one for him to look like that and for him to not get the minutes. Vern, why the hell did that happen? Why his minutes? Why
Right.
you think it happened? Do you think it had to do with something like that politics? Where they
You
not putting
already know.
pressure
Hey,
on
hey,
him to get
hey,
called up?
hey, Marvin, look here. Like it was just like Flight was saying. Look, we've been watching Jello for a minute. You understand me? Even when he, to a certain extent, till he was out there in Detroit. You understand me? But to further part when he got out there with Charlotte. So we was watching him for a minute, and we was watching how Charlotte was playing him too. Hey, Marvin, listen, we was watching, and we was watching how Charlotte was playing him, and they were playing him with a long handle spoon because they didn't want to bring him along too much after that little training camp when they went up in there, and then they started bragging about how good he was and all. The general manager, man, and the coaches bragging about how good he was and all this and that. And then when it like Flight had just made mention, Marvin, when he just made mention going into the summer league, you understand me? Uh, they pulled Jello in to a certain extent. They pulled Jello in because when he was getting the minutes, to a certain extent, if he gets 16 minutes, he was getting 16 points. And doing he was doing the rebounds and assists and everything else. But the minutes he was getting, the same minutes, he was getting them points. And Marvin, when you realize with a good player, you realize when you get those kind of minutes right there, you get them kind of points. And Jello was doing that. What they did, I'm telling you, Marvin, I don't know why they did it. Flight asked me the question. He said why they did it. Right now today, it ain't the biggest secret or the well kept secret in the NBA. But I wonder too why they pulled Jello like that. Why they sit him down there doing that summer league, and then when they start coming in playing into the regular season, they limited his minutes. In the G League, you look like limiting some players' minutes if you want him to succeed. Then you will put him out there because it wasn't too what Curry, the what's the name? I mean Vernon, what's the name? Vernon, whoever. who was this competition? Wasn't too much competition. He was supposed to be getting time, but they caught themselves trying to bring him along. Same way they did. I'm gonna tell you something, Marvin. Same way they did with Lamelo, but you couldn't try to bring Lamelo. That didn't work with Marvin. You see how that played with the. You get it. You get it now, Marvin. You see how that playing
Yeah,
with
I got you,
you
brother.
see
I
how
hear
that
you.
play. Yeah, you
Well,
see
you
how
know
that
I
playing
am.
with
Like, you know I am.
right.
I don't really comment on much that I don't. Only reason I ain't been watching him because I just study more in the NBA.
Yeah.
I start
Yeah,
looking up on him. I look at some of his tape,
yeah,
and then I'll be able to
yeah.
put a better insight in what you guys talking about. But right now, I you
Right,
know I already know he can play. I didn't see him play before. I just don't know the reasons why
right.
they holding him back. I kind of
So
agree with you
so
guys.
so
Man,
so so what you know about what you know about Lamelo Ball? Lamelo Ball had an electrifying second season coming off a Rookie of the Year campaign. Overcame a lot, seized the starting lineup. You understand? The Charlotte Hornets, they finished this season. Let me get the proper. Let me get everything situated for you. The Hornets finished 43-39.
man,
You understand? They lost in the play-in. They fired James Borrego. Marvin. So this is a guy you might know a little bit more about since you're more NBA related. What the hell does LaMelo Ball have to improve on? Going into his third year of his career. I'm gonna get into the stat lines for you right now. My bad. I'm just
Marvin, you crazy.
yeah.
Marvin,
The man,
he ain't got to improve on
Lamelo Ball is averaging
nothing.
20 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, shooting 42% from the
Yeah.
field. Go ahead.
No, hey, Marvin, Marvin, let me go, please, Marvin, because you smart, Marvin. I know you're going to stick to your code anyway, Marvin. Let me just take this right there and see where you're
Oh,
going to go with it
go ahead,
after.
huh?
Hey,
Go ahead, huh?
thanks, Marvin. But I love you. Hey, Marvin, you know I love you, don't you? For real. Do you know that?
Oh, man, we good.
As a man of honor, as man as your abilities and what you think in your opinion, boy, I love you and respect. Let me just take that love and respect you, my brother. But let me tell you about Melo,
Man,
man.
I take
Let me
everybody.
tell you about Melo.
I
Let
take
me tell you
everybody's
about
take.
Melo.
I take everybody's take. I take
I
everybody's
love you.
take.
I tried to
Go ahead.
look. I got you,
Go
Marvin.
ahead.
Look,
Go ahead, huh?
look.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you about Melo, man. Man, let me tell you about Melo, man. Look here, I'm gonna tell you something about Melo. Look, when they did this, when they came down, Melo got the Rookie of the Year because there wasn't really no problem about it, and he almost was out for the 4 months going into his rookie season. So let's just start with his rookie season. I just start with his rookie season. I ain't gotta go back to Lithuania and the rest of them goddamn places he was at. Start his rookie season. Look. Anthony Edwards, man, he was bombing. He was getting it in, same way he getting it in now. So that goes even to show you. Melo's ability, man, Melo's killing him. And then he came out the 4 months and stuff because Chris and everything, still came back and still killed him. Look here, it came down to the voting for the Rookie of the Year. Go back to that again. And it's only 100 votes for the sports writers and whoever else get them 100 votes. It's like, 100 votes. Anthony Edwards got, I think, 17 or 15 or 17. No, yeah, what they got, 83? I mean, no. Melo got 87 votes. So, I mean, first place votes. So that didn't leave real a whole lot for Anthony Edwards. Melo was out 4 months. You get it?
Yeah.
And still took it. That's what I said about this. Understand me when I say about Zoe's. When I go right back to that, I go right back to Zoe's leadership. Zoe stayed up there and led them little pissy po ass to a certain extent as Bulls that had personal problems because they didn't know how to win. So came in and showed them how to win for a little short time at all. And look at that little short time. They got him to a certain extent, got him in the playoffs. Woburn, don't forget DeRozan and the rest of the guys. Yes, I will not forget them. But I'm talking about the contribution to the game, Marvin. And we ain't got to Jello yet. I'm talking about the contribution to the game. You can't deny now one of them. No, none of them. And they still young yet, Marvin. That's why I love them so much. Boy, they still young yet and they smart and they really want to succeed. Go back, Marvin. Go back. I got you, Marvin. I'm sorry. Maybe I got off content. Go ahead, Marvin. You got it. Please.
No, you good. You good, Doc. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
want to, you want to talk about Melo. I mean, that's true point guard right
Yeah.
there. But he averaging 27 and 6,
Okay.
Yeah.
27 and 6 in his second year. 20 points, 7 assists,
Yeah.
6 rebounds. Come on, man. I
Right.
mean, you can go to the stats in the league, and I know stats ain't everything, but that's usually what they get paid for is they stats. But
Yeah.
if you go to just all point guards in the league, first of all, his play efficiency rating is a 19.7. That's high as hell. Play efficiency rating means a lot, man. That's why Joker gets wins them MVPs because he's got a hell of a player efficiency rate because he do so much on the floor. He
Right.
averaging Joker averaging 20, 27, 13, and 7. But when you
Good
contribute
call.
like that means you helping other people win too. The Joker's PRs are 32.9. That's off the charts. But as far as LaMelo's play, I mean, I really believe, but I disagree with you on one thing, Vern. He ain't going nowhere. And if he do,
All right.
Charlotte's
Cool.
just a damn fool. Charlotte's a damn fool if they let him go. And that's just the truth. Why would you let a point guard go, a top point guard leave your team? It don't make sense. You should build around it. But far as him being a decent player, oh man, that ain't even to be discussed. That's why he ended up now. As far as him not putting him in the All-Star game right off, that could be a little bit of something that's going on because he sure had the numbers to be there. I don't know why they didn't,
Hey,
but him
Bob,
being young, his
hey,
second year.
Bobby, don't forget, Bobby, please don't forget your thought right now. But I want you to ask. I'm gonna ask you this question real fast. Look here. Lamelo is the future. Lamelo Ball is the future face of the NBA. Right or wrong?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
talking about the face. I'm talking about replacing LeBron's face.
Listen, he in his second year, guys. First year he averaged 15. This year he averaged 20, 6 and 7.
Right or
He's
wrong?
trending upward. I mean, what else you going? I mean, he's one of the best point guards in the league. I'll tell you this: if he got out on the market, every team in the league would want him.
I didn't, Bobby, understand me. I didn't say what else. You said what else. I didn't say what else. I said who else.
Oh, who else is a good point guard?
Unless you say Giannis, and then I said not too many European players are gonna come out like that unless you gonna say, what's his name? The one to play out there in Dallas.
See, hold on.
And I really don't see. Okay, man, go ahead.
When you want to put him in, if you want to put him in Giannis category, he's not been in the league quite long enough yet.
Boy, hey, look here. You get now you're talking. Now
We're talking about the face. You talking about being the face of the league.
Being face of the league. Yes, he has a chance to be that, but at the present time, being on Charlotte, he's not going to get that recognition yet. Just second year in the league, then the team itself is going to kind of diminish that.
Hey, it is a certain lag. Listen, go ahead.
Flight. Look, Flight. I want you to ask him this question. Hey, when the last time you tried getting his shoes?
What's that?
I mean, Marvin probably ain't looking for no shoes.
What'd he say? He
said when the last time he said, did you ever try getting his shoes?
Oh no, I don't say. Hold on, Unc. I don't even wear tennis. Hold on, Unc. I don't wear tennis. All I wear is dress shoes, man. I used to wear tennis shoes when I played ball, but I ain't never wore a pair of blue jeans. All I ever wore was dress clothes. I ain't really into tennis shoes. When I was younger, I used to play tennis shoes. I don't wear them now. But listen, he's gonna truly be something special in this league. He's already truly something special in this league. He averaging 20, 7 and 6. Those numbers speak for themselves. If you look up the numbers on point guards in the league, he at the top of the list, man. He in the top 5. And he only in his second year. So he's gonna get better and better. Now this is the thing. When he get a better team around him, then you really gonna see how good he is. Because then they're gonna start getting top-notch recognition, and everybody going, but I say this. If he was to hit the market, every fucking team in the NBA would be fighting over him. Every team.
Those facts.
Now I'm gonna tell you that. And that's including the Bulls. I don't give a damn if we do. I don't care if we do get Lonzo. We'll try to get his ass. So and that show you how good he is already. He's young, he's flashy, he's a money maker. He can he sells tickets. That's that's face of the league. You're right. But give him next.
Right.
By the time next, all we want to do is just get him some time under his belt, and then he has. To me, guys, I'm gonna tell y'all what this is. He needs to be on a team that's gonna be recognized. If he was on somebody like the Bulls or either Lakers or either Miami, oh man, he already be at the top. He already would be a face of. He already the face of that franchise, but he would be everywhere in the league then, and he is already basically. But then until you win something big, you're not gonna be recognized that heavy. So that's just what it is.
What can they attract another superstar? Because you see a lot of superstars, they coming off the market. Bradley Beal. It's like, do he want to leave Washington? You hear situations with Zion that he might be locked up for the rest of his career. What's going on? The love affair going on in New Orleans. It seemed like the stars are drying up. And it's gonna be at some point. The play-in and this, that, and the third. That's gonna grow old and tired. It's all cool and fun and games the first year or two, but next year, if they make the play-in, it's going to be a complete disaster. And maybe they might not make it at all, because next season, a lot of teams are going to be back. The East is loaded, it's better than ever. And I'm telling even the Wizards, the team I just mentioned, Bradley Beal was out all season damn near long. You talking about damn near the leading scorer in the league. They just added Chris Snacks, Porzingis. You got Rui out there. They got a team building in Washington. You got Kuzma, and they missed the playoffs. So it's a lot of teams going to be fighting. The Knicks, they looking to get back. It's a lot of teams. Even teams like the Hawks, they had no business being at the bottom of the standings. Expect for them to think to get back to the top. The East is going to be harder than ever next season. So ain't nobody giving Charlotte shit. So what do you think about the Charlotte attracting another superstar, because the superstars are drying up around the league? Marvin, you go first.
Well, I ask you this question before I answer that. Like, what are they looking for? Because I got to have a position.
Sure, Lord.
Right.
I mean, I would say a center or a wing. I'm gonna say a center or a wing.
Well, I mean, I just listened to your first start of that question, and you were saying most of
What's
your
good? What's good, Flight?
stars are kind of drying up. What's going on,
Good,
guys?
my God? What's good?
Yeah,
What's up,
man.
Doc?
I had to
What's up,
take
word
a
God?
I
few.
already know. I
What's good
already
with you,
know.
man? Yeah, I had to take a few break from my Bulls, but I've been paying attention to my Falcons, but and everything. But I just want to give a shout out to you. Everybody like and subscribe to the channel. So I just want to come out and say that before we continue cooking on here. So you can go ahead and finish up what you were saying, Marvin.
Yeah, finish up, Marvin.
All
We're gonna get the more God and Vernon in a
Yeah.
sec.
Now the whole thing with this is, Flight, are the superstars drying up in the league? Your 10th best scorer in the league was Joker at 27 a game.
Right, and then look at what's going on with him. Is he got a contract coming up? This team is playing like they ain't improving. I want to see him somewhere else.
Yeah, but it's gonna take a lot to pull him out.
I know he one of them players. They ain't leaving.
Well, it ain't just that. They got some young players that were hurt, man. And if they were playing Flight, they'd be decent.
I know. Who's the point guard? I forgot his name. What's it? Murray.
Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Murray playing that, and actually, their best versatile scorer was hurt in MPJ, so he was out. So
yeah, I mean, that's the big
so
issue.
they just didn't have the firepower to go up against the Warriors. I mean, granted, basically, now if they would have had Jamal Murray or
and JPJ, they had their full squad. I think that would have been a different damn series.
Yeah, they would have put up a better fight. I still think the Warriors probably would have nudged the edge, but they definitely would have put up a better fight.
I even say this: I wouldn't say a better fight. If they play together all year, I think they could beat them, because that's a hell of a squad when you got them two along with Joker. Now that's a if was a fifth. We all know that. But like I say, back to the question, Flight. Your 10th best scorer in the league was Joker. So are the stars drying up? You start at the top with Embiid, then LeBron James, then Giannis, Kevin Durant, Luka, Trae Young, DeRozan, Kyrie Irving, John Morant, and then Joker. And Joker being the 10th top scorer in the league is kind of. But the difference is who's a free agent. Who they can, who is it that Charlotte can draw? Now I think is Joker's contract up, guys? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's either up this year or next year. And Joker, of course, I mean, he's probably more than likely going to stay with Denver. I mean, he can go somewhere else if someone throws him a bag, but nobody's not going to be able to throw more money than him than Denver because he's still on that contract and his contract friendly with the Nuggets. So they're going to. I mean, the Nuggets are going to throw him the most money there is. He's probably more than likely going to be the highest paid player in the league.
Yeah. So I want to say
More than
this, Flight.
likely.
I want to say this, Flight. Since you're looking for a center for Charlotte, here's your top centers. Now I'm not on the
All right.
page where the contracts are, but here they are.
Then you got to get
Top.
to the wings too, because I said
Yeah.
centers and wings.
Okay, I'm just gonna do the centers first. So I'll let one of the other guys do the wing. So at the center position, your top center is Joel, then Joker, then Towns, then Porzingis. I didn't know he was averaging 20 points. Adebayo, Christian Woods, Valanciunas, Vucevic, DeAndre Ayton, and Allen. That's your top 10 centers.
Look
Now,
out for
out of them,
DeAndre Ayton. Any
out of
one
them
of those
centers,
guys fit with
that's
that.
what I was going to say. Aiden's contract, but he's going to want some big money. You know that. Now, Allen, I don't think Cleveland's getting rid of him, and the Bulls got Vooch. Now, Vooch's contract is up in 1 year. Valanciunas' contract is up in 1 year, and I don't know about Adebayo. The only other, those are the ones, and maybe Christian Woods. I would say if they could get a Christian Woods in there, he's young, he would kind of fit the style, but he's probably not a dominant center. But to put them over the top, I think they need a wing and a center. What you think about that? So I would say you're not going to get Adebayo. I don't think you want Porzingis. You're not getting Towns. You're not getting Joker. You're not getting MB. I don't think you're going to get Valanciunas. I don't think Vooch is going to leave Chicago, and DeAndre Ayton is going to demand too much money. And I don't think Cleveland's giving up on Allen. So the only one on that list I see is Christian Woods. But he just went to somebody else, didn't he? Did he go to? No, he didn't. He didn't go to nobody else. But he was averaging 17.
Who are you talking about?
17 points. Christian Wood out of Houston.
Yeah, I mean he's still on Houston right now. Nobody's traded and made any moves.
Yeah, I
right
like
now.
him. I like him.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
like
it-
him
I
for
think
sure.
it's
I like him
fine.
for Charlotte, but I like him for Charlotte. I like him for Charlotte. However, to me, he's a four. He needs to be
You ain't
paired
lying.
with
He ain't
somebody.
number 6.
He needs to be paired
He
with
ain't number 6.
somebody that's going. He needs to be paired with somebody that's going to do a lot more, be a lot more physical down in a block because he's not going to do the dirty work and get in the blocks that you need defensively. He's technically a four. It's just that the issue with him is he could be a center,
Right.
but he has a hard time putting on weight to be able to guard a Joel Embiid or a Carl Anthony Towns or a Jokic down on the block because they abuse him down there because he can't put on the side. So he has to be a four. And that's his biggest issue.
Well, I'll tell you this. Here's the player that a lot of people don't talk about, and a lot of people don't even recognize. Jurkic out of Portland.
Nurkic, yeah. He's good.
You know what? Nurkic out of Portland.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's averaging.
Yeah,
he's averaging
Woods
15.
good.
No,
He's
he
averaging
said
15 and
Nurkic.
10. Yeah, he's averaging 15 and 10. Will Portland let him go? You think they will, guys?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, it depends. It depends on what direction they're trying to go.
Salute KC. I see
Because basically, if they get rid of Nurkic, they're gonna have to find somebody to replace him. So and you got to be able to be able to find somebody that can replace what he does, which is get you at least 14 to 17 points a game and double-digit rebounds. Now, so that's going to be key right there to be able to replace that. So they're going. So it depends. It just depends on what direction they want to go in, because they still got Damian Lillard. Because you have to think about it. They still have Damian Lillard there. So it's almost like, do they want to rebuild and get rid of Dame and just basically make the center around Anthony Simons, or are they going to keep Dame and continue building around him, and they might still have Nurkic there? So it just depends on what Portland wants to do.
Well, that's okay. So that's what I'm asking you. Are they finna go young? Because they already. It
doesn't seem like they're doing it. For one thing, it's Portland. They don't know what the hell they want to do. So, and for two, basically, it just seems like they're in the middle ground. They're still stuck on whether they want to build around Dame or look towards the future. So that's their biggest problem. They're still stuck. I don't know what they want to do right now.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because he's the most, to me, he's the one that probably fits them a little bit better. And I wouldn't think that he's going to demand too much money. And everybody else,
I mean, he's not. He's not.
Everybody else.
He's not. He's not, man. I mean, he's not going to demand much money. It's just that I want LaMelo to play with somebody that is athletic, that can. I want LaMelo to play with like a DeAndre Ayton, man.
But they ain't gonna get him. See, I'm being realistic.
But that's the thing, man. But because you got to think about it too. Charlotte don't got no money right now.
Well, see, that's gonna hamper them then. See, I don't know about the cap.
Yeah, they don't have no money, man. They still got Batum contract on the books. They still.
How many movable pieces do they have?
I mean, shoot. I mean, the only movable piece they have is PJ Washington. They got
Hayward.
I don't think they want to get rid of Book Night. Hayward's going to be hard because who wants to take on that contract? It's a bad contract.
Right.
So who wants to dump it off on him? Because he still has 2 more years on that deal. So it's almost going to be like, who's going to be wanting to help Charlotte out to take on that bad contract? Knowing that Hayward only plays like 20 games. So and he's sitting on the bench getting paid. So that's the difficulty in it all. Because the best tradable asset they have is Miles Bridges, which the more than likely if they trade him, it's probably going to be in a sign and trade. Terry Rozier, and who else? Like I said, PJ Washington. I mean, they could trade some of those young pieces such as Book Knight, Kai Jones. But I don't think they want to get rid of Book Knight.
I mean, shit, they wasn't doing nothing with him anyway.
Well, that was because that wasn't necessarily because. Well, the thing is, to be honest with you,
that's more Borrego than anything.
That's more Borrego than anything because Borrego didn't think Book Knight was particularly ready. And to be honest with you, him coming out of college initially, he technically really wasn't. But you almost basically had it's like this right here. You gotta pretty much basically give him increments and build him up to it. Because Book Knight is the type of player where when he came out of college, he was a volume scorer. And he took bad shots, and you have to get that out of him, which is why if you see him to pay attention to the G League, and you pay attention to the G League and the Summer League, if you pay attention to his game, you see some flash. You're like, yeah, this man could be a prolific scorer. But then you see other things like, man, this man takes some badass shots, man, and you have to weed that out of him, which I think is what they're trying to do, and you have to almost basically kind of work with him on that. So, but I still think Charlotte should have gave him more playing time to get reps in, on the big club. That way, basically, he could be more prepared going into the season. But also, it has to also do with James Borrego and how he does things. And now they're going to move off of Borrego. They're going to move somebody in that can relate to the players more, and it's going to give young players more of an opportunity to play and for development. Young players can't get proper development if you don't play them. They're just not going to get better sitting on the bench. So, basically they're going to have to, they have to get a coach that can relate to the players, specifically relate to LaMelo. You have to relate to LaMelo, and you have to relate to LaMelo, you have to relate to his style of play. And that's what you have to do. You have to be very point guard oriented and allow him to go out there and do his thing. And allow him to make his mistakes in the basketball court, just like John Morant, Trae Young, and all these other point guards is able to do, Luka, all them able to do, and let him grow and get better off of that, man. Well, I tell you, you just gotta turn him. You just gotta turn him loose and let him do his thing, man. And here's the thing.
On a 1 year deal, 12 million. 1 year deal, 12 million.
Yeah, I mean it's a friendly contract. I mean. But problem is though is that they're probably not going to bring back Kelly Oubre. It just depends on. Yeah, it just depends on who they want to leave off. Keep on the bench. I mean, they can make it work. I just don't want him for LaMelo. I want them to have an athletic center, but it's hard to get that.
Hold on, y'all. I want to take a question from the chat. King C says, panel, do you think Charlotte must move on from Terry for Melo to really take over, or is it just a coach problem they're having? Who want to take that one?
Terry got to go. Terry got to go.
Man, it's not Terry. It's just a coach problem, man. You get a more point guard oriented team that allows a Melo to control a lot of ball a lot more. I mean, it's not going to be an issue with Terry. Terry has no issue with the Melo. It's just that's how Borrego runs his offense, and he just didn't basically trust the Melo. To be very honest with you about James Borrego's coaching style, and I meant to mention this before. James Borrego is a college type of coach. He's the type of coach. If you pay attention, he's a college coach. That coach, when you make a mistake, he's going to sit you on the end of the bench.
Borrego gone.
But
that's the type of coach. That's the type of coach he is.
But here's the deal: you're gonna get rid of Terry because of his contract. Because you have Book Night. You got Book Night at a shooting guard. Terry's at a shooting guard, taking up 5 years, $17 million. You gonna move Terry and make room for Book Night. Plus, you're gonna open up money to bring in the big man that you're talking about. Now, I know you like Terry, but to get the big man, somebody gonna want Terry more than likely.
I think Terry's all right. I think he's a great compliment to LaMelo. It's just that he's hurting you in the money factory, and he got to go. If you talk about the Hornets had to pay him.
Well, okay, now you need to move him. You want a center? You cannot get one with him on the team. His contract is in the way. Terry's not the one. So let's see right here. So Terry is making how much money? $90 million for 5 years. 5-year deal at $17 million. This is the reason I'm saying.
That's not the issue. The issue is the issue. Well, Book Night can still be there. You can give him more minutes off the bench, and then the following year you move off of Terry. You don't move off of Terry right now.
Okay,
because you still need him there.
Okay, but if you don't move off of him, you're not getting an athletic big. You don't have no.
But the player is Terry. Terry is not the. See, Marvin. Terry's contract is not the issue. The two issues on the contract on the books is Gordon Hayward and Nicholas Batum. Those are the two contracts that's an issue.
Chat.
Listen, I'm telling you this because to get the big.
Hey, wait.
If we move off of Gordon Hayward, we will have room to get a quality big man. That's the contract we have to move off of.
If you trade your big man, would you take Terry Rozier or Gordon Hayward?
Personally, I would trade both.
But they ain't gonna take Gordon Hayward. You know they're not gonna take that. They're not gonna take it.
Personally, I would take both. But the thing is, though, is that I would rather Rozier over Gordon Hayward.
That's who people gonna want.
Oh, now listen, Marvin. And Marvin, look. Okay, look. You don't get rid of Rozier. Murgaard, and Marvin. See, Marvin, you want to get rid of Rozier for a certain reason.
I'm trying to make room. I know his contract is not that high.
And then Marvin's not.
Please, no, we won't see. Look, Marvin. See you taking over. Stop it, Marvin. I want to explain something to you. I understand. I listen to you. Look, Murgaard want to do it for a certain reason. He don't think Terry Rozier fit into the offense and everything else for certain reasons.
Now,
he do because he's a veteran.
I just know the other team gonna want it.
Listen, if you listen, you'll get it. If you listen, well, let me
talk to him, man.
Look, thank you, Flight. Look, Terry Rozier fit in because he's proven he come through. He come through all the time, Marvin. Don't think he don't.
That's why the other team don't want it.
He's working,
but he makes too much money. But here's the issue, Marvin. He makes too much money to be a glorified six man. That's the issue. Other teams view him as a six man, and he makes too much money to be coming off the bench. So it's very hard to move off of him. But other teams view him as a six man type of player, Marvin.
You want to talk.
I never said for him to be a six man. I'm talking about the team wanting him.
Margot, hey, I'm a Margot.
But he's viewed as a six man for many teams.
Hell, I don't see Terry Rozier as a 6 man. He's the starting shooter.
He makes too much. He makes too much money, man. And what team is really starving for a shooting guard like Terry?
Margot, see, there you go.
Okay, now the reason I'm guys. The reason I'm saying this is because you're trying to get a big man.
When you said the first,
you think you're gonna get a big man for free? You gotta give it, and Gordon Hayward ain't the answer.
I mean, but the thing is though, the thing is though, they're cap strapped. We don't know who really wants Terry. Really, no one has a stressing need for a veteran, smaller two guard like that. So, I mean, who really has a stressful need for a veteran, small two guard?
Yeah, why? Okay, wait a minute.
I mean, not too many players, not too many teams have a stressing need for that. If anything, they want their two guard to have size so he can be multi-dimensional on the basketball court. Not too many teams look at Terry as that. So I don't see them moving off of Terry right now. It's very difficult. They're cap strapped. That's the issue with Charlotte. Charlotte is going to have to thug out some contracts until they're able to move off of them.
Tell me why.
Unless they basically find tradable suitors. Now I agree. If they can find tradable suitors to move off of possibly Terry and move off of Gordon, most definitely to get some players that they need. But right now, I don't see them doing that because they're cap strapped with basically Gordon Hayward and that Nicholas, especially that Nicholas Platoon debt money. That's $10 million.
Well, here's the deal then. They on the verge of losing Lamelo then, because he ain't gonna stay there much longer.
Okay, they've been
lost.
They've been lost him, and let me jump on this. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if they lost him just yet.
They've been
before you do,
I don't know if they lost him just yet.
Okay, all right.
On the verge,
They don't know if they lost him just yet. Because they got rid of the issue. They got rid of the main issue.
For bubble, they lost him. Okay.
I don't know about that, man.
For starters, you know what I'm saying? Fire Sports TV, the hottest in the game. I'm here. Tell me why they ain't nothing but a heartache. You know what I'm saying? I'm here. But now, listen. For starters, for starters, have you ever heard of a guy named JaVale McGee? Y'all heard that? You don't need to give up a whole bunch of fucking fire ass power to go get that nigga. He's on the bench.
You can get him for nothing.
Exactly, and he is an outstanding center that can easily start on any fucking team. The Bulls can use him.
He got to want to lead the Phoenix though, fam.
You ain't.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
But Rave. Two things with that, Ray. One, I do agree because you can get him on a veteran minimum if he wants to come there. Because if Charlotte wants to entice, hold on, Ray, because you spoke. If Charlotte wants JaVale McGee, they're going to have to overpay him. JaVale McGee is a type of player in his career because of his age. He's moving to contenders. If you look at the last several teams JaVale McGee has been on, he's been on contending type teams. So in order for them to get JaVale McGee, they're going to have to overpay, which is something they don't want to do.
Okay, that's not okay. I mean, that's not what I was arguing yet. That's contracts and other shit. The moments, and I remember that. If I'm not mistaken, the Suns, they just signed him. So whatever other shit that going on too.
Look at the Suns. They are a contending team.
Oh, you've been dominating the whole fucking panel conversation for a good.
I ain't dominating nothing. You're bringing up invalid points.
I just got here. Can I give me a sec? Damn. I was just addressing Marvin. Because when he said, in order to get a solid center, you got to give up some shit. And that ain't true. JaVale McGee is sitting on the bench that can easily be a starter for any fucking team, and you got to give up a whole bunch of bullshit. Now,
he said DeAndre Ayton.
Contracts of all the other shit, maybe. Nigga, JaVale McGee is okay, he ain't DeAndre Ayton, but JaVale McGee is easily a high, powerful center that will go crazy with Lamelo. Go crazy. He's a guy that's going to grab nothing but rebounds, run the floor, good rim protector, and is going to play a solid starting lineup and stay healthy the whole season, dude. And he's 7 foot 1, nigga, with a 7'9" wingspan. You're bugging.
Hey, Ray.
But would
We
he
ain't
be
gotta
in
give
their
up no
future?
Terry
Though?
Rozier.
But I mean, and Ray, I agree with that. JaVale McGee would be a great fit, but the thing is, what me and Marvin were talking about, we were talking about also in the terms of reality dealing with contracts also. And to
Yeah.
get JaVale McGee, they're going to have to overpay him
Let
because
me
which
throw
is
something
something
to you
that you
guys.
don't want to do with a player like that who's
Let
not
me
going to
say it.
give you anything other than that. And that's
How,
the
how,
biggest
And
issue with Charlotte
how
because
you
they're in a
guys?
small market.
How you
That's the
and
guys?
does he have
reality.
one?
That's the
Does he
reality
have
of it.
1, 2?
How
Does he
you
have
guys
1 to
feel?
2 to 3
How you
years left?
guys feel about?
Craig, how
There
many
is a
years?
there is a power forward / center that they could get maybe. How you feel about them calling them Indiana Pacers trying to get Turner?
I mean, they can
Who?
do that. And
Turner, Turner, Turner.
here, here it is
Turner.
unstoppable. They
Indiana,
can do
Indiana
that,
Pacers.
and that will be a decent fit, But the
Yep. As
issue
far as
is
the
that
money, money. Yeah.
it's going to be two issues with that. One is going to be the money because how many
Yeah.
years does Miles Turner have on his contract?
Yeah,
One,
2 years I
two,
think.
basically, if he comes to Charlotte, he's going to want to get overpaid.
Then they gotta overpay him. That's something they gotta do. But
I mean, that's the reality of it, and that's the reality of it.
I think
So,
he'll fit
and that's the
well with
reality.
Lamelo though.
Charlotte cannot get quality talent unless they overpay players, and that's the
Right. I
only way
mean,
they got. That's the
but
only way
still,
they got Gordon Hayward. That's the only way they can keep Terry Rozier because I don't think Terry Rozier is worth 90. I think Terry is more so a 75, but they had to pay that.
well, he probably if they do that trade, he might be in that trade anyway. But to get Turner, man, I think that's something they need to entertain because I think he will fit with Lamelo really well. You know what I'm saying? And
So I want to ask you a question.
what's up?
How old is Lamelo?
Well, you like 20, right? 21, I think.
He's 20. He's not even 21 yet.
He's 20.
Oh well, 20. I mean, and Turner, he's like
So
what?
so so
Uh,
so you have to you have to think about it. The best way right now for them to build is through the draft. They have
yeah,
two first round. They
that
have two
is
first
true.
round picks. They have two first round picks. They can package those picks, move up in the draft, and get a quality big man to come out. LaMelo is 20 years old, man.
Yeah, that's true. But
They
you
can
know,
build in the draft and then basically put decent veterans around them. So that's
they
what y'all have to
definitely
think.
could.
That's what y'all have to
I
think
agree.
about.
I
They
agree
can
with you,
go
man.
move up in the draft and go get a quality big
But let
four
me ask you
center
this
that's
though.
coming out.
Well, no, never mind. You still make a valid point. I'm still stuck on Turner because I was gonna say, well, how old is he
Don't get
anyway?
me wrong, I like Turner, but they can probably find somebody that's going to be better than Turner long term in his career. You see what I'm
My
saying?
thing
So
is, I wonder
it's two
does
sides to this. It's
do
two
do
sides to this. Because you got to think about LaMelo is 20 years old. So if you're able to find a 19, 20-year-old that's coming out of the draft that you can build with LaMelo, you can do that.
yeah,
Then you
you can.
use Hayward them for the trade that you want for your other pieces. That's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
That's what
Exactly, man. Y'all got to think
that's
about that, man. You listen, man. This draft that's coming out is loaded. And
Well, we
Charlotte
get
has
that,
two first round picks.
the
Two first
thing
round
is,
picks.
you got to
Charlotte can
keep him
use
happy,
those
bro.
picks, move up in the draft, and get whoever the hell they want, man.
Hey, but my thing
That's what you
is,
gotta
hey,
think about. That's what you gotta
you
think
gotta
about.
holler at Melo. Do he really want to do that? Because he want to win. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you. I agree 100% of what you saying. But also, like I said too, if you can give up a couple of pieces, maybe a draft to get Turner, because you know what you gonna get out of him. He
Man,
a
I'm not
stretch
giving
big. He
I
can play
am not
defense.
I
You
am
know.
absolutely not getting up a first round pick for Turner. They got dang on mine, man. He has not done nothing sufficient in this
Turner's not
league.
worth a first round pick. No, no,
Absolutely not, man. He has
no,
not
no.
done.
I mean,
He
you
has
can do
not hit.
something to get him, but not a first round.
He has
Yeah.
not done anything in the terms of the NBA standpoint that is worthy of a first round pick. I'm sorry.
I don't even think they even made him a second option. I think they like made him like the third or fourth option on the team. He
He's
was
not.
on, and
Yeah,
he,
he's not. Yeah,
he felt like he's better than that. He felt like he could be a first or second option. He just wasn't given the opportunity to. But again, to touch base on what you said, I agree also with you that since, like you said, LaMelo is 20, You know what I'm saying? You go through the draft and you build through the draft. But the thing is, it's just I'm like, where his head at? Do we feel like doing that? You know what I'm saying? Since he kept getting a taste of that, almost getting, in the playoffs, But again, I agree with you saying. That makes sense also. Just go ahead and build through that draft.
But here's the thing is though, look at what I mean. Who was the main two players that was on the Cleveland Cavaliers when they made it to the play-in? It was the main player on that team was Evan Mobley.
Right.
He's the player that's going to be projected as a superstar in years to come. So, I mean, you could probably do that. I mean, you get a top rookie that comes out of that draft, that makes a difference, man. A
But
top
you know what,
five.
too, bro? Everything gonna tell the story once they found out what picks what's the numbers of their picks is gonna be. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I know 1 is 16, and the other pick is going to be in between 11 and 14 in the
Oh, okay.
lottery.
Then,
It's going to
then
be
you
between
get,
11.
you probably could package those, like you said, definitely trying to move up. You know what I'm saying?
So, I mean, shoot, it's just hard to find a possible suitor for
Right.
them to get a quality big man around in the league to where basically to actually wants to take on Gordon Hayward's and Terry Rozier's contracts. It's going to be hard to be able to do that. The only possible center I see doing that is like a DeAndre Ayton, like a sign and trade type deal. But I don't know if the Suns want to take on Terry and Gordon's contracts.
And I don't see them giving up Ayton either.
Yeah, why would they do that and not get a big man in return? They're not giving up on they send others a future.
Exactly my point. But the thing is though is that they can probably take Charlotte's picks and be able to find somebody serviceable in the draft.
Man,
okay, so you'll give
that's
up
the
the
only thing
first
I can
round
think
pick
of.
for DeAndre.
Man, ain't nobody coming out that draft as good as Ayton right now.
Nope.
As good as Ayton.
Hold on,
I don't know. I don't know,
dude.
man.
You act like Ayton is like 55. You bugging.
I don't know, man.
Really,
It's some monsters coming out of this draft, bro.
No, the icing on that cake
in the top five.
The icing on that cake would be the
Ayton,
draft
Ayton,
pick and Rozier or either Hayward. You have to add one of those players with the draft pick.
To be very transparent, Ayton is barely making it in the top 5 in his draft.
You wildin'.
I ain't wildin'. The thing is though, Ayton was the number one overall pick, right? So what all-star teams, NBA teams has Ayton made so far?
Bro,
he's just coming around. He's just blossoming now, though. He's just blossoming now.
And I'm not trying to say that he is.
Ayton is blossoming right now, and he's only 22 fucking years old.
Yes.
You're bugging, dude. That is not only he is not only good for the now, and he's good for the future. You're smoking weed. You can take that.
I'm not smoking. I'm not smoking weird. I'm putting my GM cap on because my question is right. If the Phoenix Suns thought that,
you're fired, cancel.
Man, if the Phoenix Suns thought that, they would have paid him already.
He's at 22 years old, dude. You're smoking.
He's not 22, he's 23.
Bro,
but if they basically. If the Phoenix Suns would have thought that, they would have paid him already. Which is why basically they told him come out and prove it this season. That's why they did.
Well, let me
that's
ask
why
you
they
this,
gave him.
let me ask
That's
you
why
this.
they gave him a prove it deal.
Let me ask you this. Do you think? Let me ask you this. Do you think Phoenix gonna get rid of him since you say he ain't showed that?
Absolutely not.
Well, that means he didn't show it. That means he didn't show the thing.
Yeah, he showed that this season that he could be more reliable. Just before, many speculations were they didn't think he was worthy as the number 1 overall pick to get paid. And be very honest with you, he's not. Even if he does get paid by the Suns, he's not going to get paid a max contract, which is what he's looking for. But he hasn't hit any markers to insinuate he should get that. You see where I'm going? That's why that may basically push Ayton to want to look further on the market because of the fact that he might not get the max according to some other players in his class, like a Luka or Trae Young, because he hasn't hit markers.
He's smoking that fresh.
So what do you think?
So now you see where I'm going with that, Marvin? I'm not
Yes,
saying
but
that they're
listen.
not going to
So
pay
why do you
Aiden.
think? All right. Well, listen. So why do you think he won't want the max when he come to Charlotte?
I mean, he hasn't qualified to get the max, so he's
Well,
going
I
to get
mean,
in.
all right. Listen. Whatever he asks for, Phoenix is going to offer him some. Charlotte would have to match it. If he's asking for too much, Charlotte is not going to give it to him. You know that already.
I mean, that depends. It's Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan has made wild decisions before. So
Merce,
Yeah,
so you
he's
saying
also made
the Phoenix? You said the
also
Phoenix
lowball
won't
niggas
offer him a
before.
max, right? That's what you saying?
and they won't necessarily offer him the max. They might offer him something close to it.
They are
That's
going
the
to
thing
offer
with
him
him.
something.
You know what I think? I
So
think some team gonna force them to sign him the max. Some team gonna offer him the max, and Suns ain't
and
gonna have no
force
choice
Phoenix to
but to
sign him.
match it. Yep.
So that's
Yep,
because
they're
you
gonna
have to
have to match
realize you have to realize that he's in a particular positions where he's not qualified for the max, but he's going to try to ask for max money, and it's going to be up to the Suns to determine whether they deem him as getting the contract he's going to want to ask for.
Well, here's
So
the
that
deal.
could so they
say,
could push him. So that could push him to actually want to get on the market. That doesn't mean
Well,
that the
here's the
Suns
deal.
won't match any offer, but that just means that basically that he
right? I'm
might
just
be
saying
pushed to look in other
a
places.
different team gonna force their hand. Is
Yes,
what
and
I'm
here's the
saying.
deal. He's
You
got Phoenix over a barrel because who's their backup? JaVale. He's got 11 years in the league. Phoenix is not letting him go. They are
Thank
going
you,
to
bro.
pay him.
Thank you. That wildin', though. That nigga's
know. And
wildin'.
two, I like
I
to say,
mean, I'm
All
not
right,
trying to
that's why I
say
stop arguing,
I'm not
bro.
trying to
Niggas on
say
some
that they
Aiden
weed.
is
won't.
young, bro. He's
But this is
22.
Man, on
what we're
some
You just
talking.
gotta
weed.
give him time to grow,
Ray,
bro.
stop because we're talking about hypotheticals with teams in league because this is situations that have happened before.
What?
Look
No,
at the
nigga,
situation
no,
with
nigga.
look at the look
Bro,
look at the
stop.
situation with Lonzo. Lonzo
Bro,
was in this same position.
Chris Paul is 2 days from retiring. Literally, the future is literally DeAndre Ayton and Devin Booker. Devin Booker is a 7 foot, 22-year-old that's not only great right
Devin
now.
Booker 7
He's
foot. I
going
didn't
to
know
be
he
good
was.
for years to come.
I didn't
He
know he
can already
was.
hit mid-ranges. He's an outstanding rebounder, already hit mid-ranges, runs the floor, athletic, so 7 foot high, bro, and he's young as hell. And he's good for the future.
But that does not mean that he won't go out sniffing around in other markets that's going to pay him more money. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about. And we're talking, Ray, we're talking about hypotheticals.
Everybody's always interested, but the Suns gonna take good care of that shit.
I'm willing.
But that doesn't mean that he will. That doesn't mean that they will. Because they came out and said because unstoppable. Repeating this now because we had a conversation about this. Didn't the Suns say some wild stuff about Aiden in the summer, this past summer? Because Aiden wanted to get paid, and they was like, "Nah, we ain't doing that."
Yeah, that's because he wasn't coming off his greatest year. But this year, he was.
But last season was a career year for him, though.
But
see what I'm saying? So he might go out and go look on the market, and something may happen. We're just talking about hypotheticals. That's all I'm talking about, man.
This what I think about. What I think the Suns gonna do. The Suns probably gonna wait and see what the market offer him. That way, so they won't overpay. So they won't feel like they overpaying him. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's gonna be a team that's, like you said, is gonna offer close to that max. Even though if the Suns don't agree to it, they're gonna force their hand to pay him. And if they don't pay him, you already know whatever team that offer him that money that he like, he gonna sign with. But also, I like to say, I see on both hands, but I have to agree with Ray, but that he's 22, so you got to give him time to grow, even though he really ain't been going crazy lately. You know what I'm saying? I think this will be his best season that he had. And then again, like you say, he's young, so you got to get the kid time to grow, and you got to go ahead and pay him and invest. That contract that he wants, that's you investing in him. Hopefully he get better and he don't digress. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm just talking about hypotheticals of what may possibly happen, depending on the situation. That doesn't mean that the Suns are not going to offer him. Not going to match any contract that's on the market, because I'm sure that they will.
Right.
I'm talking about we were talking about hypotheticals with centers around the league that possibly may be available, such as a DeAndre Ayton, possibly a Miles Turner, because he may want to ask out because he probably doesn't want to go through another rebuilding with the Pacers.
The way they keep losing.
You know,
I
Rudy
see him trading him.
Gobert might be available. Even though I don't like Rudy Gobert on the Hornets, but hey, if they want to do that, they can do that. See what I'm saying? So it might be some things that might shake out in the league.
Mitchell Robinson is available.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson would be a good piece to fit with LaMelo.
Yeah.
But they might
That'd
have
be a
to,
good piece.
they might have to go ahead and overpay him just a little bit, not too much though.
I mean, how much he make? How much? I mean, he was chosen in the second round, right? So
Yo,
I
they
think he was
probably have to pay him. They probably have to pay him at probably about around
Hey,
15.
Lucius
16.
No. He
Lucius
want more than
said-
12.
Nobody said
He
Devin
want
He
more
already
than
said
12?
he want more than
Stupid
15.
as hell. Who
Oh
said that?
wow.
Nobody
You
said
said
that.
He
what,
wants
Marvin?
more than 15. He already Mitchell Robinson has already said he wants more than 15. That's why the Knicks.
See what I'm talking? See what I'm talking about? And he wants money like that. But what has he done to show that
He ain't played to show
he hasn't even done anything on the court to go out and ask for any type of money.
He showed bits and pieces that he could be a maybe
Exactly.
but he's not consistent.
Exactly. And has he ever really been consistently available on the basketball court? He hasn't. He's always had nagging issues that kept him out for periods and stretches of the games. So, and you're going and asking for close to $20 million. I don't know about that, bro.
But here's the deal with that. The Charlotte does not need him to be a top scorer. He would fit perfect on their team. You get Gordon Hayward, you got room for him at 18 million. Here's the deal with that now. What I'm saying is this. Charlotte is trying to build right now. Mitchell Robinson is 25. He's young. He's in the mold of what Melo would want. If they don't get a good young center and one more piece to go, Melo is going to leave Charlotte because he ain't finna stay there. Well, when is his contract up? He got 1 more year or 2 more years?
He got
one.
It's his
He got
third
one
year,
more
so he got 2 years. But he's doing this year. I mean, he's in off season, so
Yeah, he got 1 more
he
year.
got 2 years to be honest. 2 years.
Yeah, so
they
he got
2 years to make some.
But
make
he's
some
out of there.
progress.
He's out of there.
Yeah.
Like, even if he does play like to the supermax skill level, he's out of there. He's gonna be in Charlotte.
So basically, Marvin, what's going on is he'll play 1 more year. He'll play 1 more year, and then basically Charlotte can go out there and offer him the max, and that's probably
what they're going to do.
That's
why they won't get DeAndre Ayton because he wants the max. That's why Ayton is out of the question.
But the thing is though is that the max money won't hurt the luxury tax because they had the bird rights to LaMelo. So that was not going to hurt their luxury tax.
Yeah, he got that. It's
so,
just like,
I'm talking about in the future. In the future, if they sign DeAndre Ayton next year, the following year, Melo's contract is coming up. They cannot do it. Because they're going to have 2 max contracts.
Okay, are we speaking of fantasy, my nigga? Suns is not getting rid of Ayton.
Hey, not only that, shoot, Miles Bridges contract
coming up too.
They have his bird rights.
Yeah.
But the Suns are not getting off of Ayton. They keeping Ayton, man. I'm telling you that now.
Yeah,
he ain't going nowhere.
Get rid of Ayton, dog. It's not happening. Not happening.
Now that JaVale McGee,
I'm not trying. I did not say that. I gave a hypothetical. What I did was I gave a hypothetical. But personally, what I actually said was I want a center like DeAndre Ayton for LaMelo that is athletic, that can run with him. That's more so what I was hinting towards when we were speaking about the topic of Nurkic going over there. That I preferred a more athletic roaming center that can run with LaMelo, opposed to someone that's had a little less of a step in their giddy up.
Hey,
that's
question.
Christian Wood, who's not a center. You talking about Christian Wood, who's not a center.
I like Mr.
Let me ask you something. When is Miles Bridges' contract?
It's up this year, man.
This summer, right?
This year.
Yeah, it's this summer.
And what is he asking for?
Something ridiculous at first, but they probably going to come to negotiating terms if he wants to stay. But if he don't, he gonna walk.
I think
they gonna do.
If the center they want, if this is not gonna be for the draft, I think they might have to use him as a draft piece to get that center that you saying that LaMelo needs. But we'll see.
I
But
mean, that's
remember,
the.
you still got to move Hayward. You still have to move
I would just,
Hayward.
Hayward
just
got
listen.
I agree, Marvin.
Marvin, that's what
Hayward
I'm
is the
saying.
main guy that gotta go.
You
He
might
gotta
have to
go.
use Miles Bridges as
He
a
gotta
piece to
go.
get rid of him, man. Because nobody wants Hayward. Bridges. It's not available. You see,
I mean, but unstoppable. That's gonna be very difficult for them to
I
do
know.
with
I
both of them.
know.
Let
With
me tell
both of
y'all
them in the
this.
same. But you have to realize,
Nope.
unstoppable. That's gonna be very difficult to do with both of them in the same deal. Where Miles wants to get paid, because if they're
But
gonna
let me
move
tell
on
y'all
from
this.
Miles, it's probably gonna be through a signing trade,
I
and
know
then
that. That's what I'm
basically
saying. Right.
Gordon Hayward is gonna have to be in their own separate trade by himself with somebody
And
else.
and
You
and
just
there is a
can't.
team out there that won't get Gordon Hayward that's interested in him, and that's Dallas. They do have interest in Gordon Hayward. Dallas does.
They
And
I
I
crazy
mean,
as
think
hey,
hell
I
if
mean
they
that's
do.
fine. That's fine. I'll take Powell.
They might as well go ahead and
No, they're
finesse
not
that
giving.
trade
They're
right
not
quick.
giving up Powell. Now you can forget that.
Man, I'll take Dwight Powell.
I know you will.
Shoot, in a heartbeat. Hey, give me Dwight Powell. Bring that over here.
and also
No, they won't.
I know Pistons will go get him. Who else? Somebody go get him. Gordon Hayward. Of all people y'all want to talk about, I know it's going to be hard to get rid of him, but he should be a pure focus to get rid of.
They
Before
need to
you
just
get
try
rid,
to
before you
buy.
get
They
rid of
need to try to buy
Rozier,
him out,
before
bro.
you get rid of anybody,
They
Gordon
just need
Hayward
to
should
try
be
to
But
buy
on
him out,
unstoppable,
my
that's a
bro.
shit
lot of
list to
money.
get rid
But
of,
then
dog.
Hey,
unstoppable, man,
I know
unstoppable.
it's hard to
That's
get rid of him,
if
bro.
it
He gotta
was.
go though. It's a
You have to
focus.
realize if it was the if he was on the last year, so easy to move him on from him. But since he got another year left, that's so difficult to do, man, because that's going to put them in the same position that Nicholas Batum was in when they basically bought
mhm.
him out, and he had to put the contract, they had to do the buyout through 3 years, and they're still paying him back. They have to still pay him back on the books for next season, which will be
But
the last year of it. But
that's why I said you make it
but
a
but
pure. Hold up. That's why I said you make it a pure focus because you know it's going to take some time. You know it's going to take some talks. You know it's going to be hard to get rid of. You make it
I
a
see.
main priority, dog. Because that if you make it a prime priority, your focus and your time and your hard work to get rid of him will be overdue because it'll take that time. If you do it late, it's going to be too late. You
I
might as well
mean, at
go
least
ahead
they
and get
give
it
you
done
an
now,
extra
bro.
roster spot. They just
Hold,
need to do
hold,
that.
hold, hold
Nobody.
on, hold on,
The
y'all.
way
Hold on,
you get
y'all.
rid of Hayward,
Hold on,
guys,
y'all.
is
Hold on. We got Purple Baby in the building. What's good, Purple Baby?
what's going on with you?
what's going
Hello.
on.
What's good?
How are you?
Hey, but the way you get rid of Gordon Hayward, guys, is you combined one of those picks with him. You got to make that. You got to make that
I know you got to
trade
make it
sweet.
sweet. You got to make the
Hey,
deal
You got
hold
to
on
sweet.
real
make it
quick,
sweet.
fellas. Hold on real quick, fellas. Since we got Purple Baby in here, as you probably already see, we're discussing about how to retool the Charlotte Hornets. What are your thoughts on basically some key free agents they should go after? How would you want to move the Gordon Hayward contract? What's your thoughts on the conversation?
I would love, first of all, to move Gordon Hayward, but a lot of things outside of his absurd amount of money on his contract, he also has a 15% trade kicker that the Hornets would have to pay out when trading him. So that's another thing. I seen you guys mention his contract, but nobody talked about his trade kicker. And Terry Rozier also has that same trade kicker. Also, I don't know if it's 15%, but I know he has a trade kicker that team would have
Isn't
to.
it like 10? I thought it was like 10%.
Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might be.
That sounds like
But
Justin a little
also
bit.
like with Book Night, like if anything, if the new coaches or whatever, whoever they hire, do bring Book Night up, he will probably be coming off the bench unless you can talk Terry Rozier into coming off the bench, which I don't see. And then as far as Miles Bridges, I seen you guys talking about him, and he needs to be paid. The thing is, are you going to continue to bring him off the bench as a six man? And if not, are you comfortable enough with starting him at the four? And what are you going to do with PJ? Because are you going to trade PJ? Do you want PJ to come off the bench? Montrezl Harrell, do you want to bring him back? It's a lot of stuff that they need to answer.
Man, yeah, and like you notice on the team, they have too much of the same players that play the
Yep.
same position.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a bad time to have this problem when you got a ball on your team because he's ready to win. So, and his contract is up next year. You need to hurry up and do something that's going to make him happy. and I don't think they're gonna be
They
able to
still
do it.
they still got 2 years left on that, Marvin.
Okay, you see them being able to really come around in 2 years with these contracts on their books.
I mean they're gonna have to figure out something. So
And then
Hell, we doing it from way over here, and we can't figure it out. You guys think it's pretty
I
damn
mean
hard?
that's why Mitch get pays that money to be able to do that.
He gonna
So
go and get fired because he ain't gonna be able to do it.
and I
I
would
mean, I
like
hate to say it.
too, as far as Indiana and Gordon, seeing how they're kind of going younger, even if they don't keep Buddy Hield and whatever and Brogdon, I think Miles Bridges would be a better option for them than Gordon Hayward, as he's on the older end. Yes, they need veterans, but I think Miles would be better for them because they have Halliburton, they got Chris Duarte's over there, whether he's a starter or not. They have him, and then even though I don't think Isaiah Jackson is ready to come in and be a starter yet, they also have him. So that's something to think about.
Well, Gordon was. I mean, Dallas was interested in Gordon too. Now, I'm not saying where that's going to go. I heard a lot of people wanting the Dallas big men. They ain't got no big man themselves. They looking for one too. So, I mean, to me, the best one, which he's not a center, is Christian Woods. He's got a friendly contract. He's young. He's in the style of LaMelo Ball, but he's not a true center. So it's kind of hard. So I would say you build through the draft. Because if you can get a good center, young center out of the draft, and then use these Gordon Hayward and maybe Kelly Oubre trades to bring in another piece, then that's when Rave's piece out of Phoenix comes in. What's his name? The center you was talking about, Rave?
DeAndre.
No, not
I wasn't talking about that. I said McGee.
JaVale McGee. That's when you bring JaVale McGee in along with that young center you get out of the draft. And you use those other
difficult. That's gonna be difficult for JaVale McGee to come there.
Mitchell Robinson, goddammit.
But see, Mitch gonna ask for that money, man. Mitch want money,
and JaVale gonna ask for money too, because JaVale don't mind taking the veteran minimum for teams that he know he's gonna win on. He don't know if he's gonna win on the Hornets, so I don't know if he's gonna come there willingly. You're gonna have to entice him with some money.
Okay, he's on a 1 year. He's on a 1 year, $5 million deal.
JaVale fuck with the ball bros. He gonna fuck with Melo. He gonna take a cheap contract.
And he's on a 1 year, $5 million deal.
He may. I don't know, but from what it seems like in past, him basically hopping around the past few years, and I could be wrong, but it seems like he'll take minimum for these top-notch teams such as the Lakers, the Suns, plays like that. Sure. But if he wants to come to a team that he knows that's not contending, because Charlotte is not in the contentions of contending to win right now. So I don't know if he'll want to take that deal unless he gets some money.
So the highest player the highest contract on the team is Hayward. He's definitely not the best player. He's definitely not the best player. So just like Rave said and I said, that's the first contract that has to be moved. It has to be moved. If you can get out, I know it's hard, but you got to sweeten the field with a pick. You have to.
But like Purple Baby said, he has that 15% kicker, and I don't know if Jordan wants to pay that.
Well, he's gonna have to do something, or is he gonna lose LaMelo Ball? Period.
I mean,
okay.
They kind of stuck. They listen, man. They are in a bad position right now.
That's right.
They are in a bad position right now, man.
If their team ain't winning and their superstar is coming up on a contract, that's bad news. Bad news. See, you know the difference in that is the Bulls. See, with Zach LaVine, even though he wants to go out and explore free agency, if we lose Zach LaVine, that money's coming off our books. I mean, we're not paying that contract. So the Bulls going to be able to recover from that. But if Charlotte's in a different
go out and
position,
go find somebody to replace him.
That's right. Charlotte's in a different position.
I'm telling you.
You said what? You said what, Unstoppable?
It's gonna be Bradley if he won't. It's gonna be Bradley Beal. Watch.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Liangelo.
He already said and he said he wanted to come. He said he wanted to come too. Well, listen, let me tell you this, Unstoppable. Not only has Bradley Beal, quiet as it kept, said they wanted to come to Chicago, there's been quite a few top-notch stars say they'll come to Chicago now. So that's why I
Right.
ain't saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What do you guys
That's
think about
because
Donovan Mitchell?
I find that funny because
That'd be a good fit.
I find that funny. And
Me
they see the
personally, I
potential.
think Donovan Mitchell, especially looking in terms of the future, Donovan Alonzo in the same age range. So that will look good. Donovan will complement Lonzo really well.
Okay, Donovan
And
Mitchell
and
is.
But
Hold on,
and
who's
wait,
to
that's
wait,
the
take
wait.
that's
issue.
the
And that's
thing?
the
They're not
issue
gonna
with Donovan. That's the issue
but
with
they're not
Donovan.
gonna take
Donovan
Jason.
doesn't have
No.
Donovan doesn't have no one that complements him really well.
Oh, size, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
Man,
Hey,
that will be
wait. Ladies and gentlemen.
hey, Rico. Hey, I like that. I like that. I like that.
But they
I
not
like. Hold
taking
on, I
Zach.
like that. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I like that. Star wise, scoring wise, might be fun, but we'll be just repeating what the Bulls' issue right now. Size.
What Rave?
Hold
Rave,
on,
how
listen
is
to me.
he?
Listen to me
Rave, can
though.
I
Well,
ask you a
listen.
question?
All year, okay, here, listen to me.
Rave,
All year, the Bulls been talking about size.
at
Last
the
thing we
Yep.
need
center,
to
not
go
at
do
the
is
guard
take away
spot,
a 6'5"
at the center position.
shooting guard to a 6'1" shooting guard. That's the last thing we need to do.
I don't
You
Rave,
think
always talk
Donovan
about
Mitchell
Rave, wait,
6'1".
size.
Channel, can I address
Stalling
that?
that,
Rave,
Ray.
Rave, 1 second. It's called cross matchups. Now, of course, Donovan Mitchell may be a 6'3" or 6'4" shooting guard, so he may be undersized.
Yeah.
Devin Booker is 6'4", 6'5". No one's killing him, but whatever, because Chris Paul 6'1". No one is killing the Phoenix Suns backcourt for being undersized. But okay, I'll go by with what you said.
No, but we
You have
killing.
a
I'm
6'6"
going by
point
what?
guard. Listen, Rafe, you got a
Okay.
6'6" point guard. Therefore, you're allowed leeway to go and get a 6'3" shooting guard. Because it don't matter who he's guarding anyways. Yes, he's a 6'4" shooting guard. It don't matter. Lonzo Ball is gonna guard the other team's
Yeah,
best
he'll
scorer
cover that up.
regardless. So you
He'll
can
cover that up.
always put him on a 6'2" point guard. Donovan Mitchell will guard the 6'2" point guard if he's not the primary scoring option.
Why?
If you
Why?
need
Okay, but let me
Donovan
ask you
Mitchell
like
to
this.
guard some off-ball player like a Bogdanovich,
Okay.
But
who gives
Utah
a
is
fuck if
not
he's
taking
six
Zach
four,
LaVine
bro?
guy.
Like for
Exactly.
real, who
Utah
gives a
is
fuck
not
if
That's the
if
Zach
perfect
LaVine.
Donovan
example.
Mitchell is
That's
six
the
four
perfect
when you need him
example.
to guard Bogdanovich or Tyler Hero? Nobody cares. Those 2 inches they're not going nowhere, bro.
Bro,
Lonzo
okay.
Ball is the team's best defender. Whether we like it or not, he's gonna get stuck guarding anywhere between John Morant to Devin Booker to
To
Kevin
Trey
Durant. It
Young.
don't matter. That's what a cross matchup is. Lonzo Ball will guard that height mismatch you're worrying about.
Okay, I'm also not just thinking about that though. I'm thinking about what the Bulls have done this year, and he's not 6'3", 6'1". Okay, like I said, Donovan Mitchell's 6'1". It's even worse. Keep trying to tell y'all, nigga, it's a huge height difference. And
So
not only he's a huge height difference. I'm going by what the Bulls have done this year, what we've complained about all year. We complained about size, how we're all too small. We need some big man. And also, we just did a combination of Zach and DeMar. I don't need another combination, Donovan Mitchell and
Donovan
DeMar.
Mitchell doesn't play
What do you
nothing
want?
like
Okay,
DeMar.
bro. Here's what am I saying? Here's what I'm
Not
saying.
everybody who
So the
scores play like
Chicago
DeMar
Bulls,
DeRozan, Ray. This
listen
is
what I'm
the
saying.
problem.
Chicago Bulls just did a DeMar experience. I think they finally learned their issue. Hopefully, we should be able to get Lonzo this time, running the offense this time, because it failed.
But
Hopefully, we
Donovan
get
Mitchell
Lonzo
doesn't
running
try
the
to run
offense.
the
I
offense.
don't
That's
need
why
a
they got
Donovan
Mike
Mitchell. I
Conley,
don't need
Ray.
bro.
They
I
just
don't
got Mike
need.
Conley for the exact reason you're
Bro, my
worrying
nigga,
about.
my nigga. So let's get fucking Donovan Mitchell. I bet you gonna fuck things up just like DeMar
What do
did.
you mean? If they
I
get
really
Donovan
believe it,
Mitchell, what's
bro.
their issue is still gonna be their paint defense. He's not fucking up nothing.
Man, I
the
don't
What the
know.
issue,
fuck?
their
It don't
issue,
matter if he's 6'1" and
exact
6'9". Vucevic soft ass will be the reason why they fucking lose. Like
Bro,
that's what
that's
the
why you
problem is.
go get
I'm
a
just
bro.
saying,
nigga.
if you're
Okay,
gonna
that's why
lose
you
Zach
Ray,
always.
LaVine,
there
That's
you
why
might
you
as
go get a
look. Listen,
fucking
Ray.
Mitchell Robertson
If
or
Ray, if you're
JaVale,
gonna
my
lose
nigga.
Zach LaVine, or if you're worried
Yeah,
about
go
losing
get a
Zach
Mitchell
LaVine, you
Robinson.
might as well just send him to Utah and get Donovan Mitchell back.
Hell no, fucking
That's
bro,
the best
man.
course because
That
y'all
means
don't
we're
want to
not,
lose Zach LaVine and get
Rico.
stuck
We're
with
not. That means
Lonzo and
that
Vucevic and
means
D-Word,
we're
DeMar
not.
D-Word,
We're
DeRozan.
and he
not.
want to go to
Rico, we're not
Utah.
doing any.
He's
Rico,
not.
that means.
Utah's
It's not
not
about it
taking
whether
the
he
guy.
wants to. It's a
Utah.
sign and
Why would
trade.
Utah? Why
No,
would
I'm
Utah
not
take a
arguing,
guard
Rico. I'm
with
not arguing
Utah?
what Donovan Mitchell brings, bro. What I'm arguing is, we just had a Zach and DeMar.
But
We don't need a damn Donovan
DeMar
Mitchell and
and Donovan
DeMar.
Mitchell are nothing alike.
Oh my God, man, this shit ain't gonna be good.
Like, what do you like? That's
What I'm
like saying
telling you
we
is,
just
if
had
we
Shaq and
okay,
Kobe. Now we're gonna
okay,
run it back with
Rico,
Cat. Like
Rico,
that, Cat and Shaq ain't shit alike, bro.
Okay, let's make a if bet. Let's make an if bet. If the Bulls make a trade, get Donovan fucking Mitchell, we'll do a $40 bet
Y'all still gonna
that he's
suck.
gonna be a huge
Y'all
fuck
still
up,
gonna
like
suck.
when we got DeMar
It don't
DeRozan. How
even
much you
matter.
bet on that?
It doesn't matter. Y'all still gonna suck. That's not
Ray,
Donovan Mitchell,
Ray,
Zach
as
LaVine,
Ray,
and Lonzo
as
Ball
Rick,
aren't the
hold
We're
problem.
on,
not going by that, bro. We're trying
That's
to.
hold on.
Your
Hold
problem
on.
is
The issue,
Vucevic, and y'all don't want to give
Maybe
up
we
on
still
him.
gonna
That's the
suck, nigga.
problem.
They still that.
And
Hold
Unstoppable already
bro.
explained why the Bulls don't want to
Rico.
give up on Vucevic. And I respect
Bro,
that. You
don't
invested a
disrespect
lot
the
into
Bulls, bro,
Vucevic,
Rico.
so you
Rico,
can't give
don't
up on
disrespect
him.
the
I
Bulls. They still
understand that.
number one team.
But
Stop it. Don't disrespect the Bulls.
that's not the problem.
Don't disrespect
The
the
same
Bulls.
way we was talking about
Vooch is
Jeremy
not the
Grant as
problem
if
either,
Jeremy Grant
Rico.
was
Vooch
gonna
is not
fix
the
this
problem.
problem.
Vooch is a
Jeremy
4. Vooch
Grant
is
was
a
never
4.
gonna fix shit, bro.
Vooch is
Who said
not the
Jeremy Grant? I said
problem,
no damn
Rico.
Jeremy
A
Grant.
lot of us, Rave, you definitely did around the
No,
trade
fuck, I
deadline.
did. I
A
said
lot
Rui
of people were talking
Hachimura,
about
nigga.
Jeremy Grant at the
I
power
said
forward
Rucci
when
or
Patrick Williams wasn't there.
I
lot of
said
people.
no. I said him when we fucking couldn't get no damn body. And the trades was coming up, the playoffs was coming up. I said, yeah, fuck it, go get Jeremy Grant. But all season I've been preaching Rucci Horumara, and I've been saying that to this day. That's what I really.
He doesn't fix nothing.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, the
He
fuck he
cannot
does.
including,
guard no center
including,
either.
that's
Bro,
There's
he
no
ain't
that's
saying
no
center
yes,
he
he
can
point.
does.
guard,
You're
bro.
goofy, bro.
There's no center he
Ray,
can
there's
guard to
no
cover up for
point.
Hey man,
Vucevic.
hey, y'all gotta let me take
Rico,
some chat. Y'all
Rico,
educate
Rico,
yourselves on Rui Hachimura. Y'all need to really
Rico,
educate yourselves.
I ain't
Rico,
going about
Rico,
to
That
educate
is a
myself on an
6 foot.
11 seed wave
That is a
who's
6
not
foot
even
9
starting over
small
Kyle
forward
Kuzma.
that
I'm
runs
not
the
I'm
floor
not
straight to
educating
the
him
red.
over a role player who can't start over Kyle
Ray,
Kuzma.
Educate yourself on
Ray.
You're
that.
out of
I
your
mean,
fucking mind.
Rico. Who would
Educate
you,
yourself on
who
that,
would
bro.
you take in this right now? Who would you take, Rico? Would you still? Because the thing is, though, if you're talking about going for Rui Hachimura, you might as well basically throw Patrick Williams
Thank you,
over there
George
to the
Garber in the
Wizards.
chat.
Exactly. For what? Patrick
Because
Williams,
Rui
in my opinion,
Hachimura
next
and
year
Patrick
will be
Williams
better
is the
than Rui
same type of
anyway.
player.
Shit's stupid, bro.
What's the
Patrick
point?
Williams and Rui is the same player.
It's stupid, bro.
They're both they're both tweeners. They're small forward, power forwards. We don't know what the hell they are yet. That's what they are. But
I know
that
who Rui
does not
Hachimura is.
fix
Do your
the
education.
problem at
That's just
center.
you don't know because you don't do your education
Ricky
about Rui
Williams, a
Hachimura.
small
Rui
forward
does
that's
not
playing a
fix
Do
power
your
or
forward.
cover up
education,
for
bro. Like I
Vucevic,
said,
bro. There's nothing you
bro.
can say
Like I
about that.
said, bro. Do your education on it, bro.
Can Rui play center and cover up for Vucevic?
Yes, he can. Do
No.
your education
No,
on it, bro. Do your
no,
education on it, bro.
no.
They
Rui is
not
not that
courting
great.
Do your
him. They
education
courting
on him,
Mitchell
bro.
Robinson. Mitchell
Do your
Robinson is the
education
But
person
on
they
that's what
him,
I'm
want,
bro.
saying. If
Rico.
you got Mitchell Robinson, then you don't need Rui anyways.
Y'all need to
You're
put your
good
do
at
your
center.
education
That's
on
who
him,
they
bro.
getting. They're not looking for Rudy. They're gonna get Mitch. They're trying to get
It's
Mitchell
tough. Like
and keep.
Oh,
you
for
guys
sure.
got
Oh
a
wait,
billion
no. Oh,
dollar
for sure, get
problem
your
and you trying
center.
to solve it
For
with a
sure, you gotta get
$5,
your
bro.
center, but
That's
Rui,
what you got.
bro.
You got a
Like, do your
$1 billion
education on
problem. You trying to solve this shit by going to Dollar Tree and seeing what you could get. That's not how that shit works, bro.
him,
You
man.
need to go out there and spend money to fix this big ass problem you got.
Oh yeah, you
which
definitely need
is
a center, but get
being
your. Oh, you're right. You're right.
undersized
We need a
in
center.
the
Ain't
center
nobody
position.
arguing
That's like
that,
That's
my
the
nigga.
that's
issue.
like
Bro,
saying yeah. That's
bro,
like
ain't
they
nobody
really thought
arguing. We
Tristan
need that
Thompson was
fucking
gonna fix
center.
the problem.
Duh, nigga, you're
That's the
arguing
funny
a
part.
unvalid point, nigga. We know we need a fucking center. What I'm telling you is, do your education about Rui Hachimura. That is a small forward, 6'9", that can grab boards, run the floor, spread the floor, and he's not gonna put no egos. He's not gonna do too much. He's gonna play the team and play his fucking role. He's gonna be
I'm
perfect.
good. I'd rather have Kyle Kuzma.
You're
He's better
goofy.
than him.
He adds size
Kyle
to the team.
Kuzma is better
Put
than
your
him. I'm good.
education on
And
Rui
I'd rather
Hachimura.
stick with
Put
Patrick
your
Williams. He's
education on
a
him,
Thank
bro.
you.
better
Like
defender,
you want me
including
to get
including the
not
fact
Kyle
that Patrick
Kuzma. You
Williams
want me
was
to get Kyle
grabbing
Kuzma's backup.
9 to
That
10
shit is
boards a
funny.
game,
Educate him,
who's a
bro.
better rebounder than Rui.
Talk to me. Put educate him,
Exactly.
bro.
I'd rather just go with Kyle Kuzma. He's better than him. What's
Bro,
the
nigga said
problem?
Kyle. Bro, no, Kyle Kuzma's horrible. That's
No,
big
he's better
egos,
than Rui,
bro.
bro.
Because Kyle Kuzma. No, listen.
You
Kyle
just don't like
Kuzma.
Kuzma
No,
because
no,
he's a
no.
ball chuck.
Kyle
That's why
Kuzma
you
is
don't
a
like him. You think he has an
Kyle
ego. No,
Kuzma.
he's
Okay.
just better than
Okay.
Rui,
Okay.
bro.
See, I can talk to education about these guys. Yeah, You're right. Kyle Kuzma, scoring wise, he cool with it.
And
But at the same
rebounding.
time,
He
okay, but at
averages
the
8 a
same time,
game.
he's
And
gonna
he
be an
plays defense.
inconvenience. He's gonna be an inconvenience, and you fucking know it. He's like
How?
Brandon Ingram. You know
How?
it. You
How
don't
is
know
Brandon?
him.
Why? How the fuck did Brandon Ingram
You're
come
a
in this
Laker
conversation,
fan.
Rave?
Rico, are you not a Laker fan? Are you not a
Yes,
Laker fan?
yes, I am.
Okay, me and you both know Brandon Ingram and Kyle Kuzma When they know that zone
Watch
is
your
on
mouth
their
on
team,
Brandon Ingram,
you
Raves.
know
We
good
don't
and
know
well,
shit.
bro.
You're
You
just
know
a
good
hater.
and well.
We
Bro,
don't
you
know
know
shit.
good and well. Kyle
You're a
Kuzma
Brandon
probably
Ingram
go.
hater. I
No,
don't
bro.
even. We still
No,
can't
yo,
figure that
Rico,
shit out.
you're trying to talk because I'm about to say the real truth about it. Kyle
No, you
Kuzma
gonna call
is
both
gonna
of them
use
ball
every
hogs, and
advantage. No,
neither of them
bro.
are ball
You
hogs.
know it, bro.
That's
You
what
won't
you
even let
about
me
to do.
finish it. You won't even let me finish it.
Go
You know
ahead.
good and well
Go,
Kyle
Rave. Go
Kuzma
ahead.
is
Finish.
going. You see, look at he won't even finish
Go
it.
ahead and
You
finish,
know
Rave.
Kyle Kuzma won't even focus on the game. He always gonna grab Lonzo, pull him to the side, and always say, "Give me the ball." I have a big ass ego about it. Him and
You
Brandon
got
Ingram
you
did
got
it
a
all the time
videotape
because they
of
know
that,
they
of
can do
proof
it.
of that.
Nigga,
You
huh?
got proof of that somehow?
Every
Is
fucking
this
game,
just
go look.
speculation, bro?
Go look. They asked for
What?
the
Go
ball
look
from
at
him
what?
all
I watched
the time.
Lonzo Ball literally give
Oh
Kuzma the
man,
ball
bro.
every play.
Bro, Shamari ain't gonna
Give it
ask
to
for the
him. That's
ball.
how
He got
Lonzo
big
plays.
ego, bro.
The
All
same
right,
way
man.
DeMar wasn't pulling Lonzo to the side. Lonzo was just giving DeMar the ball. That's
Man,
how he
DeMar running
played.
that ball, bro. Don't do
The
that.
same
DeMar
way
wanted the
Brandon
ball.
Ingram wasn't
DeMar
pulling
wanted the
Lonzo to the
ball.
side.
DeMar most definitely
Lonzo was
wanted the
just
ball.
giving it to him. That's how he plays. Get
Oh, for
over
sure
it.
he does. He does
That's
get guys
how
the
he
ball,
plays, bro. So
bro.
what?
Come on, Rico. Let's not be
He's not Chris
sarcastic.
Paul. Get
Yes, he
over
gave
it.
up the
He's
ball.
not going to
You're
dominate the
being
offense.
sarcastic. You're being
Get over it.
sarcastic. You're being sarcastic.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
I've been
are. Yeah,
telling y'all
duh,
this shit
nigga,
for a
duh. He
year.
fucking gives up the ball.
I've been
But you know
telling y'all
that
for a
niggas
year
ask for the
Lonzo
ball
Ball's an
too.
off-ball point guard.
Yeah, they
He's
ask
not
for
going to
the
run
ball too. Like,
95%
come
of the
on,
offense.
bro. All right,
Y'all
man.
keep on with this
Come on,
dumb shit like it's like you ain't
listen.
watched
I know
5
you're
years
Kyle
already.
Kuzma. You know who Kyle Kuzma is, bro. We both who know who Kyle Kuzma is, bro.
Yes, I do. He's an inconsistent player, but
And he
he
gonna ask
still
for the
gives
fucking
you
ball every
15
time.
points and 8 rebounds.
We
And he
don't need
plays
another
defense.
over ego, a consistent nigga.
What ego? You don't
He
know
gonna
these
ask for the
people.
fucking ball. He gonna ruin
You
shit,
everybody asks for the ball.
bro. Not
Okay,
like that,
guys.
nigga.
Every single NBA player asks for the ball when
Not
they're
like
open,
that,
bro.
nigga. Not like that, nigga.
Bro, you
All
want
right,
role
about the
players to
games
fix this
today,
problem. It's
guys.
not gonna help.
All right, about the games today. Give me some takes.
You're saying role player. I'm saying what fits perfect through that lineup.
Games today.
Draymond Green got suspended.
Suspended. I thought he just got kicked
I'm
out.
sorry. No,
Oh,
I'm
he
sorry.
did
He
get.
got kicked out the game. I apologize. But you know, the playoffs really don't start until Draymond gets kicked out. So I get.
Me and Rico can agree.
I already know. Yo, game 1 of the playoffs started today, y'all.
That nigga's ejected. Now the playoffs started. Hey, that's
So
what you know. Shit going
Golden
down,
State's
nigga.
gonna win that series. Is that what y'all saying?
They should. They definitely should. I think they're clicking. They're hitting on all cylinders. The Grizzlies, they just had a tough series with the Timberwolves. That sounds awkward to say, but they definitely just did have a tough series.
Yeah, the
What do you guys
corner
think
was
about the Bucks and the Celtics? The Celtics actually held Giannis down to 9 and 25, I believe, but he still had a triple double. Played amazing defense.
I
That's
know,
how
man.
listen, bro.
I'm
That's
I'm,
how dangerous
all I
Giannis
want to do.
is,
I just
bro.
want to hear you guys take on that because the other day all I heard was Boston, and Milwaukee couldn't handle them, and it looked like Milwaukee went down to Boston and beat
Yeah,
them in game 1.
yeah. When they said that, I was laughing in my heart, nigga.
That's a fact.
I told people there's only 2 teams I'm scared of:
As a matter
Philly
of fact,
and
half the guys
Giannis.
who were saying it not even
Philly
here
and
today.
Giannis,
Half the
nigga.
guys they were saying it just yesterday, and now they not here today.
Oh yeah, they know that. That's stupid. Stupid, nigga.
And the series is not over, but I believe the best defensive team played today, I think, or they're going to say the Celtics just didn't shoot the ball well. Well, that's called good defense to me, I think.
Man, listen, let me tell you something. To Celtics credit, yes, they have proven people are surprised because I knew Celtics were going to do a little something, but I didn't know it was going to be this good. Yes, I agree. They have the number 1 defense. They do. They have quality players. They now have Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown playing good, and that's cool and all. And they most definitely won their first round of the series in the playoffs this year. So I can see where the hype is all about. Nigga, Giannis.
Thank you.
Giannis is just nigga. The nigga has a 20-pack on his forehead. Like, the nigga has so much muscle. It's ridiculous. The nigga's athleticism is ridiculous. He is the only person that's been so damn dominant like this, nigga. It's been Shaq. Okay.
And Rico,
We
Since
talking
to
Shaq.
you,
about someone
Rico,
who threw
you
an
said he
alley
went
oop
nine.
off the
Rico, you
backboard
said he
to
went.
himself for fun.
Think of this, Rico. You said he went 9 for 25, and they won
Yeah,
the game by 11.
yeah.
Bro.
You want to hear something else, Marvin? They forced Boston to take about 50 threes.
I know
Bro.
it. No, they don't force them. That's
49
they
threes.
style.
Ain't that some shit, bro? They locked the
We were
paint
Giannis,
down.
just on
That's
this
why
Giannis
that
the
panel
only
yesterday.
player.
Hold up. We were just on this panel yesterday. Unstoppable asked me, they asked me why the Bulls didn't win that series. And I told them because they were not hitting their shots. The Bucks defense philosophy is to give you the three. If you miss it, you're gonna lose the game. They missed
yes.
them, they lost the game.
Did you ever hear
Also, one more thing. Drew Holiday, I told him yesterday. He had 25 today. They always saying Drew not gonna do nothing, and he always end up playing against
I
one of
want
the best players and scoring the high. He was right up under Giannis,
Marvin.
25 points. Actually, he
I'm
had more
I,
points than Giannis.
Marvin. I'm thankful you brought up that name. I am tired of the Drew Holiday disrespect, bro. I am
They gonna
tired of
quit
it.
it.
This man, I don't care if he's not averaging 20 to 25 points per game. He is one of the best point guard, shooting guard, combo guards, whatever the fuck you want to call him. He
And
is one of the
defenders.
best top 5 in the NBA at what he does.
Yeah,
He can
and he
do
runs the
everything
team.
offensively. And when it comes to defense, he is top 3, maybe top 1. That's how
Yeah,
fucking good he is, bro.
yeah.
And
Well, no,
there
the
is
reason I
no
brought him up,
mismatch in
because
the NBA for
yeah,
Drew Holiday unless you want to trade him and have him guard the person who is his teammate right now. That's
yeah.
the
Well, let me
only
tell you
player
this.
I could say
I'm
Do
gonna
you
he
say
hear
can't
this.
about
guard.
the? Y'all ever
I'm gonna
heard? Y'all ever heard the Milwaukee Bucks breakdown, bro? They put their hands in and they say 1, 2, 3 defense. Nigga,
yeah.
their shit is really will lock your shit down if they really wanted to. They will lock your shit down,
Listen,
bro. They pride
they were
themselves in.
just telling me yesterday
They
on
don't
this
even
panel
give
that
up
Drew
corner
Holiday
threes. They
was
only
not
give
going to
up
be a
top of the
factor.
key threes. That's
And
the
I
funny
told
part.
him that he was. I told him Drew Holiday was going to be a factor. Now he's not going to wow you. He's not going to be dunking, but he plays against the best, one of the best players against on the other team, and he's usually hitting the big shots. And he keeps the tempo of the same pace for them Bucks. And he is a difference maker. They hadn't won a championship until they got him. When they
So
got him, they
shout out to
won.
Hoop Dragon in the chat. Shout out Hoop Dragon.
Yeah, he
I'm
was talking
sorry.
about it yesterday.
Let's just say he's the best two-way combo guard in the NBA. That's it.
Well,
He's
he's
the
gonna get
best
his props.
two-way combo guard.
Giannis is the only person that could run from half court, take 2 steps, and slam posterize on half of your team in the paint and
And
dunk them.
it's time to get him
And
the
he
Bucks
does
coach
it without no
some
sweat, bro.
props too.
Just
Time
ridiculous.
to
Yeah.
get a Bucks coach some props too. He's a good coach.
And
Milwaukee
they,
Bucks coach.
and that general manager, all of them. That man, this
Wait.
team,
Hold on.
this team has been pieced
Don't give all
together
that.
perfectly, bro. Perfectly.
Wait. Don't give all that props to the coach. The coach
You
is
do
just.
a lot.
Here's what I'm saying. The coach is just coming off of what Jason Kidd started. Jason Kidd had
Nah,
Giannis.
I can't do that, Ray.
I mean,
I'll
to
let you
start him
finish,
off,
but I can't do that.
Jason Kidd was really starting off correct.
But
Really
what
yeah,
I'm saying, Rave, is Mike Budenholzer's defense has nothing to do with what Jason Kidd had going on, and that's where I think the Bucks.
Giannis, though.
No,
But Giannis is
Giannis.
Giannis.
I don't care what coach is there. Giannis, in my
Yeah,
opinion, was always going to be Giannis. But what I'm saying is to utilize the personnel you had and make this perfect defense. Where in today's NBA, everybody wants to shoot threes, and you're actually giving up the 3 ball, and you're still consistent winning a championship.
I agree.
Mike Budenholzer, the general
that's his
manager,
philosophy.
Giannis, everybody on that roster organization, top to bottom, they all deserve a hell of a lot of credit, bro. Because they're doing something that none of us thought would happen.
Lopez is big on that team too. He means a lot. Lopez.
Yes. And he was injured the whole season, and he came back without missing a step, bro.
I agree.
That's just a testament to his fit on the team.
I'm not saying the series is over. I just like to, if some of the guys from yesterday would come on here because they were so hell bent saying that Boston might even sweep Milwaukee. I told them yesterday, don't think they're gonna sweep the Bucks, man. They're not gonna sweep the Bucks. And here it is, the first game. And who looked like had the best defense? Milwaukee did.
Yep. I just think it's crazy Milwaukee could do what they do defensively to every team in the NBA. It don't matter if you're a good 3-point shooting team or a bad one. Like your offensive philosophy could be to score 100 points in the paint every night. The Bucks will still make you take about 43s. Like that's how committed they are to what they do. And that's really just that shows what a championship caliber team is.
And then
You
they shoot
stick to
high
your game
percentage
plan
shots.
100% of the time. You can
And
never
then
see
they
the
shoot
Golden
high
State Warriors
percentage
doing
shots.
some
Yeah,
shit that we don't see
that's
Golden
right.
State doing.
And
That's what they do.
they shoot high percentage shots, and they get an 8 to 6 point lead, and you try to catch up by shooting threes and keep missing. Before you know it, you're down 15. It's too late.
Exactly. And I was saying, Marvin, they don't give up the corner three either. It's on top of the key.
They now have Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown.
Somebody mute your mic. Somebody mute your mic. Somebody
and
mute
they
their mic.
won their first round of the series.
Yo, somebody mute their mic.
To see where the hype is on.
What the fuck?
Nigga.
Hey, somebody mute their mic, bro.
Who is that?
I don't know, but we got Hoop Jargon in the building. What's good, Hoop Jargon?
What up, Hoop Jargon?
Hey, what up?
Good, Hoop. What's good? Hey, before I let Hoop Jargon cook, I want to tell everyone to like and subscribe to the channel, his channel. Those of you that like football, Hoop Jargon got some exclusive draft coverage content on his page. I was checking some of the video out. It was top exclusive where he was actually in the draft room with some of the rookies, and they was giving some of the press conference after they got picked. So make sure y'all check those video out. Definitely, if you into football and that type of stuff. So I just want to share that about Hoop Jargon.
What is that link? What is that link? What is that link?
Bro.
Hoop Jargon. Shout out your information.
We'll get it to you.
All right.
Right.
Hey, you there?
Yeah.
Still here, Hoop Jargon?
Yeah, he's here. He just muted his mic.
Yeah, I'm here.
I told him.
It sounds like it's two conversations going on at one time.
Oh, okay. I see what's wrong. Hoojari, you got two things playing because you're in the background via the stream.
Oh man, yeah, I'm over here tripping. All right, yeah, I'm good now. Wow.
Yeah, you good.
Hey, who?
I'm over here making rookie mistakes, bro.
Who did we try to tell him yesterday? Who did we try to tell him yesterday about Giannis and the Bucks? Didn't we try to tell him?
Man, hey, it is what it is, man. You seeing a tough out, man. Like that's a team that wasn't no fluke. They're gonna play hard. Giannis doing his damn thing. But I want to say this too. Thank y'all. Well, thank you for the endorsement. You know what I'm saying? I'll be out here trying to put on, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
With the draft coverage and all that. So yeah, I went down to Vegas. I live in LA. So it was a lot of work. And to get in those rooms, man, you got to be on point. And so I appreciate that, man, of endorsing the channel, man.
Yeah. The Bucks ain't no joker yet, and it ain't number game one. I'm not saying they're gonna win this series, but they put the pressure on Boston already.
Yeah, it's gonna be a damn good series if both teams play defense. And like I was just speaking about with Boston, it's incredible how you can change your future when you commit to defense. You commit to defense, man, you'd be surprised what kind of opportunities open up. And what you're seeing with Boston is that Jaylen Brown, Tatum dynamic that we've been waiting on for a minute. It's finally starting to because basically they're maturing. Because if you remember, like Tatum was on some Kobe 2.0 shit like 2 years ago, because he was still trying to find his way. You know what I mean? And maybe Brad Stevens wasn't the best disciplinarian, and so their dynamic was a little out of whack because Jaylen Brown been putting that work in before him, right? So now they kind of both feeling yin and yang, and so it's a good thing to see, man, because Boston was dead in the water, man. Like shit, to start this season off, right? And then 2 years ago, it's like, damn, like they got all that talent. They can't figure it out. So it's going to be a damn good series, man. And it's going to be a throwback series because I like two teams that commit to defense because we know damn sure we don't see that no more in this league.
Well, how about interchangeable parts? They lose Middleton and Bobby Portis stepped right in.
Oh, yeah.
Everything was based on, to a lot of Celtic fans, everything on the series was based on because Middleton was out. Well, they didn't play without Middleton, and I knew they could do it with Bobby Portis. As long as you got Giannis, though, And I don't care if he goes 9 for 25. He still had one of the highest plus minus on the team, and he went 9 for 25. But he does so many other things. When he pass out and those guys hit them threes, Connaughton and all them, well, that kills you, man. And
Can I
he's
add
always
something,
taking
Marvin?
high percentage shots. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say a lot of people may have looked this over, or not looked it over. They may have looked past it. But Drew Holiday was actually more worthy of an All-Star vote this season than Chris Middleton. So even if people would say, yeah, they're missing, that's the wrong person that you know, not saying you wanted to get injured, but if you wanted to say like the best chance to win a series, y'all probably would have been better off with Drew Holiday going out instead of Chris Middleton.
Oh yeah,
That
team is worse. That team is worse if Drew is not there than it is if Middleton is not there. Drew is the engine. He's everything.
He's the game breaker. Because if you remember 2 years ago when they put that wall up on Giannis, they needed a versatile guard who can open that up, and that's Drew. Yeah. Like, you know, because I mean, we're being honest, Drew was the best player on his team damn his whole career. And so you come over there as a third wheel when you can crank it up to first wheel if you need to. That's like a hidden gem, you know what I'm saying, having a guy like that. So absolutely.
Yeah, and he's never out of control, always under control, always he makes the right plays. I mean, he's always doing something. I mean, like I said, the reason I'm bringing him up because they kind of said he wasn't no good last night on the panel. And I told him, I said, man, if you think Drew Holiday ain't good, you got the wrong man. Because I believe, I don't know who it was, but he said he's going to have 7 points and 5 rebounds tonight.
Marvin, that's my fault. I sincerely apologize. This panel has been going crazy when I miss days. So I do apologize. Me and Rave have noticed that, right, Rave? Yes, it's like we take a day off and this entire panel just started. I don't even want to say it. Y'all out of control sometimes.
Listen to me.
Shit is crazy.
Hold on. Listen to me. Hey, Rico, I'm so glad you said that. Hoop Jargon, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Please tell these guys that the NFL draft is no motherfucking joke. Please.
In what way? What you mean?
For example, like people think it's just drafting. Okay. It's dead ass calculations, incomings, surprises. Niggas is writing shit down, all that shit. Mm-hmm. I literally took a break that weekend, but to get off Fox Sports TV because I had to do. I didn't cover like Hoop Jargon did, but I was all in the panels, all in the analysis. I was the very few that heard that my boy Howard Brown got traded from the Ravens. Mm-hmm. A lot of shit happened to my Ravens because a lot of shit went down. Trades, picks, movements, all that shit. I had to get educated on that because I'm I say that I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. So I had to take the time out to do it. Nigga, tell me why. I'm like, okay, Fox Sports TV, we solid. You know, I trust in them to hold it down. It's all good. Me and Rico take a break out there. I take a break. Like I come back because I came back to stream the other day, yesterday. That time I took a break to cover the Ravens to get my education on. These niggas talking hot grease about Zoe. Hot grease.
Oh, nigga, God, bro.
Hot. And it wasn't even just in the panel was allowing it. The moderators in the chat was entertained. I said, what type of I'm so glad I'm here because they know you can't get away with that bullshit. I'm gonna get your ass. You cannot niggas talking that hot grease about Zoe. That shit had me dead. I was like, nah.
Shoot, Hoop was on here. Hoop was on here when it was doing that.
Bro, you wasn't there, Murgot, I think. Bro, they was
I wasn't there because I was too busy focused on my Falcons and what we was trying to do. You know, even though, and I listen, Rave, man. I have to say, I have to say this, man. You know, I have to say this, man. You know, the Ravens always have the draft I want, and I can't. Like, I love y'all, but I can't stand y'all at the same time because y'all always have the draft I want, man.
Bro, okay, I mean, to be fair, the Eagles took some.
What you about to say, Hoop Jargon?
No, I was about to say, man, the Lions had a good draft too, man.
They did, man. Wow, they did, man. That move to move up to get Jameson Williams. Yeah, woo, that was tough, man. That was tough, man.
So Murgot,
that was tough.
You wasn't there because you're doing your draft analysis too. And I was doing that as well. But you understand is, it was literally because I came to first whatever yesterday, came back, I missed the weekend, and what these motherfuckers don't understand is I pay attention to the chat. I literally, like, I'm at work and I'm replaying the whole entire fucking stream. What was going on? Sky was in this panel talking greasy. That chat was hot and greasy, roasting Zoe, called him a bust. I mean, they was on his shit. I said, are you
Boy,
serious?
yes.
I was heated. I was like, y'all only do this shit when Rave or someone that's gonna be on that ass ain't here. I was like, that shit lame.
They're trying that shit last night. You know, I wasn't going last night. You know, I was on the stream before I pulled up at the little lounge I went to. But yeah, I wasn't going last night. I like, nah. But you know, I was surgical with it. I was like, okay, explain this to me. Why is he a bust? Why is he this? Why is he that? Oh, stats. Okay, well, we don't go off stats and then shout out to FYF. He hopped on here too and kind of doubled down on that notion. But you know what time it is. It's goofy season right now. Like everybody goes going, you forget the whole season happened. You don't remember nothing in context. You just throw out numbers, and then everybody just argues numbers. Like, no, bro. Argue the shit in the right context. Argue what the season looked like, how you change a team. And you can't tell me that Zoe ain't impact how the Bulls play, bro. I'm sorry, because before Zoe showed up, now DeRozan came too. Caruso came as well. So it's not like just him by himself, but like don't act like the Bulls were a expected team to do anything in the playoffs or even make the playoffs for that matter. So, you know, we got to cut the goofy shit out, man.
Hey, hoop jargon. I'm just gonna tell y'all this: DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine ain't never touch an MVP ladder until they met Lonzo Ball. All them number one seeds in Toronto he ain't never touch an MVP ladder. We already know what's up.
Playing with a damn good point guard in the DeJounte Murray in Spurs and a damn good point guard with Mike Lowry in Toronto. You're right. I mean, hey, it is what it is, dog. You can give it Zoe credit or not. One thing you can't say is Zoe hold nobody back. Zoe's gonna put you in position to win, and he gonna lock in. The biggest thing is he a leader by like example. He's not necessarily a big vocal leader, but when you see your point guard going out there and locking up, taking a defensive assignment, it gives you like a calm over your whole, you know what I'm saying, team. And it like, okay, if point guard locking in, I'm locking in. And that's just it's infectious. And I don't care what nobody say. That's something that Lonzo has always done. And man, just wait, man. About year 6. You know, I know it sounds goofy to say that, but man, just watch it. He keep progressing, like because it's funny how each time he sheds a layer of like goofy hate. So now that jumper's on point, he's shooting up there with Steph Curry percentage wise. So you can't say that.
He's going to be in a 3-point competition this year.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. You can't say that goofy shit no more. So just watch that boy just keep on getting better, man. And we're gonna look back like, goddamn, people misread the hell out of Lonzo, bro.
Wow, what? Gave Brandon Ingram the bag. In LA, he had all the fans, cool. Now they want to trade his ass.
Bro, I'm a Lakers fan, bro. I never thought that Kyle Kuzma hype. Never.
I'm still looking for Kuzmania.
Bro.
I'm still looking for it, bro.
Looking good, boy.
Bro.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Kuzmania happened, right? And Lonzo Ball got injured. Kuzma started shooting like 34% for a whole month until he got back. But nobody want to talk about it, bro. Yep. His impact is crazy.
It's like only certain players get like only positive critique, and Lonzo just has the disservice that like everybody remember his lowlights. It's like all the stuff he do well, he supposed to be good at that. But with other players, like you said, with Kuzma shooting atrociously, nobody talk about that at all. Like I've never really seen like stringent Kyle Kuzma like hate or critique.
Oh, bro, that's so facts.
I've never seen it though.
but that's so facts though. When you just said anytime we talk about Lonzo's fucking good, it's always either he's supposed to be like that, or it's like is that all he can do? It's like like bro, they say the same shit every time, bro. And what Lonzo's good at is 90% of the game. That shit has me dead, bro.
Right.
Like, come on.
They only killing him because he don't average 25. I'm tired of the shit.
Bingo.
Because he don't average 25, that's it. That's your problem with him.
Bingo.
Damn. But when all these other scores he playing with having career years, y'all don't want to say shit. That's the funny part.
What was said last night, bro? My man Fonz was talking about look at his stats compared to Markelle Fultz. And I would argue that out of 32 GMs in this association, not a single one would take goddamn Markelle Fultz over Lonzo Ball. Like So I mean, what we really talking
That's
about?
a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
What we talking about?
It's not even right. It's not even an argument. It's really not an argument.
But he can make an argument when you go off raw stats. But the thing is, Markelle Fultz playing like not mistake free. He's playing basically risk free basketball because they waited on him. He plays for like one of the worst teams in the basketball. And that's been his whole career, right? Well, starting with Philly, but he didn't really play for Philly. But Zoe has been in situations where he had to change his position, change what he does. So if he basically played like free and clear basketball, his numbers would be through the roof. Well, it would be more than Markelle Fultz.
Facts.
That's not what Zoe is, though.
Y'all heard last night. Y'all had some. Y'all went off last night.
Yeah, man.
I ain't gonna lie. Yo, 2 people called me yesterday and said, "Yo, whatever I missed, I need to go back and hear what you and Fox was going on." Yo, as soon as y'all tell him, everything I love.
Fun,
they said, "Yo, something was going on with Hoop Jogging and Fox."
Fox was wild, man.
No, Fox was talking that shit. I'm like, dog, I know what you do, bro. Like, I know you a shot guy. Like, you like to make people like you entertainment guy. And I was like, that's cool. I get you. And then he's talking that shit, talking about you ain't got no degree. I think I got a master's degree. So what else we talking about? So it was like the goalpost kept moving everywhere. And in my opinion, the brother was a little inebriated. So that shit was funny, bro.
This last question with Dragon, because I gotta do something. Last question, Jello. Okay. What's your thoughts on Jello moving forward? Some people says legitimately they expect the Hornets to pick him up because they said that their little format of they have to do it the correct way to get Jello on that team. Even though I don't feel like that's the case, I do feel like the Hornets are just playing Lamelo and they just lost Lamelo because of that. Because I feel like Jello is the important piece to keep Melo, and they fucked up on that. I'm gonna keep 100, but I have my own personal opinion about Jello. I feel like what's going to happen this year. I just want to know what your takes on whatever you can bring out, how you feel about Jello moving on, what's going to go on and shit.
Yeah. And I keep it short and sweet because I'm about to eat. But yeah, man, I think Jello has shown you give him time on the court, he gonna produce. Shooting efficiency's there, the hustle's there. And like LeVar always say, man, like you put him with his brother, he know where to be. They got that synchronicity, like matching just basketball IQ. So now to what capacity? I mean, who knows? Who knows how high the scouts are on Jello? But I think he's shown you give him opportunity, he got the wetty on him, man. He ready to go. He got good size on him. He uses body pretty well. And you just gotta just see what you got, man. I see when I see guys like Seth Curry, he struggled out the gate, but he figured it out, and now he's a more than serviceable starter in the NBA. I don't see Jello not being with the same aptitude as that, if that makes sense. Like you put him because he's a basketball guy. He's smart. He has a very high IQ. You put him out there with his brother, he'll figure it out. Or just, not necessarily with his brother. He's just a basketball player. He knows his spots. He's not a ball hog. He doesn't overextend himself, meaning do stuff he can't do, what you see a lot of dudes in the NBA doing, just doing shit that just can't do. So I guess I got to read the tea leaves a little harder to see like what the likelihood is that you may have more insight than me about Charlotte picking him up. I hope so. But from what he's shown in Greensboro is like you put him in, he's going to produce. He does not make a lot of mistakes, and he's a very opportunistic shooter, and again at a high clip. So I think there's always a need for that in the NBA. Now the question is what position. I know LeVar likes to say he's a shooting guard. I think the league probably wants him to be more of a small forward / undersized power forward who can shoot it. So we'll see with time. But yeah, man, I just think he got some unknowns of where to place him. But I think he's shown he definitely can handle the NBA level because like with LeVar, from what I surmise, for those who don't know, I got a chance to hang with LeVar for a good little period of time, and he raised them to raise their level up to the level that's there. They're not afraid of the moment. I think a lot of people underestimated definitely Lamelo about him not being ready. He showed you he's ready, being young. And I think you get some of the same from Jello, who's not afraid. He's ready to step up and produce. And you got to get him out there, man. Some dudes are just gamers, and I think Jello is a gamer, bro.
Yeah, I only bring up the Hornets and the Swarm because that's how people are trying to make it. I feel like that ship has sailed. Not ship that sailed like they wouldn't give Jello opportunity. I say ship has sailed. I feel like teams should be able to have more information about Jello. They want the excuses of we don't have footage. They should finally have some type of footage about him. I feel like even though it's a long shot, I could see the Bulls looking at him a little bit because now Bulls need shooters now. This offseason, they tried to do that by signing Matt Thomas this year, Troy Brown, and these couple of guys who did not produce on shooting. Even Kobe White, who was supposed to be considered a scorer, he kind of lacklustered in scoring and shooting for his season. And hopefully I think they're trading him. So I fully expect the Bulls to look for shooters. And Jello is a shooter. I know some people might say Zoe might not have that pull, but I don't think it even has to do with Zoe. I feel like the Bulls need shooters. They need a big guy and they need shooters. And other teams could use a guy like Jello who could shoot. So I feel like that ship has sailed. I really feel like Melo is gone when that contract is done with them Hornets. I'm be honest with you. Just my opinion. Hello?
Hoop Jar, you still there?
Where's anybody? Rico? Anybody? What the hell?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here, but I'm doing something right now. I was wondering if Hoop Jar was still here.
Man, you get where's Rico or somebody flight? I mean, I had to go too myself, but what the hell?
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm just throwing some clothes in the washing machine. That's all I'm doing.
You good. You good. Shout out Basil Carpenter Jr. Shout out CWE. Shout out Trayvon. See y'all in the chat early. Sitting there breaking down a whole lot of Triple B talk right now, as you can see. You know, salute to everybody that came through tonight. It's wild. A lot, and this, we didn't even get into the playoff games that happened today because it was two crucial ones. Them shits was very close. Giannis won in there, tore the house down. A lot of people didn't see that coming. A lot of people read off the Bucks. I don't know. Ray, did you see that game? You watched anything? You kept up with anything?
I didn't watch the game, but I definitely heard.
But did you hear? You heard what Giannis did to him?
Yeah. Well,
Giannis is shitting on him.
Well, Giannis is it wasn't even about him shitting on him. Giannis is very hard to guard, and I heard that they actually kept him from scoring, but it's like Giannis is a person that can still fill up the stat sheet whether it's points or not. He's dangerous, man. If Giannis don't give you 35 to 45 points, 50 points, Giannis can still give you 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, and 10 blocks. Giannis, like I said, Giannis is literally the second domination player I've seen since Shaq, bro. And I say that because Shaq was just unguardable. You could call all he does is dunk. What's the use of him changing it? He's dominant. You can't stop it. Giannis, you can't stop him. You can't. To build a wall. You can't build no wall. It's not working, bro. It's not working. And Giannis, he's starting to hit his mid-rangers, dog. I don't know if people paid attention, but Giannis is working on that mid-range too. It's starting to look a little salt and sweet off the fingers. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. Don't let Giannis be perfect at the three-pointer and mid-range, man. He's gonna be man. That's gonna be too deadly. It's funny to me because we talk about how players they need to get better at something. I don't know why we even pushing Giannis to get better at the 3-point and mid range. Because if he does, he will be literally unstoppable. Like he would be like the guy who voted the Dragon Balls to wish him infinity life. Like the fuck? Like Giannis is literally fucking the fuck. If you think about Giannis, learn how to shoot threes consistently and mid range as well. Nigga, what can he not do on the court? Giannis already giving you post moves. Giannis already doing little hook shots. Giannis already kind of doing little fadeaways. He working on his mid range getting better. Oh man, you better not hope you better hope Giannis don't get good at threes. Unstoppable, man.
It's facts, Ryan. Somebody said Celtics can't cheat this time. Shit, who was cheating? Well, where you get that cheating, CWE? This gonna be an epic series. That's just really all it's gonna be about. Ain't gonna be no pushovers. Nobody gonna push nobody over out here. This gonna be a good one. And then even the John Morant one, that was a good one. The Golden State game, I seen the fourth quarter in that game. I didn't see the whole game, but that game was definitely close. And it was a lot of fireworks. I seen the Draymond situation with Ja. You know, it's gonna be an epic series. Memphis easily could have had that game. Klay Thompson, you know, he sealed it. You know, Golden State, look out for Golden State. Like I said, a lot of people are starting to believe in Golden State now. I can see Golden State being a serious threat out here, man. I'm telling you. We got Quiz. Quiz, what's the deal? You seen some of these games today?
Hey, what's shaking, Flight? I had a couple minutes. I figured I'd pop in. Definitely watch some basketball today. Yeah, man. It's round two. Is totally round two. Home court advantage has already been stolen.
Right.
Both games.
That's what I'm saying. And we didn't even get to the East yet. What game you would say was the most craziest? Was it Giannis going in there and dismantling Boston? Was it the wire-to-wire game in Memphis? What'd you think?
Which one was crazier between the two? I don't.
Yeah, which game was the best? You think?
I think the Celtics game was kind of better, only because I think it's a more, I think it's probably a better matchup overall. However, the Memphis game was good. I think that Memphis played pretty good. It was a close game. You know what I mean? I definitely, Draymond got tossed, so I don't think he played the second half, right? So, yeah, I don't know if people realize that he got tossed in that game. So, it's interesting. You know what I mean? Matchups make different ball games. You know what I mean? Like, I want you to think about this, Flight. In that series with the Celtics versus the Nets, people was talking about the Celtics is winning the championship and all kind of crazy stuff, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
But they forget that the Nets, listen, and Flight, you've heard me say it from day one, man. I hate to beat it in the head, but the Nets were a crazy, overrated team. That team's defense is terrible. If you notice the difference between the Celtics playing the Bucks versus the Nets, it's night and day. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown cannot walk to the damn rim anytime that they want. You know what I mean? They can't. Going inside against the Bucks is a futile effort. The Bucks actually have interior defense. They're not taller than the Bucks. The Bucks have size on them. The Bucks have better perimeter shooting. You know what I mean? Giannis had a damn triple-double out there. And for those people who thought Jason Tatum ain't doing a damn thing with Giannis. Period. All right?
Nah.
You know what I mean?
That's how you feel?
I mean, it's the truth. I mean, come on. I need to spell this shit out to you, Flight.
It's an uphill battle.
You know it as well as I do. Jason Tatum is tall, but he ain't stopping no fucking Giannis. Giannis ain't KD. KD's a jump shooter, you know what I mean? Giannis is, I'm gonna take you down to the hole, and I'm gonna dunk on you, basically, you know what I mean? It's just a totally different matchup. However, I think that the Celtics are a good team, but it's different. It's different when you play against, you know what I mean, the better competition. I'm just gonna be real. The Nets, are right, man. But you know what I mean. That shit ain't. Them niggas got a ways to go to be a. They got to be a better team than that. They're not as good a team as the Bucks. Just period. And I'm sorry about that. My phone tweaked.
Yeah,
I
you
need to
good?
charge
What's
my
good,
joint.
Belize?
Hey guys, shout out to the panel, shout out to the chat. You know what I mean? Fresh Prince in the building. Shout out Quez, bro.
What's shaking, Fresh Prince?
You know you my guy, bro. I heard you jumped in. I was like, let me jump in before I gotta
Ah,
go.
What you have going on?
Ain't much, bro. My daughter was kind of under the weather right now. She's kind of feeling sick, so I'm in here just pampering her, doing
Right.
daddy duties. But yeah, I got to check out the games, man. Man, that ending was nice, bro. I like how everybody say Stephen Curry don't play defense,
right.
but that little help defense he did on Ja was nice. I like that.
Oh, they play defense when it matters.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And that's what I was gonna take on. Like
Who's
both
that? Nico? What's up, Nico?
That's
teams.
Belize.
Oh no, the person who popped in and said they play defense when they want to.
That's my God.
Oh, Murgod, we're shaking Murgod.
Yeah, both teams, Warriors and Bucks, they championship teams. Like you know what I mean. So they took care of business. Like the Celtics, they not ready, bro. They not ready. I could see it being a nice little series, maybe six. I don't want to disrespect and say gentleman sweep, but I do think the Bucks is on a rampage right now, and I could see them really gentleman sweeping without Middleton. And as for the Warriors, I feel like that's gonna be also probably a gentleman sweep too. Again, maybe six, but just they're not going to seven with them.
And I don't think the Warriors played their best basketball game at all.
Yeah. Do you see the end of it with John Morant was talking to Steph
Absolutely.
Curry pops? Do you
Absolutely.
think he was trying to like negotiate maybe like a little bet for that jersey?
The NBA is so much different now than it was back in the days. You know what I mean? Them niggas probably coordinating, getting some hoes at a strip club or some shit. Who knows? Who knows what the hell?
Not with them two though. I don't think not with them two. I didn't, and then but it was funny because when Clay came like after and he was trying to talk, Clay just kind of like brushed him off and was like, "Let's go,"
Yeah.
like to Steph, like, "Let's go."
You know what that is, man. Like if your kid was playing basketball, you know what I mean, and you could be close to the game and you love the game, you know what I mean. Yeah, you're gonna try to, make some
Get
friends.
your little 1-2s in.
Situations,
Me personally, like I said on this panel plenty of times, I'm not a fan of that. Honestly, I feel like that should happen like off season, like during.
or off the court. That should be like back in the locker room.
Like on the court, bro. Like nah, bro. Like you know what I mean. Your son just lost, bro. You should probably be over there talking with him. You know what I mean. Or like you know what I mean. Like you gonna see
over
this.
there smiling up in their face and stuff like that. I'm like, Pops, what's good with you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the series just started, bro, and they just won, bro. Like at least wait till it. Like if it was a season and then like now I get that. Like you know what I mean. But damn, bro, like act like you've been here before. I know you haven't, but you know what I mean. Like no disrespect to the family. Like much respect, but I'm just saying like and like I said, even with Julius Randle when they did that when he was in Madison Square Garden and you know what I mean when he took his son to get autograph from Lamelo. And it's like, yo, bro, LaMelo's not even playing, and the Knicks lost, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You get like, yo, bro, like, come on, bro. You couldn't do that later, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. These dudes nowadays be on the sideline looking like whole fans.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Like you ain't play good ball or where it was like, all right, you know what I mean? Y'all do a respect thing, you know what I mean? Like, bro, you ain't even show up, bro. Like, and then he ain't even play. Like, and it was no like, why he ain't play? Oh, yeah, stomach sickness. Come on, bro. That was weird.
You know what I felt about that game though, for real. I think that the thing about the Grizzlies is their immaturity kind of showed. I mean, John Morant walked the ball up the court like practically the whole damn game, man. I don't think you should do that. You got to exploit your youth and your quickness against them, and walking the Warriors don't mind walking the ball up the court. They've been to the finals. They got championship experience or whatnot, but
yeah,
you
and
want
then
to create a little bit. You
gonna
use your
walk
quickness
you
to your
down to
advantage.
the end to the game.
Yeah, and then that last move he
Nah, but
did,
it's
he
like
does it a
you got
million and one times. He could have got more
yeah.
body contact on that. He didn't. Like he tried to do a finesse move. You know what I mean? Like you got to draw the contact on those final plays.
And then even with that too, it's like you shouldn't be down in the final plays, bro. Because if you take care of business during certain plays, like you know what I mean, where you just taking plays off and stuff. Like I'm not trying to say they be cheating the game by doing that, but it kind of be looking like they be taking plays off here and there just to accommodate the game, like and I don't know, it'd be kind of weird, but
Here, let me ask the panel. How many of you guys want to play a possession by possession game? You know what I mean, for like 6 minutes in the floor. Do you really want to play that game with the Warriors? Anybody on the panel? Do you really want to play that game with the Warriors? We talking about Steph, Clay. You know what I mean? Jordan Poole. You really want to play that kind of game with those guys?
I don't know.
I mean, and that's the point, man. That's the
They've
point.
gotten better
They
though.
need to have
Jordan
a more
Poole,
of
some of
us.
these dudes are good. Good,
Yeah.
Marco.
I
Well, my
mean,
point. Go ahead.
they don't have a sense of, like you said, man, they don't have a sense of urgency yet. So, I mean, they're gonna, if they lose, it's nothing but them taking their lumps this year. So, I mean,
Yeah.
they just got beat out by a more veteran team that has more playoff experience, that has more of a sense of urgency in the playoffs. So, but I mean, this is, if they and if they lose, it's going to be because of inexperience, and they just
Facts.
weren't as prepared for the moment. But it's going to do nothing but make them more hungry and make the Grizzlies more better, because you got to remember that's a young team there.
Right. No, I'm not forgetting that. But you don't want to play that game with the Warriors because think about it. You know what I mean? Possession by possession, you got some of the most lethal 3-point shooters. It's nothing for those guys to get hot. You know what I mean? And they
I mean,
had them. They had their
I
foot
don't
on their
even think
neck.
it's. I don't even. I mean, granted, it is true. That they can get hot. I just think basically, it's just more of a, you have to care, have more of a sense of urgency about every possession you have. And I think they learned at this game because, well, like you said, when you get into a possession by possession game, if you don't score and if you don't, the Warriors are going to go down. It's because they have synchronicity across the
Right.
board. Everyone knows where to be. Everyone knows how to do this, how to handle situations like these, because they've been there before. So they know how to handle that situation. So they're going to go and find the easiest point available, whether it be a 2-pointer from a layup that they get because somebody forgot to yell out their man slipping backside and the off man didn't cover them backside, or you giving up an open three in the corner to Clay basically shoots about 90% from the dang on corner. So, and that's all it is right there, man. They just have to care about every possession and play like every possession matters. Because you're gonna go you're gonna go into possession games when the game gets tighter in the last 4 minutes, especially when it's close.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta know how to execute. And they didn't execute at the end, and the Warriors did. And that's what happened.
Yeah. And they played the slow pace the whole second half, like the entire second half. They was walking and they kind of mismanaged some clock a little bit at the end. But I agree with you. It's because they're a young team that doesn't have that experience. But they played that game. That game was winnable for sure. Even Clay sold out on a couple of free throws. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was a better game than I thought it was going to be, though. I'll say that much.
That's facts. What about tomorrow? Let's look ahead to the East. Not the East. Well, I'm about to get it. Who's playing tomorrow?
You got the Sixers playing the Heat tomorrow, so you do have the East, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, and Embiid isn't playing, so I
Oh
don't
yeah,
even know.
they said that he want to come back for game 3. It's
Yeah,
likely he targeting it.
I know. I think he'll be back. I think the biggest problem with him is just the concussion protocol, because they'll put a mask on him and they'll, you know what I mean, they'll solidify that. We've seen them do that tons of times in the NBA, but I think the Sixers are in trouble. To be honest with you, I think they're in trouble in that series. Not off to a good start. I don't see how the hell they're going to beat the Heat without Joel Embiid. Anybody see the Sixers pulling that one out in Miami?
Nah, The Sixers, not without Embiid.
Yeah, I don't even see
Already,
how
Yeah,
they
already
they
do
I
that.
not.
love.
Yeah, they not winning without Embiid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they definitely not winning without Embiid, and they got their hands filled even with him. So you know what I mean? I don't know, but
Yeah, the Miami got the issue with the Sixers is they just don't have any depth off the bench, man.
at all, at all. And the Heat are deep. The Heat got tons of depth over there,
Hmm.
and Oladipo's back. So you know what I mean. And the Heat play defense consistently. They got shot blockers and all that. Like they really need Embiid in the series. There's no way they're gonna make it. And even when Embiid comes back in Game 3, they'll probably already be down 0-2, right? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And help me if I'm wrong, but the Heat was in the finals just like a few years ago, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They were. They was in there with the Lakers, so they got experience.
I mean, the Heat system is flawless. Pat Riley been going to late, deep playoff runs into finals forever. You know what I mean? And they all play that Pat Riley system anyway. So it is what it is. So I guess the other one is the Suns playing against who the Suns playing over there? The Mavericks, right?
You said who?
Suns playing against the Mavs, right?
I think so.
Yeah, Suns versus Luca. That ought to be fun.
yeah. Suns versus the Mavs, bro. You got it.
How you
Suns
feel
versus
about
the.
that one, Fresh Prince?
I feel like honestly that's gonna go nice for is Booker's back, so they gonna be all right. They gonna take care of Luca. Luca's not ready. This is his first time in the second round. Yeah, I don't think they got that. But for the first game though, I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas win. But other than that, I feel like the Suns are gonna take care of them and maybe fix.
Mm. Yeah, I think that a lot of people talk about great players getting bounced from the playoffs. Like, I mean, playoff basketball is matchup. I don't think that the Mavericks are like. I don't think that they're a better team than the Suns. I mean, the team with the most wins through the regular season, all of that good stuff. Lucas should play good. I think that Brunson will probably play pretty good, but I just don't think that the Mavericks. You know, I don't know. I don't see how the Mavericks beat this team in a 7-game series. I don't see how that happens. You know what I mean? If they do, that would be an upset, wouldn't you think, Belize?
Yeah, I think the Donovan Mitchell matchup would have probably looked better. Um, but yeah, it will probably definitely be an upset if the Mavericks end up pulling it off. Uh, Not to discredit the coaching or the team or nothing like that, but they definitely exceeded expectations by making it where they at right now. Although they probably thought they could make it there, of course, but you know. So I feel like it will be a good series. That's why I say 6. I don't really see it going to 7. I don't honestly believe in Luca that much, and I feel like especially if everyone's healthy on the Suns, they gonna take care of it. Especially with that last game they had. I mean, they got it, man. Chris Paul is playing amazing basketball. He's not definitely gonna let a Jason Kidd coach show him up. I don't see it.
I don't think it's about Luca really. I mean, it's not a matter of whether I believe in Luca or not believe. I just think the Suns have a better team. They have a more well-rounded team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the
I,
better
I,
team is the Suns, right? But if Luca is, really that guy, I mean, he could be
Come
a.
on,
You know what I'm
let's be
saying?
real, Belize. I don't care if you had freaking whoever you put on that Mavericks team. The Mavericks really are, who on the Mavericks threatened you other than Luca?
Tim Hardaway.
He ain't playing.
Oh man.
You know he ain't been playing. That's how I know you ain't been watching basketball. Believe that nigga ain't play all year. He ain't out
I
there. They
haven't been
got
watching Dallas basketball. He been playing. He hasn't been playing earlier
Jalen
this year.
Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson is hot right now. They got Dinwiddie, who is Remember they got rid of
They just got
they
Digwoody in the
got rid of
trade.
poor
Yeah, I
Zingers.
remember
Yeah,
that.
they got rid of poor Zingers. Like their
Yeah, I remember
guard.
that. I remember all that. Now, don't do me like that. I'm talking about the season. I mean, at the end of the season, playoffs. Like I've been watching them in the season at all. Donovan Mitchell, and him and like the both of that matchup was not interesting to me, so I wasn't keeping up. I was
Luca,
more so honestly worried
Luca's
about
fire.
the
I just
Pelican
don't see the
series,
team.
huh?
I just don't see. I think Luca's fine. Luca's fire. I mean, to be honest with you, probably going to be the best person in the whole series, but I don't think that he can win that series by himself. I don't think they have a deep enough supporting cast, and there's other players on the Suns like Mikal Bridges, who's got tons of energy. I'm not sure who on the Mavericks matches with the energy that he brings to the game. Um, and the Suns play. I think the Suns that I mean, they're a well-oiled machine. I just don't see them. I don't see them pulling that one out, regardless. You know what I mean? Period. End the story. You know what I mean? And I love Luca, but I just don't think he got enough supporting cast to pull that shit out at all.
Perspective. I don't think so neither. But on that other series though, on the East, yeah, I feel like Miami's going to take out Philly without Embiid. Even honestly with Embiid, but with Embiid, I could see them going to 7. But without Embiid, they probably would be done in 5.
What's up,
But
Murgai?
they
What you
said
got in those? What
Embiid
you
gonna
got
be
in
back
those?
for Game 3, so it could change. But yeah,
What you got in those series, Murgai?
Which one?
Either or. You got the Sixers, Heat, or the Mavs,
I mean, I
Suns.
got I got the Heat and I got the Suns coming out of that. And then isn't Devin Booker coming back?
Devin Booker is back.
So yeah, I got the Suns pulling that out. I don't think the Mavericks got enough firepower and the defensive prowess to be able to beat them. I'm just very disappointed in the Utah Jazz. It just seems like they just regressed, So they're probably ended up breaking all that experiment up for Donovan.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the Jazz as far as their style of play.
if you break them up, like who do you trade? Like, do you get rid of Gobert and try to keep Donovan, or you just get rid of both and trade them separate
Um, I
places?
mean, me personally, Gobert's the older player, so I would rather probably keep Donovan and continue to try to build around him, just shake some things up. So, I mean, and the thing is, like, to be honest, Gobert is not always the problem. It's the surrounding cast. The issue they're having is they don't have great perimeter defenders. So they rely on basically. So when their man gets beats on the perimeter, they allow on Gobert to be able to recover for them, which is why he gets so many block shots because they can't guard nobody to save their life on the perimeter besides O'Neal. So they need better perimeter defenders. That whole having all them boys out there just to shoot threes is not working. They need better perimeter defenders out there to help that team get better and progress better. Conley's old. It's time to move off of him. Uh, you know, Bog, the Bogdanovich and Ingles and all them. You need to move on off of them. So it's time to actually build a better team that has more athletic players around the perimeter that can play basketball and be able to shoot and defend. So they need players like a Robert Covington and everything on that team to be able to help the team to make it more athletic, more of an up and down style to play. And also, man, they need a better and younger point guard, man. Mike Conley's just not going to do it.
Interesting point. You must watch a lot of Utah basketball.
No, I don't. I just basically, I mean, you saw it basically. I don't watch a lot of it, but you saw it last year in the playoffs when the Clippers basically manhandled them. So it's like, so it's like they had the same roster, and we would talk about it all the time, all the time. They have no perimeter defense, including the fact, and since they don't have no perimeter defense, it puts Rudy Gobert in the spot to where basically a lot of times they have to go small, and if you go small against the Utah Jazz, especially when basically you don't have good perimeter defenders, it kills them because Rudy Gobert is not a Giannis, he's not a Anthony Davis, and he's not a Bam Adebayo. He can't cover the baseline in the corner and the rim at the same time. Only those three players in the league can do that.
Do we take any blame to Dwayne Wade on building a team, or
Dwayne Wade only owns like 2% of the Utah Jazz. He has no say in what they do.
but I mean, or like influence wise, like I mean, at least he could like maybe bring players or what I mean, stuff like that.
I mean he can try, but like I said, he only owns 2% of the Jazz. He ain't making no decisions there. Only thing he's there to do. See, here's the thing is when you're a stake owner, you don't control nothing on the team. Nothing. You can be there for board meetings, but you don't make decisions.
Yeah, he's just there to grease his pockets.
No, I get
Basically,
that
that's
part. I
all
get
he's
all of that, but I'm just saying in the sense of like getting better players on your team. Because,
Consultation. He's still
but
a consultant for the team.
yeah,
I mean, but you have to realize that it's the Utah Jazz. You heard that right. Utah Jazz. Utah. Who wants to live in Utah?
I don't know,
They
man. I'm
don't
sure there's
they
some
don't
bad.
have they don't have players that's knocking on their door because they're a small market, right? They don't
They could,
have players knocking on their door to go there. That's why they technically a lot of times they build through the draft.
so can you
Since they
so
don't have the players
speaking
that
of the
just want to
draft
come there in free agency.
speaking of the draft, do you think they're gonna draft his son Zaire?
He can't get drafted. He's already a pro.
No, he went to the G League.
He's a pro.
yeah, if
Like
he's a
he's in
pro.
the G League. He's a pro already. They can bring him up,
He's already in the
but
league.
he's already in there. They can bring him up. They can't draft him. He was drafted by the G League. Like he put his name in the draft, didn't get picked. Then he went to the G League draft and got picked there. And that's when basically they can bring him up
Oh, I didn't
to
know
the
he put
main
his name
ball
in the
club.
NBA draft and didn't get picked.
Yeah,
I just thought he just went
yeah.
straight into the G League. Okay, I
Yeah,
feel better.
he's not in contention. They can bring him up, but he's not getting drafted.
G League is not a bad place to be though. A lot of players get their opportunity to play through
Deron Williams played great in Utah.
the Warriors got a bunch of players that they brought up through G League and kept on their roster.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they need to go ahead and break up the Utah Jazz, and they're probably gonna send more than likely they're definitely gonna break that up. So definitely they
Wow,
have to. They have
Basil
to.
saying that they already traded Joe Ingles.
I don't think they.
He got
What?
injured this year. Yeah, Joe Ingles got injured this year. So I think they did actually. I think that Basil is right. I think that I did hear something about them trading him or something like that. Who knows, man? I'm gonna tell you right now, boy. If every team in the NBA was like the Utah Jazz, boy, I'd probably be watching lingerie football or something like that. Lingerie league.
Nigga said lingerie football. I got it.
Yeah. They traded him because he tore his ACL. Yeah, they picked up Nikhil Alexander Watson and Juan Hacho Gomez. Basically Nikhil is not even in the rotation.
Man, that's crazy. They got a Mexican on their squad. Mexicans is making a breakthrough in the NBA, huh?
I mean, he's a big dude, man. Hernan Gomez is a big dude. He's like 6'11", 6'10", 6'11". He's like 6'10", 6'11". So he's a
Hold
big
on.
dude. He's a center.
Isn't Jordan Clarkson a Mexican or something like that?
Yeah, he is.
Dang on. How he get a white last name like that though? That's crazy. That's how they doing it?
I don't know.
I looked at him one day. I was like, damn, is this an Indian in the NBA? I'm like, oh shit, that's the nigga that I think the Lakers had him.
Yo, my boy got it. Yo, jokes today.
Come on now, let's keep it real, man. This shit is funny sometimes, man. Life has a sense of humor. Shit. But Clarkson is a dope player, man. I F with Clarkson. I like him.
He is, man. He's just inconsistent.
I don't know. I think that's part of the reason why the Jazz are terrible. They got too many Mexicans over there. That's what they're doing. It's probably, you know what I mean.
I don't know about that, but
I could see if maybe they was like the San Antonio Spurs or something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, at least they're close to the border, right? You know what I mean? Utah not close to the border, is it?
Do you think Nah, I don't know. I don't know if it's close to the border or nothing like that. But I do want to actually take on that Deontay Murray, since you brought up the Spurs. He had posted a picture of Zach LaVine in the Spurs jersey.
Interesting. I mean, you know, I'm not the
Zach
I
person.
mean
said
that's
keeping his options open.
I mean, yeah, he gonna allow Rich Paul to handle that. So, but I mean, it is what it is. If you move on, he move on.
I can't believe that Levine would even think about leaving though.
I
You
feel
got to
like
think
that's
about it.
trolling
DeMar
though. That's
DeRozan got a lot of shine. You know, this year it was all DeMar. It was almost like
You
he
think
took a
it's
back
jealousy?
seat
But Levine ain't play that good when he was
when it
out
was
there.
time. When it was fourth quarter time and it was money time, they didn't go to Zach. I don't think they looked his way.
I don't think that Zach took charge enough. In my opinion, he was out there. You know what I mean? Do what you do.
But they were supposed to get him some help, not his replacement.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. I think it's a good question, Flight. You think that? I don't know, man. It's hard for me to see Levine leaving, man. I thought that they was doing all of this to help get him where he needed to go.
I mean, that was the initial plan, but then when you see everything fall out, and then especially after saying, like, remember he came into the season on some like, I hope y'all got money for me, like, you know what I'm trying to say, like, he's looking for the bag, like, and the Bulls is looking like, well, you know, we meet expectations. Well, we met expectations, probably exceeded it. They probably, you know, and they lost to the better team in the Bucks. Fair. They didn't have their star player, well, their star point guard player. And you know, and they looking at the season like, you know what, we could probably live without Zach LaVine, especially if that means upgrading in different positions. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but I see them definitely trying to resign him. I don't see why they would not. At least,
Well, it's a business at the end of the day, so you know I'm all about. I'm a little bit less speculative when it comes down to what happens in the off season and where people move around. I'm a little bit more like, you know, when it happens, like, all right, you know what I mean? Now let's talk about it, sort of thing. But I kind of hope that he stays. I like to see Zach LaVine actually be legitimately healthy because, to be quite frank with you, you know, when they kind of needed him most, he didn't play that spectacular. I'll be real with you.
And he was injured mainly all season, man.
Yeah, off and on.
And then
Off
he
and
had that
on.
nagging knee injury at the end of the season. So I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I know that basically they really wanted to build around Zach. They wanted to add Zach and add a team around him. So I mean, they did what they asked him to do. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure. It's just up to him, man. I think a deal's gonna get done with the Bulls. I'm confident in that. But if he moves on, he moves on. That just gives us opportunity to go elsewhere and look elsewhere and building the team. I know Lonzo's coming back. He's gonna be healthy. He's gonna. I know he's gonna he's gonna definitely have more of an opportunity to be, the number two, number three option on the team. So, I would definitely love to see that how that works out for him.
Didn't Pop retire?
I'm not sure.
I mean, I'll tell you, it would be crazy with DeJounte Murray and Zach on the same team for sure. But I don't know if Pop is still there. Who knows? The NBA is like that sometimes. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, in between time, um, you know, for those people who thought that the Celtics was, I'm not with that paper crown shit either, man. Motherfucker, if you want it, you got to go out there and earn it. You know what I mean? Like, real talk, man. You can't be just putting the crown on people's heads just yet. I'm interested in seeing how the Grizzlies respond to losing their home court. They played really good Jared Jackson Jr., man, I was highly impressed. He played a great game out there. That's the type of shit I want to see from that young man.
Yeah, he
I want
gotta
to
be
ask your
more
take though.
consistent, man.
What's your take on this? On the ball signing though, with the photo up right here with Liangelo with Lonzo, being there for dad doing the BBB signing at the racing and everything.
Man, I think it's good, man. I think they still brought in horizon business wise, so I think it's good for them. I think it's good for the family. So, I mean, I love it. I love them basically being able to be more family oriented now. It seems as though they're, they letting bygones be bygones, even from the previous stuff that happened. I mean, even though they still always been around each other, still loved each other. So I feel like, it's a great business move, man. You got Lamelo basically doing the Hulu thing. He's getting sponsorships. Jello's getting some sponsorship. You already see Low get some more. Low, Zoe get a few. So I mean, I think it's good for the family, man. Make them moves, man. I think it's the time for them to make moves, and definitely, I'm glad that Lamelo is becoming more expanding his brand and taking advantage of his stardom. So, he's definitely doing it. I look forward to that. I wish Puma would do a little bit more with them. But I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
Hulu TV brand commercial ads is like all over billboards over New York. Like it's crazy. Like something different.
Yeah, they're doing
And
something with him now. They're doing something with him.
I think that just in my opinion, I feel like that kind of like it pushes Zoe in a back burner, especially with him being injured, so having to probably sit home and rehab and see it like from a like a fan and a business aspect. And I feel like that's probably, in my opinion, why they linking back up with the BBB brand. Like, yo, we got to push our brand because this is our thing. Mello out here wilding with all these brands. Like, we got ours in our back pocket that we need to just kind of like,
Right.
you know what I mean, push a little more further. Like, I see what Pops was saying. Like, ain't nothing wrong with our brand. Like, we just retool whatever we gotta, like you say, like squash, put bygones, and just keep it moving. So I
I'm
love.
gonna keep it a buck with you. If those kids would spend as much time designing their own damn sneakers as you know what I mean, sitting around and showing all the waves of what Puma's doing, which is good though. They give them some experience or whatever, but they could up the quality on some of those BBB brand kicks. But that racing jacket was fire. I like that. That racing jacket
That
was
jacket
fire.
was fire,
I would
bro.
definitely rock that. That shit was
Me
fire.
too. I agree. That shit was
The,
fire.
the kicks, I wasn't really loving Pop's kicks. They kind of look like old man kicks. His kids need to spend time helping him do some designs for them. You know what I
Nah,
mean? And design their
Liangelo
own
did.
thing.
Liangelo designed the kicks. I think.
Oh,
I think those.
Liangelo?
Yeah, the fashion kicks I thought was alright. Like the red ones and the little galaxy looking color wave. Those was cool. A little out there, but the red ones was solid. I like the red ones. The I told you so ones was cool, especially like if they do like a nice. They probably do got like a nice hoodie
Oh,
or
like
something
the
like.
hot Cheeto one. So you're
Yeah,
saying that his design is more like, because that kick is not like a b-ball kick to me. It's more like a casual kick, like
yeah,
like
that's
like
why
a
I like
van
it
type
though.
shit.
That's why I like it. Those ones to me, I like those. Those is like they give me what's the joint's name? Alexander McQueen's.
Uh huh.
They kind of look like those a little bit, like them old school Adidas. You know what I mean?
Listen,
The
this
Ralph.
is my opinion. My opinion only. I think they need to have a actual. They need to actually have a b-ball kick though, like a kick that you actually really, you know what I mean, would play some basketball in,
Well, yeah,
like the
Jello,
original
Jello
one.
got
The
them.
first one that
Jello,
they had was like that.
well, the ones that Jello got, the G3s, those was
Yeah,
b-ball kicks. Those is fire.
I
Those is
haven't
fire.
seen those, so I gotta check them out
Yeah, the
again.
G3s, you could get those on and shout out to the Big Baller Brand. You can go on their site and you can get the G3s. They like 195. They cool though. They look like they got like the strap and all that. They nice. They
Hold
solid.
on, you went to the pop up shop, didn't you?
Nah, I didn't go to none of the pop-up shops. I wish, man. I wish they would have did one in New York when Lamelo and Lonzo was out here back to back.
Mm.
Yeah. I never been to none of the pop-up shops, but like I just been, seeing the pictures and seeing how it looks. I think the red one is dope though,
Oh,
personally. But
What's
they want
good,
like
Dax?
700 for those.
I was saying shout out Dax.
Yes, sir. Shout out Flight Sports TV, the panel, the chat, everybody rocking with us. I just woke up. Shit, I was dead to the world. Flight. Shit.
What's good, all
Rough day.
access?
Yeah, rough day. What's up? Salute everybody.
Oh, you
I think
What's
missed.
they
good
did
with
do
you,
the
man?
pop-up shop. They did do the pop-up shop in New York though.
That's
I
what I
think when the
thought.
Bulls came.
Right, yeah, and that wasn't even too long ago.
Yeah.
But in the 28th?
I can't remember exactly which one, but whenever the Bulls that came, I think maybe the first time they came to New York, and I think they lost.
Yeah.
I think they did a pop-up shop then.
Oh, I missed that one then.
They'll be back. They'll be back. They got
Yeah, I
billboards
missed
all
that one.
over
I
New
was at
York
that
right now.
game though. That's that game when Lonzo let me down, bro. Bro, your boy, like I probably told y'all this story, but your boy, bro, I needed him to hit 3 3-pointers, bro. Your boy made 2 out of 10.
Yeah, something like
Wow.
that. Yeah, New York put their foot in their
What?
ass.
I was tight.
Hey,
I was
listen, it's
mad
a
as
lot of
shit,
rumors
bro.
getting spicy. A lot of rumors getting spicy. They got the Hawks and they got the Warriors saying they're gonna pursue Rudy Gobert in the offseason.
I know the
Gonna get
Warriors want
the
him for
Warriors
sure.
want him. They're gonna get rid of Wiseman for sure.
I know the Warriors will do great with him too. They'd love to have him.
They'll give up Wiseman and whatever else.
Yeah,
You
the
guys know
Warriors
what
dodged the
Draymond was
bullet.
talking about on his last podcast? You know he has his own podcast. But he
Right.
said him and the Warriors, they're looking to build what they used to have with the Iggy, that
Right.
the short roll, that little lob. He said that it's been there all season, but he doesn't have the chemistry, or the role players don't have the chemistry to make that cut. They get Rudy Gobert for that little short lob. That's perfect. And then
I
he's
know the
definitely
Warriors dodged the bullet though, Rico. You know that, right?
What happened?
With Jordan Poole.
What happened with Jordan Poole?
Because if
Gobert on the
Jordan Poole
Warriors
didn't
would be
pan
like a
out the way that
statement
he
in the
panned
league,
out,
in my opinion.
that James Wiseman pick would have ruined them.
You think so?
Yeah, because they don't have no youth
They've been
moving forward.
fine without him. They don't mind.
No. Listen what I'm saying. They don't have no youth moving forward. Well, I won't say just Jordan Poole. I would say Jonathan Kuminga as well. Those two
They
picks
have
made
Gary
everybody
Payton.
erase the mistake they made not picking LaMelo Ball.
I mean, I don't
They
know. I
are.
think the Warriors is good. I mean, they still also have Gary Payton II, who hasn't even scratched the surface of his
Yeah, that's what I'm
potential.
saying. GP too is nice.
No,
The Warriors do.
have you seen Jonathan
Look,
Kuminga?
how about this?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I've been
like
How about
digging him
Kuminga,
this?
up
but
all
How
season.
about this?
Man,
Look, how about
Jonathan
this, bro?
Kuminga. The future of that team is
LaMelo
Jordan
Ball.
Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, man. Oh
Look,
my
Yes,
bro,
That's
God.
what I've
yes, it
been
is.
same
thinking.
thing. Look, same thing happened with your boy Carmelo Anthony. LaMelo Ball, Carmelo, same thing. When his draft came up, he should have been number 2. Detroit should have picked him, but they went with Darko
Right.
Milicic. And then Carmelo ended up going number 3 and going to Denver. Can you imagine Carmelo being on Detroit with that defensive team against on the East at that time? LeBron didn't make playoffs, bro, his first year. Like that,
Yeah,
And
he
they
would have had a
still
championship
they
for sure.
really robbed Carmelo Anthony of a rookie of the year. Since you brought it
And
up,
a ring.
Look at that. Look at this right here. The
that
finalists
man
for
led the
the
Nuggets
the
to the
finalists for
playoffs,
the
and they didn't give it to him. That shit is crazy.
the
Yep.
finalists for the Kings job is Mark Jackson, Mark Brown, and Steve Clifford.
Wow.
I'm tired of seeing Mark Jackson as a finalist for all of these jobs. I just want him to have a job already.
Yeah, it looks like
I
Steve
think he
Clifford might get that.
They use his name for clickbait
They-
at this point.
yeah, bro.
I
Mark
mean,
Jackson is in talks with the Lakers. No, he's not. Don't do
they
that to
throw
me.
Mark Jackson's name around like, you know what I mean. They spread
Thank
that shit
you.
like it's something venereal.
If they smart though, the Hornets, they better go get that.
Who, Mark Jackson?
Yeah.
I think so. He's definitely a point guard coach.
I say he's a player coach, he's a developing coach. And I really believe if Mark Jackson is there, he's basketball. You can trust that he knows what he's doing And with that being said, he's gonna get Jello on that team to play with his brother, just for basketball purposes. He said to everybody that the Splash Brothers was the best backcourt in the world. Everybody thought he was crazy. Now look, I think personally, if he's on that team, running that team, man, talking a different game.
I can tell you right now, LaMelo Ball is all smiles.
Well, I want to
Finally
see
got
him
rid
be
of
all smiles next year in this damn basketball court. He's got to improve. Get better than what you did this year, young man.
I feel like that's going to be.
Hold on one second. Let's back the fuck up real quick. First of all, I don't know what you mean by that, because he was Rookie of the Year his first year, second year All-Star. Okay, what are you looking for? What are you looking for out of him that you haven't seen in any other player that's ascending?
Well, they did play in a play-in game, and he was fucking terrible. So do some shit when it counts, young man.
One game,
twice.
Not one, man. He sold out. He sold out in the All-Star game too. I want him to do this shit when it counts.
He sold out in the All-Star game.
Are you kidding me? He sold out the whole 2 weeks before the All-Star game too.
Come on, guys. Come on. Listen, I think there's a preponderance of false and negative narrative.
No.
Because
It ain't
for
false
one
narrative.
thing,
I got
for
two
one
eyeballs.
thing, hold
I
on.
watched the basketball game.
No. For one thing, let me share something.
No. I watched with my own eyeballs.
For one thing,
with my own eyeballs.
Listen, your eyes are crooked, dude.
Opportunity.
You got a crooked eye. You must have a crooked eye.
I clearly do.
Because what is it? Listen what you're saying now.
What am I saying?
What is it that a second-year player that you really expect?
You just watched them playing the play-in, and you watched them play terrible.
Okay, that's one game.
You guys told me that.
Listen, are you going to tell me that players can't suck one game in a play-in series? What about a playoff series? That's what you want to. That's what you really want to see. You want to see him in a playoff series, not just one game, and not with a team and with the situation that he was in with the James Borrego. Okay, that's why he's gone. What are you guys talking about?
I'm talking about what I seen with my own eyes.
Go ahead,
you can't
Nico.
get to the playoff if you don't play in the play-in.
It's a team game.
He was 1 for 9. He was terrible. You tried to tell me that.
Okay,
well, they lost
one game. Anything can happen in one game.
You yourself
March Madness. Okay. What kind of basketball talk are you talking about? With one game, you expect it to be a miracle every game? No, that doesn't happen that way.
You're not listening to anything that I'm saying clearly. So just shut up for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I think you need to shut up because you're looking through a crooked eye.
Continue talking. You could have a conversation.
Okay, Nico. Nico, what you got to say?
Game to best of 3.
Nico, what you got to say, Nico?
Yes, Nico, speak, because he don't want to hear what I got to say at all.
You're talking foolish.
No, you're talking foolish.
Do we change the playing tournament to best of 3?
They're not changing that shit.
Why?
I don't think so. Make it one game, yeah, because they shouldn't be there no way.
So you want to give him 2 more chances? Get the fuck out of here. He had 2 years of this playing shit, bro. He keep on playing like shit. Like either you get it right in the regular season, or just like for real. I'd rather just not have the playing and him go home, bro.
I'd rather too. Yeah, just go home. Right.
It really.
But I do like to play in though. Because the Pelicans. I'm gonna tell you this right here: the Pelicans and the Minnesota Timberwolves did very well to uphold this play-in situation. I wouldn't say that much for the Hawks, and I wouldn't say that much for the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, at least the Hawks made the damn playoffs.
No, if you're gonna tell me they didn't have a good showing though.
Excuse me, sir.
But they got swept.
If you tell me you want to see all of this flashy stuff, right? And then when the games are games that actually count and mean something, you want your boy to pan out and be shooting 1 for 9s and 4 for 27.
Right. But that happens. Hold on. For you to watch so much basketball and you don't understand that shit happens. And last year he was coming off an injury, so I don't even use last year as a barometer to mark his progress because he was coming off an injury and clearly that his injury wasn't healed.
McGuire.
This year, it's a different story. I think he came in healthy, but at the same time, every time they get into that playing situation, that Charlotte team, everybody wants to rise to occasion, and it seemed like everybody smother out everybody.
Nah, but hold on, Quez. I got one for you too. You say also like to keep things in context, right? So if we gonna keep things in context, going into the playing, Lamelo was playing really good, right? They won their last,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
So let's keep that, right? And now, like you say too, the experience was shown. Not saying Atlanta was way more experienced, but they was they was in the playoffs. They had playoffs experience. They
And that
understand.
is also a fact.
Right. And then the coach, right, clearly matters, right? To both.
Yes, sir.
And like we say, it's one game, right? It's one game. So
Yes, sir.
Atlanta, they got the best of them that game. LaMelo had a bad game. Like it happens, right? And that's why they got booted. But then we seen what Miami did to Atlanta. They didn't, you know what I mean? So did they really deserve to be there? Probably not. But would Hornet series would have been different? Probably not neither. But it would have been more entertaining.
Definitely, it would have been more entertaining. But if you ask me what I want to see, I would like to see my man playing the games that count.
But yeah, but
a
so
lot
then if we say, but then if we say that, right?
It's not like Trey. It's not like Trey Young was D'ing him up or anything. It's not like he was playing against phenomenal defense.
Listen,
right?
Dude,
let's keep in mind,
I understand, Belize, you want to be a little diplomatic, but fuck that, because he's talking about a 20-year-old guy, right? The first year he had his wrist messed up, and he still came back and played. Albeit he probably shouldn't have, because he did stink it up with a bad wrist, and Miles Bridges, Terry Rozier, and everybody else. Okay, now the second year guy, the all-star that we talking about, the young phenom, he came in. Him and Trey Young game was basically identical. The only thing different was when it came more to like really getting a bucket, the Atlanta Hawks trust Trey Young way more than the Charlotte Hornets trust a LaMelo Ball. If you look at the hierarchy within that team, you're going to see a Miles Bridges, you're going to see a Terry Rozier try to get that bucket before you see the LaMelo Ball being called to get that bucket. So I don't know what the heck Quiz or Nico is talking about, or what they've been seeing during the regular season.
You're talking a bunch of
gibberish.
gibberish. You sound like a dude talking gibberish right now, Dex, because it wasn't no hierarchy when he was on the court. We just literally seen him
play. There's always that hierarchy. What are you talking about? Do you watch their games?
He could shoot whenever he wanted to, which is exactly
that doesn't mean anything. When it comes time to get a bucket and the coach draw up a play, I guarantee you, most times LaMelo Ball is not the featured player.
High excuses for the dude not playing well and intense, meaningful basketball.
They both right. Look, so another testimony to the coach, right? So if the coach was doing his job earlier, right? Remember they had the same record as the as the Atlanta Hawks, right? But because the Hawks beat them more in the regular season, that's why they played in Atlanta and not played in Charlotte. So even that maybe plays in the factor, right? Because if the coach played, a little more games, yeah, like if the coach, would play LaMelo earlier in the season, like let him do his things earlier, because it was plenty of games where you've seen it where he
this guy clearly doesn't watch Charlotte Hornet basketball. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say something? I just literally watched him before the playoffs.
Neither does Nico.
I turned the television off halfway through the fucking game because it was cooking and playing.
It doesn't matter.
Only to watch
that part doesn't matter.
Only to watch him go into the playing and play complete shit basketball.
Okay. If you say he played complete shit basketball because you put emphasis on shit like you really ain't feeling the dude like that. But let me tell you something. If you look at the way the game was being played, look at Trey Young as well. I just explained to you Trey Young. The only difference was Trey Young was used as more of a dependent to get a bucket when they needed a bucket to stop a run. Whereas LaMelo Ball, if he did shoot on his own, he got the ball in his hand. He's ball dominant. But I guarantee you the hierarchy is Terry Rozier, Miles Bridges, LaMelo Ball. Next year it could be different. This year, he was fighting through that hierarchy. And when Gordon Hayward was there, you already know what they said about Gordon Hayward. He's our best player. So don't give me all this. He stunk it up. Trey
Gordon
Young
Hayward
stunk it
wasn't
up,
even on
but
a
his
fucking
team
court.
just carried him a little more
There
than
was no
Charlotte
hierarchy
Hornets
in the
team.
play-in. You're talking gibberish. He had the ball. He actually controlled the ball the whole
He's a
game.
point
Second half,
guard.
they
He's
were
a
getting their
point
ass
guard.
smashed by
He's a
30.
point
Then
guard,
all of a sudden, his game
Mr.
got so much
Accurate.
mysteriously better.
He's a point guard, Mr. Accurate.
His game mysteriously got better when they were getting their asses spanked by 30 all of a sudden. All of a
I
sudden
don't know
now,
what kind
he
of
was a much
basketball
better
do you
shooter.
understand. First of all, Quiz, your basketball mind right now is shaky because you know a lot of times when if you play organized basketball and you got other guys out there that think they're studs too, sometimes you might not break through. You follow what I'm saying? And you fighting against the current. And I believe that game right there, LaMelo Ball was fighting against the current once again, as it was when he played the Indiana Pacers, because guys try to rise to the occasion, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if their shot's not on and the other guy's shot's not on, and now you got to press to try to get him on, and if it doesn't work, just like it didn't work with Trey Young, but the other team did. I mean, the other guys for the Atlanta Hawks came through. Go rewatch the game. If you don't want to rewatch the game, go read the summary. If you don't want to read the summary, look at the box score.
I saw the game once. I don't need to rewatch it. I saw the box score. It's over. I want him to play better next year in games that matter. I want him to play better in general in games that matter and count, period. That's not too much to ask for.
Does it?
I was bringing this up, and this was actually before the All-Star game when we was all talking about the All-Star voting and whether or not he would make it. And I brought up a couple times that he would come up short against these point guards, these new up-and-coming point guards. He comes up short sometimes. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to sit here and psychoanalyze.
Rico, come on now. That's a general
I just listened
statement.
to you for 5 minutes. Chill out. I'm telling you that him coming up short, because Belize brought this up earlier about having home court advantage. Maybe early on in the season, if he wins some of these matchups, if he's not struggling with Darius Garland, maybe when it comes to the playoffs and the play-in, he's not going to be struggling with Trae Young.
That's madness. I'm not accepting that.
When you struggle,
we know all season long, Melo minutes was restricted. Melo wasn't even playing starting minutes until towards the end.
When this season,
where's the gibberish come in at? And why you want me to chill when you guys are painting this narrative that he failed? And I don't believe he failed.
No one say, well, the Hornets definitely failed.
He had a successful season, but the Hornets did not get past the first play-in situation, and that's why James Borrego got fired. Wasn't because of LaMelo stunk
up. He
up.
got fired because y'all couldn't get past the play-in twice. That's why he got
fired. It wasn't because of LaMelo Ball, quote, air quote, stunk it up. That's what I'm resenting. I think that I think that's the repugnant
that's part of it. He
narrative.
definitely did. There's nothing wrong with saying he played like shit.
There's nothing wrong with that. But listen, hold on, Rico.
Played like shit that game.
Rico, you said the key word. There's nothing wrong, and that's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong that he didn't play a good game, because guess what? The star on the other end of that polar situation played the same way. Melo went 7 for 25. Trey Young went 8 for 24.
Dex, you got to outplay your matchup.
But the supporting cast couldn't carry, whereas the supporting cast for Atlanta did carry. That's the only thing I'm saying. Don't make it seem like his bad game was a reason. Once again, was the reason the Charlotte Hornets didn't advance. Now, I'm not saying that if he had a good game, they would advance either, because the way they lost, LaMelo had to get 40 points.
They were back down by 10 going into the half. They came out of the halftime and continued playing terrible.
Okay, there you go. Now that's more sound like it.
Led by.
Don't make us. Don't just point him out as he's the reason. That's the only thing I'm combating. Whatever you guys are saying, because he is not the reason. The meaning the definite article. Because everybody on that Charlotte Hornet team, after a minute, seemed like they gave up.
The only reason why they suck, honestly, is their center. But I don't.
Terrible.
Their center is like, I'm sorry. Y'all legit got a center who can't start on any team in the NBA. But of course, he can start for Charlotte. And that's 2 years in a row now. Bismack Biyombo could not start on any team in the NBA, but he's starting on
Exactly,
Charlotte.
Brazil. Everybody have room for improvement. I definitely agree with that.
That is
crazy.
Their
biggest problem is money, man. They ain't got no damn money to go pay nobody.
For Charlotte.
But for real, how
I ain't got no money
many
right
years is Charlotte gonna have players who can't start on any team, actual starters, bro? Like
Now we making sense.
I don't know. Listen, you don't like a person having an opinion other than yours. That's fine, but you don't got to sit
Oh
here
my
and try to
God! Come on,
overtalk
Mr.
people and
Politician.
act like an
Come on,
asshole
Mr.
over here. No,
Politician.
no,
Don't
you're
do
trying
that.
to because people don't
Nobody on
agree
Splice
with
Sport
you.
TV
So just deal
agree
with
with
it.
you right now.
Just
There's
deal
no
with it.
such thing as I don't agree with people have.
Well,
We
I
got
don't agree
Phonics, we
with
got
you at
Sky,
all.
we got Jessica. What are you talking about, dude?
No, you over here trying to control this damn narrative because you don't want to.
Oh
You don't
my
want to
God! I think it's
You don't
something
want to
else
place
in you that's
appropriate.
coming out of you.
You don't want to place appropriate.
There's no such way that
You don't
I
want
don't agree. If I
appropriate.
don't agree with people,
All right.
oh, so I'm rave now. So
On
that's
a
what you're
person,
saying?
you don't want to place appropriate accountability on a person who came out in the press conference after the game and you
Negro, I just said that Lamelo shot 7 for 25. What kind of accountability is that? And shout out to Basil for the $20 super chat.
I've listened
Are
to
you listening or you got selective
I've
hearing?
listened to you ramble on. Let me speak without interrupting.
You can say all these fancy adjectives all you want. All I'm saying is that Nico was spot on when he talked about these guys don't have the quality players you need to advance.
Is your ego that fragile that you can't listen to somebody speak?
Oh my God, here we go with the fanciness. Go ahead, Mr. Politician.
All right, now this is what I got to do to get you to shut the fuck up for 2 seconds to listen.
Oh, now you want to emphasize. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Politician.
You're more sophisticated, Dex. At least that's what I thought. But listen, I'm gonna leave you alone. Your ego is fragile.
That's a good idea.
Pillow takes. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna stab the knife into the wounds that are there.
Run for office next time.
Listen, man. I get it that Lamelo didn't play bad that game, but at least Lamelo actually played hard. I can't say the same thing about everybody else on that damn team.
That sounds decent.
Because if Lamelo would have only
shot 9 shots,
at least he didn't go out like Miles Bridges went out. That's what you need to be talking about.
Thank you, man. Please. That's why I said look at the summary or look at the box score and look at everything. Because Lamelo shot 25 shots. Yeah, he didn't make it. But how would you grade him if he only shot 8 shots?
At least Lamelo tried. You know, and I give him credit for that. He just fell up short. Granted, do you want him to play better? Absolutely, man.
Of course
we all
you do.
wanted to play better, man. But the thing is that the biggest problem is that team is just badly constructed. They got too many of the same player, and they keep basically trying to put band-aids on the center position, and it's not working.
Right, and PJ Washington didn't show up either. However,
that's the best
Miles Bridges Terry Rozier didn't show up. Miles Bridges definitely didn't show up. PJ Washington didn't show up. You know, Miles Plumlee is never there.
Well, let's hope that they play better next year.
By play better, do you mean are traded?
Collectively and individually. Collectively and individually.
I don't need them to play better. I'm 2 years past that. I want them off the team. It's over.
That's a good one.
I don't need Terry Rozier to get better anymore. That ship is sailed. Yeah, nothing wrong with Terry Rozier. He's a nice player, but for $20 million, bro, I think I could do a little better.
Yeah,
I think I could find something better for $20 million, to be honest.
Hey, they're not in Charlotte for no reason.
Exactly. Damn, I forgot what team they used to say it was. They used to say like NBA players go there so their careers could die. I think it's the Kings, some shit like that. That's what Charlotte feel like. That's what Charlotte feel like, bro. When your career want to die, you just go to Charlotte.
Kings is the valley of the kings. Only thing is that they're not actually really kings. It's the valley of the peons. Well, we'll see. Every season, everybody in the off season has the same chances as everybody else. So,
I'm agreeing with Rico 100%. Rico, I'm sick of looking at this madness myself. I don't know what kind of mad scientist is trying to put forth some type of alchemy and thinking this is going to augment into something special. I mean, listen, come on, guys. Look, not only 2 years. What about even before he even got there? The only bright spot there was Devontae Graham. Remember?
Yep. And even
Devontae Graham was not a bright spot.
that's what I was about to say. Even that's crazy to call him a bright spot, bro. He was up there for what was it? Most improved, I think it was.
Yes, exactly. That's the only
And
thing
if
they
you
had
look
going.
at his stats, they were fucking atrocious.
I know, but that's the only thing they had going though. Terry Rozier wasn't doing nothing. Miles was a rookie. PJ was a rookie. You know what I'm saying? Batum, what was he doing? He was on his way out. He was thinking of his next contract.
Miles was one. Miles, I think Miles and Devontae Graham came in the same draft.
Yeah, he was a rookie. Miles was a rookie, right?
Miles was a rookie. PJ Washington is definitely 1 year in.
Yeah,
because who got there? I thought I thought Miles got there before PJ.
I know PJ was a rookie, I think in 21.
Yeah, Miles was a rookie.
Yeah, Miles got there. Yeah, Miles got there before. I mean, Miles got there before PJ.
I don't know because both of their contracts is up, right?
No, I think PJ's is up now. Hold on, let me see, man.
And Miles is too.
I'm gonna look it
The
up.
only reason why I know this is because
I think they together.
I played 2K with PJ Washington. That's the only reason. I think it was 2K20 I was playing with him.
Oh, you were
trying.
That's the only reason why I know.
Because they both was 1 year in when Lamelo got there.
And shout out to PJ Washington, bro. He had a mod player. He know how to dribble like hell, bro. I swear. You know, every dribble move in the book. I'm trying to be like PJ, for real, for real.
Listen, I like PJ Washington. That's why I say PJ on the runway. I just think that his talent is being smothered over there in Charlotte because they don't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, PJ, Miles got there in the draft before PJ. PJ got there in the 2019 draft, and Miles got there. Yeah. And Miles got there in the year before that.
So PJ is 1 year behind Miles.
Yes.
And they waited this long to even try to deal. Miles is like he at the end of the line, right?
Yeah. Because what happened was they gave him an extension, but it was only going to be for $60 million. Miles turned that down, betted himself so he can get more money.
Got you.
That was a horrible decision.
Oh, you don't think he'll get north of 60?
No, I think he will, but it's one of those. I don't. Dak Prescott is really the only player I know who to put this on. It's a Dak Prescott situation. Yeah, you could get more money, but you take more money from the team. Now we're not allowed to allocate those funds to what's actually needed. Yes, I could. Yes, in
I was
theory,
not worried about
I
that.
can give Miles Bridges $85 million over 4 years. Of course I can, but I need that money for a center. And you're not going to help that. You're not good enough to help that. That's like the same way Damian Lillard, $40 million. Is he a franchise player to $40 million? No. I would pay him about 30 so I could spend that extra 10 mil on what they need. But like these young players, they don't think like that. They need to get their head bust for like the first 8 years of their career till they come up. Okay, I actually do need help. I'm not Superman. I do need teammates.
But you know what they thinking also is that they need to get as much as they can, especially on that first extension, right? Because that's probably be the biggest contract that they will secure in their NBA career, unless they take another leap and secure another contract. But normally that first extension coming off your rookie extension, you're trying to max out no matter what, because that team had 3 to 4 years to build something. So you can think about taking a cut. But if they hadn't built anything during your journey there, screw what they're trying to do now that I'm trying to get paid.
But that's what I'm saying. If you haven't done anything, why would I give you a max? Like I like LaMelo. We all LaMelo fans. But if it's 4 years of playing losses or 4 years and he's just making a playing. I don't care. I can't give you a max contract. That's not what a max is. Max is the top. That's the cream of the crop. The highest paycheck. That's
That's
a
a super max. You
yeah,
talk about the super max.
no, a super max is different. A super max you need to be a certified superstar. I'm just talking max contracts. They
So that
give
means that. So
too
hold
many
on one second,
max
Rico. Hold on one second.
contracts.
Hold on one second.
Gordon
Let's chop this
Hayward's
up.
not worth a max either.
Okay, Rico. Let's chop this up. You said that a max contract doesn't qualify to players who gets eliminated in the play-in situation. Okay, what happened before they even had a play-in situation and teams had to give out that max contract? Because every team have to give out a max contract. You can't just swallow that. Somebody have to get it.
By rules, you need to pay someone $30 million. You need to.
Basically, yes. Use it or lose it.
What do you mean?
If
they don't have to pay, every team doesn't have to pay someone a max. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if you don't pay a player a max, right?
Okay,
This is how
Dex,
it goes.
Dex, I know where you're going, and I've said this a million times. Just because you're selling a Toyota, a Honda Accord for $5 million, I don't have to buy a $5 million Honda Accord. You could go sell that shit to Murgod. You could go sell that shit to Quiz, Flight, whoever the fuck. If they got the $5 million to buy your Honda Accord, go ahead. I am not paying no $5 million for no Honda Accord. For what?
Okay,
Why would I do that to myself? It don't even make sense. That's why you got contracts like Gordon Hayward.
But if you don't do it,
someone else will, and they could go be mediocre.
And then how long is it going to take you to get over the hump if you don't do it?
The same amount of time. You think you're going?
Are you going to wait 1,000 years?
Are you going to get over the hump by giving Gordon Hayward a max contract?
No. That's what I'm saying. They have to lower somebody there, Rico. That's what I'm saying. If you don't use it, you lose it.
I'm just saying Gordon Hayward. I'm saying players like Gordon Hayward. Are you going to get over the hump giving players like Gordon Hayward or that caliber player max contracts? No. That's why I say you give max contracts to people like Giannis and Jokic. You don't give that shit to fucking Gordon Hayward. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Because you're a small market? That doesn't make sense.
Yes, there you go.
Doesn't make sense.
They're a small market and they got to give it to somebody.
No.
Somebody will never come.
No, that's how you stay mediocre. For that,
but nobody would never come, Rico. You got to draft. You got to draft. You got to draft your championship.
Exactly. What do you
How
think?
often did
That's
that
what
happen?
Golden State did.
That's how many? Who else?
Golden State. OKC could have did it, but they fucked it up and didn't want to go into luxury tax for James Harden.
See, and that's what happens. Charlotte didn't want to go on luxury tax. Pelicans don't want to go on luxury tax. You understand what I'm saying? This what players both out.
Do they pay Mal Bridges though? Is it?
That's the question.
Not a max. I'll trade him before I give him a max.
And now,
wow, Rico, you is insane.
Dex, if you could flip Miles Bridges for Donovan Mitchell, would you do it?
Hell yeah.
Okay, but Donovan Mitchell, he's a max.
Yeah. And don't sit here and tell me Donovan Mitchell ain't a max, but Miles Bridges is.
I'm not saying Donovan Mitchell's not. I'm just asking you because you're really stern with your max.
But that's what I'm saying. That's getting damn near close to a max. At least he could lead the team to the playoffs.
Miles Bridges had a really good year. He had a great year. You know, mind you, he's in a contract year. But when it counted, I mean, did he really put forth that effort in a playing game? I mean, for your team to go over the hump? No. I would seriously consider if I want to pay that guy that kind of money to be performing like that. And we all know historically, players do play better in their contract years.
Michael Jordan even said it himself. He said that money is ruining the players.
Man, forget Michael Jordan, man.
He's the owner.
But you already know where he's at with it though. He can make all the billions he wants, but he want to give everybody else crumbs.
Nah, he's not. He's saying it from what he had to go through as a player. Remember,
okay, let me say this there, Rico.
Champion,
now you know, of course, you know how I feel about Mike. Okay,
salary.
Okay, you know how I feel about Mike. But let me say this also. So Mike is talking money. So what about sponsors? So since Charlotte is a piece of shit, sponsors shouldn't go there and sponsor them? Because a lot of times you get your sponsors based on other teams coming in to bring eyes on your franchise, to get TV revenue. So if you want to talk that end of money too, come on, Mike, stop that, man. Stop the politicking. Oh, what you think, Quiz?
No, I was asking, since we were talking about Michael Jordan and you were talking about giving crumbs, do you feel as though Kemba Walker was worth it? Mind you, Kemba don't play no defense. And that was when we first found an issue about him not wanting to pay somebody the kind of money that they felt they deserved. And they wanted a lot.
Well, with Kemba, you got to remember now, because these agents and everybody else that's around Kemba, know Kemba was bringing eyes to the Charlotte Hornets. So I guess he's just asking for his share. You follow what I'm saying? For bringing eyes to the Charlotte Hornets. Of course, it's a little more intricate as far as the negotiations and things of that nature of the worth and the non-worth. But nobody wasn't really rocking with Charlotte Hornets after the grandmama and all that stuff was over with until Kemba got there. People wanted to see this extraordinary guard with extraordinary skills.
That's a fact. But that's the thing though, and it's bad to say it like when you say it outright. But a lot of these players aren't franchise players. Just because you draft someone in the top 5 don't mean they're a franchise player. And a lot of these organizations don't realize that till it's too late. They really don't realize it until after they paid them. And that's the real fucked up part.
But what happens, that's a THT situation with the Lakers, right? So, I got my ears to the street to the Lakers, of course, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people pumped up THT, you feel me? Because Lonzo was gone. This is the next lion up, the next new bull. And then they paid this guy. As soon as they paid him, he bought him a house near the Kardashians, eating all the caviar that you can possibly eat. And next thing you know, this dude is a walking balloon.
And playing like complete hot garbage. Bringing us up to speed. Question, panel. Is Miles Bridges worth the money that he's asking for right now? How do you feel?
Let's put a number on it. Is he worth $85 million?
Isn't that what he's asking for right now?
DeMar DeRozan just got 80-something mil. So let's say Is he worth DeMar DeRozan?
Listen, Miles Bridges is asking for a finite number right now. I think it's upwards in that ballpark. That's what he's asking for, something like that in his contract. Isn't he asking
That's what I thought. I thought it was like a 4 years, 85.
Yeah, he's asking for something crazy like that. Do you think he's worth it, and why? Mind you, we're talking about a dude who came up. We just got finished having a whole debate here about all this other stuff. We all saw him in that playing game play terrible. He didn't even look like he put forth any effort. I do agree with Dex there for sure. Melo wasn't the only person who played bad. Miles Bridges definitely didn't show up. But when they go into the negotiations, I don't really think that they operate that way. But do you really think that Miles is worth 80? Because if he doesn't get it, he's probably going to leave. I think that's the point that Dex is kind of making too.
But no, and I agree with Dex, and I agree with you too, Quiz. But that's what I'm saying. If somebody else wants to, I'm not against him getting his money. If he wants to get 85 mil, if he feels he's worth 85 mil, go out and get the 85 mil. But allow me as a general manager to put what my team needs ahead of him, because that's my job. If I get fired, right, I can't go back to Miles Bridges and be like, yo, bro, you got a couple thousand. I did help you get this contract. I can't do that. Feel me? So at the end of the day, I need to do what's best for the team, and paying him extra money is not best unless you really have faith that within, I want to say 2 years, within the first 2 years, he's looking like a perennial all-star. Because then you could justify paying him 85 mil. If by 2 years from now is looking like Miles Bridges is going to be an all-star for the next 5, go ahead and pay him. But if you guys don't think he's worth that, no. But what are you really getting from him? That's another thing. What are you really getting from Miles Bridges that is so special? What is so spectacular?
The only thing I'm saying right now is that I believe Miles Bridges is spectacular. First of all, I think he's an excitement. He's definitely a real amusement, and he's an attraction. But guess what? Miles Bridges has a better half. Who is that better half? Lamelo Ball. How is that chemistry going to culminate to a strong, cohesive force? Airbnb. You get Airbnb back on track, I guarantee you every cent that you give Miles Bridges will be a solid investment. But only if you get Airbnb on track. If Miles Bridges decides to leave thinking that he's something that he's really not on his own, and he takes a solo act on the road, then we might see the collapse of that excitement that Miles Bridges brings to a team. Yes, he might get a few dunks here or there, but it won't be the same if he do not pair with the tandem of Airbnb. That's only how I would give Miles Bridges the money that he's asking for if Airbnb resurfaces.
I can see that, Dex. I agree with that.
Murdoch, if you close to the Charlotte Hornets, you got your ears up there near the Queen City. What you think?
I mean, me personally, I would love for Miles Bridges to stay, and I would, definitely make ways to do that. But like Rico said, I'm not paying him max money. He's not worth. I mean, I get what you're saying, Dix, that Miles Bridges and Lamelo do put butts in seats. And that is a pivotal point. How you do one of the points where you have a basketball team is not only to be entertainment, but you also have to have a business sense and be competitive. And the Charlotte Hornets, basically, because Michael Jordan is tired of being a bottom feeder in the NBA and he wants to be competitive. The issue is they don't have no money, including the fact that I'm not paying a player who just had a one-hit season. If Miles Bridges did this 2-3 seasons in a row, he will have earned all the money that he's asking for. And then had accolades, he will have earned that. But to sit here and have one-hit season, I'm not paying you 170, 173. He is out his mind. I will give you at the minimum, at the maximum, 120 and call it a day, man. But I would love to keep them together. But I would love to keep them together.
Yes, he asked for 170.
Yeah, I read in the article that
over 4 years, he wanted the MPJ contract.
He basically wanted an MPJ contract.
Oh my Lord Jesus! At least
MPJ. But Rico, just because he asked for that don't mean he might capitulate to something lower during negotiation. You always got to come in at the high end first. You can't come in mid and try to.
But not no 70 mil above the high end, bro. That means even if you do talk him down, you're looking at $140 over 4 years.
Yeah, that's possible. Damn. What you think, Belize? Belize there? Belize, you available?
Yo, Russell Westbrook is doing everything to get put on the bench.
Russell trying to get up out of there, man. Let me tell you, let me give you a backdrop to Russell. Okay, you know his dad's a coach, okay? Yeah. Mr. Westbrook, okay? My homeboy and Mr. Westbrook used to be really, really close. I mean, like really, really, really close. And Westbrook never felt comfortable playing at home. And the reason why, because you got a lot of people that's among his family that's not doing so well. You understand what I'm saying? And it's almost was the same with Kawhi. Kawhi and Russell Westbrook is kind of in a similar situation playing at home. Because when you playing away from home, it's a little more peace and it's a little more serenity because you ain't got everybody trying to,
get in your pockets.
Yeah. And now that you close, like say for instance, when you close to the situation, you can honestly see it and it plays more on your heart where you distant and you can say, no, you can put in your mind that, they trying to scam me. But when you see people not doing too well, whether they're on drugs or not, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's hard for you to be like, say no. Even though you can say, well, you need to get your life straight and then I can help you out. But some people might need a little boost to get out of that mucky murder of their life situation. And when you're looking at it, sometimes it just don't sit well. And your basketball game suffer from that. You feel me? Because if you're not strong with these two elements, concentration and detachment. You concentrate on the things you need to concentrate on to move forward and detach yourself from the things that takes away from you. If you're not strong in that element, especially dealing with family and friends, it can slow your basketball game up tremendously. And I believe Russell Westbrook thought it was cool coming in because he's older now, he's mature, but you still seeing certain situations that you wasn't seeing when you was at a distance. Because a lot of times your immediate family, your brothers, sisters, your mom, dad, they keep that away from you because they shield you. But when you hear yourself and you go drop over to your cousin's house or you go over here to this partner house and things of that nature and things ain't what it, a lot of times that can have a toll on you because people be like, damn, you could be like, damn, man, can I do better for them? Why, can I help them? And if you're not careful, that can seep into your game and you could play like bird doo-doo. So I think Russell Westbrook might be one out. It's a possibility Kawhi even might want out. You follow what I'm saying? Because he done played there, he felt the LA vibe, and some it just doesn't click. You can be fashionable and all this other stuff somewhere else, but sometimes when you come to LA and you get around your homeboys and all that stuff, they look at that shit as being weird, dude. Like, what the fuck happened to you, Russ? Russie?
Day one
You
in the
follow what I'm saying?
Lakers
Well,
jersey, he
hey
wore a
man,
dress.
that's real. I'd be looking at him like, what the fuck happened to you too? Walking around looking all weird and shit.
He wore a dress
Because he don't come from that. You understand what I'm talking about? He don't come from that.
And listen, they don't understand the gas can hustle either. You know what I mean? You know the gas can hustle, right?
Right.
Dex?
That's right. That's
You know
right.
what I mean?
Exactly.
They roll up on you. They got the
That's
gas
right.
can. You know what I mean? Like, what
Yep.
you gonna do? They stranded. You know what I mean? They got the gas can in their hand. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
you ain't got nothing to do but kind of help them out. And then you see them all of the day. Plus, you got Skid Row out there. You know what I mean? They hit you with that story. You know what I mean? Come on, man. What kind of nigga is you if you don't help them out? Then you looking crazy. And this is around your family and your friends. You know what
That's
I mean?
right.
So it's tough. It's tough. That pressure is real, man. And and then you got the Lakers using them as a scapegoat.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, after a while, it was a fun idea, man, but it's not cool. I didn't know that Kawhi wanted to leave though, because Kawhi ain't really playing over there.
Well, I'm not saying that he wants to leave. I'm just saying the LA experience might not be what he really wanted because Kawhi is not no big city type cat. You follow what I'm saying? He don't even live in LA. So when you get into the LA experience, it can suck you in if you're not careful. And then you got people that's tugging on you while you're trying to live a private life. Then they start resurfacing people in your family that may be a little uncouth or be a little unsettled, and then they bring that into the forefront of your mind, and that was something that you was probably trying to forget about. You feel me? When you in these distant places playing basketball, you can kind of forget about some of the harsh realities that face you and your family. Because like I said, those like I said, his dad Compton dude, you know what I'm saying? We already know the backstory to his dad, that situation, and how his uncle Dennis came in and grabbed him by the horns and made him a great young man and made him a responsible young man. So when you become responsible, now you start seeing shit right in front of your eyes. And I'm not going to really, that's the man business, but you start seeing shit right in front of your eyes. And how can you detach from it? It's hard, especially when you're raised to be responsible.
I also don't think he got so used to being in Oklahoma City. I don't think he realized what it's like to play for a Laker organization where whether you win or lose, whether you're good or bad, you're being scrutinized every day. You're on television as a Laker every single day. It don't even
Exactly.
matter.
And you got that
it's not
TMZ
even a
stuff.
LeBron thing. When we had Brandon Ingram, when we had D'Angelo Russell, when we had Julius Randle, when we was drafting all these people, the Lakers were still on television every day. Win,
Exactly.
lose, or draw. That's what they are. So it's like he can't even hide.
He can't even hide. Can't even hide.
He can't. If you could have a bad season. Let's be honest. He played in Washington, right? He played like dog crap the first half of the season.
Facts.
Nobody even looked at him. he started playing well. Then he started getting some media attention when they finally started trying to make the playoffs, and they ended up making it. But he was playing horrible. They didn't even say a word about Westbrook.
Not even a whisper.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're in LA. You're playing bad every single day. Not one talk show, 10, 20, every podcast.
YouTube.
Everybody who got a Twitter account. Everybody who got a YouTube. Everybody's
That's right.
talking about you. There is no ducking in LA, bro.
That's right.
Dex, did you hear anything about the Lakers trying to get Quinn Snyder?
I mean, you know, it's a lot of Quiz accused me of doing, saying a lot of gibberish. And that's what basically is going out on LA radio right now. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of gibberish, nothing concrete. And I don't think the Lakers going to get anybody until basically in the midst of the summer, like maybe June going into July, right before the summer league and things of that nature. Because like you said, it's LA. Everybody's trying to relax. Nobody's trying to work. It's summertime in LA, for crying out loud. Who's really trying to work and research? You understand what I'm saying? So everything now is just like in the rumor mill. Nothing concrete.
Plus, I think that there's going to be, you're going to hear, there's going to be some big noise that's going to come out of there soon, though. Because, you know what I mean? Like, eventually, right now, the last thing I was hearing is that there was finger pointing in the organization pertaining to who was Russ.
I read that report, Quiz. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I told y'all, get y'all popcorn ready because I'm promising you, the shit's gonna get crazier before it starts getting smoothing out.
And you know who's rubbing their hands right now, Murguy, with that hell of a laugh you got? Probably next to Rico, the best laugh on Flight Sports TV is Magic Johnson. He's rubbing his hands. It's a possibility that Magic might come back.
Oh, Magic already sent out a couple of comments. He's already said a couple of comments. So I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Get your popcorn ready.
Because I know one thing, they're kind of begging for Magic. Because listen, you can say what you want, but as Magic as a coach, you can say what you want about that situation with the Nick Van Exels of the world, the Eddie Jones, and the Eldon Campbells. I don't know if too many people remember Eldon Campbell, the Eldon Campbells of the world. Okay, that was a flop. But him as an executive for the Lakers, he's been hitting a lot of home runs. What happened was that primordial soup that Magic was putting together and all those ingredients he was adding to it got splattered all over the NBA landscape. And we've seen the results of his labor on other teams. How would you feel as a executive? You've seen all the picks, not all, but majority of the picks that you picked swelling and thriving on other teams and not on the team that you picked them for, who you dearly love to your heart. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody screwed up royally with that young talent. So the word in the streets is that we need Magic to come back to aggregate through the draft more young talent, because people are starting to believe that Magic do have an eye for young talent and knows what the Lakers need. And yes, we did get a chip, albeit it was a bubble. People say it had rabbit ears on it. I mean, mouse ears on it, but it's okay. It's still a chip. It's in that showcase hardware as a 17th trophy. But there's no future. If LeBron leaves, if AD leaves, the Lakers are going to relegate themselves to bottom feeders for maybe another 5 years. So in order to prevent that,
responsible for bringing LeBron there to begin with. But question, Dex, not to cut you off. Big question here. Big question. All right. So when Magic left, one of the issues he had is he felt as though his hands were tied. Yada yada yada. He felt as though they used him probably more for just his name and
exactly
didn't allow him to have
good
power.
Word.
Right, but let me ask you a question for some of those picks.
William Godfrey.
A question about some of the picks and some of the talent that they got, because Pelinka is responsible for some of that stuff too. Or you're close to LA, and I know that the Lakers are your team, so How does that work? I mean, was Pelinka, was it Magic, or a combination of the two?
No, as far as what?
As far as some of those picks, some of the talent that they had.
Before you
that's
go,
Magic.
can I
That's
address
Magic.
something real quick? Quiz. I remember, I forgot who said it, but we gotta remember that Rob Pelinka, before he was in the front office for the Lakers, he was pretty much Rich Paul. And the same hate that all these NBA teams have for Rich Paul, they had it for Rob Pelinka. A lot of teams did not like doing any business with Rob Pelinka. It was really Magic doing a lot of those phone calls. A lot of these teams don't like dealing with him. That's why even now, you think we wasn't trying to trade Russell Westbrook at the deadline? You think we was trying to make all these moves? We tried. There's nothing came of it. Now, I'm not saying Rob Pelinka could probably go out in free agency and build a team, but when it comes to trades, we definitely need Magic, bro. We need that talk, that laugh, that little side joke.
The charisma, yes, exactly. The charm and charisma.
And Magic is good for the franchise in general because he knows the culture of being a Laker, period, inside and out, better than anybody.
But go ahead, Dex.
Yeah, so to answer Quiz question, most definitely is Magic because Rob Pelinka was just basically a sit-in for Kobe Bryant because Jenny Buss was trying to get Kobe Bryant to be a part of the Lakers organization outside of his basketball play, and Kobe just kept refusing her, kept turning her down, ignoring. He didn't want any part of it. So Rob Pelinka was basically placed to keep Kobe close to the franchise. And Kobe wasn't even coming to the games. It was only because of LeBron James coming to the Los Angeles Lakers that Kobe even started coming to the games. Just to show support for his fellow comrade and competitor and forged up foe, LeBron James. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, Kobe actually said it was because of his daughter, and she was a fan of, basketball. He wanted to get back around because remember he was coaching.
No, he was going to WNBA. He was already going to WNBA. No,
right?
Lakers,
Yeah.
No.
He would take it to Luka's game, some of Luka's games.
No, he started showing up to. He started showing up to
Trey Young. Don't forget Trey Young.
Yeah, Trey
right.
Too.
Yeah, she started going.
But the Lakers, no, not the Lakers. And I don't know why Kobe never really said anything publicly. Why? You follow what I'm saying? It was just something. I don't know what was going on. Maybe he knew the inner workings. You know what I'm saying? Of course he knew the inner workings. Maybe he felt that it wasn't about basketball as far the upper echelon of the Lakers management. It was more about parties and socialiting and things of that nature, and making deals on toilet paper tissue and things of that nature. And maybe he didn't feel that was basketball because you got to remember Kobe was regimented by Phil Jackson and Jerry West. You got to remember that now. So their basketball approach is very different from those socialites up there with the Rambuses and the buses and things of that nature. And the buses is a whole nother story. I mean, they could make a whole movie just from not that Showtime thing, but just from the Bus family. Just that period. They could make a whole movie and going down to the grandchildren. Oh my God, you'll be surprised. But nevertheless, the Lakers need somebody there that's respected in the basketball, in the NBA landscape. And that person is only Magic Johnson. Kurt Rambis is not respected like that. Yes, he had a few coaching jobs and hanging around the hippie scene with the buses and what's his name, Phil Jackson and all that stuff. But that's not really respected. That's just nepotism. You know what I'm saying? They need somebody that's really respected in the business world that can draw people to the LA Lakers, that they can have a future outside of basketball in one of the financial meccas in Los Angeles. And Magic Johnson can do that. And if you don't want any type of business association with the LA market, Magic can get you wherever you want. You understand what I'm saying? Magic is international, especially when it comes to business. He's international. So if you want business in this country, say if you're a foreign player and you want business in your country or blah, 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 Magic can help facilitate that. because everybody that comes to LA that's going to be a star might not be an African American. It could be an African. It could be somebody from Panama. It could be somebody from Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? It could be somebody from Russia or Ukraine or whatever. Because basketball right now is universal, but Magic can help facilitate a lot of these deals. Because I'm telling you, politicians, whether you know it or not, and I'm talking about on a presidential level, politicians and cabinet members use Magic Johnson to help facilitate business in international waters. Those big yachts Magic be on, don't think it's just celebrities on there. Them big ass yachts that he be on. So yeah, so Magic is a hell of a businessman. He's a hell of a charmer. He's got a lot of charisma, and people know Magic Johnson for who and what he is from the 70s all the way to the 2020s. Who else can do that?
And a lot of these
Westbrook.
a lot of these people, they don't even know Irvin. That's what it is, Dex. They don't even know Irvin. They just know Magic. His name, he's transcendent. He's not only a transcendent point guard, he's a transcendent person. He's just always going to be around. Well, I don't care what you say. If somebody pull you to the side, is like, hey, yo, Magic is here. You don't even gotta say Magic who. You know who Magic is.
Exactly.
He's an iconic. He's an iconic brand unto himself.
Yes, sir.
Good point. He's synonymous with Lakers' success, and the reason he left, in my estimation, in my opinion, is because he did not like what he was seeing happen with his franchise. He knows the original bus. You know what I mean? And he sees what's going on over there now, and and he didn't want to any longer be attached to that, and he felt as though they were operating a little bit disrespectful and somewhat shady. So I think that him coming back will glue it together. Also, another thing is, Magic also has there are Lakers who really care about the Lakers. So a lot of people try to make Kareem like he's crazy, but Kareem knows what it is to be a damn Laker. And you know what I mean? He's a senior spokesperson, and he, you know what I mean? Like there are people who have pride in that franchise. You follow what I'm saying? And
yes,
just from that standpoint alone, this is the reason why, it would make sense for them to get Magic back if that could happen, or if that's in the works. That would probably be the best thing that could happen for the Lakers. Plus, he'll probably smooth things over with the fallout that's about to happen, because there's definitely going to be some fallout. It ain't all the way finished yet, but there's definitely going to be a lot of fallout. So he probably would be the perfect person to kind of, to some of that stuff.
Yeah, Dex, I don't know about you, but as a Laker fan, if this shit goes to hell, I'd much rather see Magic up there talking than Rob Pelinka at this point.
Exactly. And like Quiz said, that they look at Kareem as being eccentric, aloof, and some even look at Kareem as being reticent and straightforward. So Kareem is in a peculiar situation because, of course, he's a legendary icon. But when Kareem go out on a recruiting mission, he gonna be like, "Look, man, you're looking at $40 million. What you gonna do for the black community?" You know what I'm saying? That's what Kareem gonna do. Magic gonna be like, listen, you're looking at $40 million. We can take 10 of that and we can sprinkle it here, we can sprinkle it there. I got some friends at Lords of London. They got some new ideas, and so they need, you know what I'm saying? This is how Magic gonna come at you. So this is why Magic is pivotal and important for the Lakers to make a turn for the best. You follow what I'm saying? Magic is going to turn this thing. Magic is the straw that stirs the drink. You feel me? So a lot of people can't escape. Okay, you can escape Kareem because he might be a little too pro-black or a little too militant, but you can't escape the smile of Magic. How you going to escape that? You can't use that as an excuse. I don't like to be in positive situations. You understand what I'm saying? So this is why Magic is so crucial, and this is why when you walk up to that Staples Center, you're gonna see that trophy. I mean that statue of Magic sitting right there, just glaring at you. And Kareem's statue is bigger, but still, you're gonna see that Magic statue glaring at you as well.
Can I ask a question, guys? Yeah. Hello?
Somebody talking?
Yeah, that's me. I'm talking. It's Marvin.
Oh, Marvin, what's up, brother?
I saw
I
you
thought
on
you
the
were just in the
chat. I didn't know
chat.
you
Shout out to
channel.
Marvin.
Yeah.
Shout out to
What's up,
Marvin.
Marvin?
I'm in the chat too. I told you I'll be listening. I'm just gonna say one thing and let you Laker fans continue. Is this what happened at 12 o'clock tonight? Laker talk?
Lakers after dark, brother. Got them magnetic and glued to the screen.
Pretty
You gotta keep
interesting.
the people happy.
So you guys think Magic's coming back? You think that?
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. It's not nothing guaranteed, but it's definitely a possibility because Magic is looking past LeBron James. See, that's what the businessmen do. You follow what I'm saying? He forecasts 5 years and sometimes 10, but a country going to forecast for 100 years. But Magic Johnson is looking past LeBron James and what the Lakers going to look like in the future. And in order for Magic to keep up with this Clipper team that is constantly on the rise, they building that $2 billion stadium, the into it. And man, I mean, listen, you're going to have to compete with that. You're going to have to compete with that because that's going to be a draw to LA big time.
But is the Lakers organization looking past LeBron?
They
have to.
Yes,
They have
are.
no choice.
They are.
Marvin, we're not saying that
I'm gonna
Magic
say
is
this.
going
I'm gonna
back.
say
We're
this now.
entertaining it.
Do not be surprised if the Lakers move LeBron.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I think
I would be surprised, Rico. Honestly, I would be surprised.
The first team in the NBA to trade LeBron. Do not be surprised. It will happen.
But Rico, I would be surprised because LeBron, no, I don't care what the Lakers record is, LeBron is the golden calf that Aaron told the Israelites to worship.
The Lakers don't need LeBron to sell tickets. They're the Lakers. We're not Cleveland. We are
not tickets.
Bro.
No, not tickets. It's beyond tickets.
We don't need that. We are the Lakers. We are the Lakers.
But it's beyond tickets, Rico. Trust me. It's beyond tickets.
I'm saying tickets figuratively, Dex. I'm just saying we don't need LeBron. We do not. We're the Lakers.
Guys,
like I said, even when we were trash, even when we had Robert Sacre out there, even when we had Kobe on his last leg,
Jordan Hill,
even past that, even when we had D'Angelo Russell situation, we were on
Swaggy P. Hey, everybody loves Swaggy P though. See, that's a different though.
Exactly. Remember,
they still had Swaggy P. Rico.
It was exactly Jeremy Lin and Swaggy P. We're always on TV. It doesn't matter. We don't need LeBron. I don't get that. We're not Cleveland, guys. We're good.
But Rico, who's there? Who's
what?
there right now, Rico? That people want to watch outside of LeBron. Love him or hate him.
Dex, it don't matter. We're gonna trade him for somebody who people would like to watch anyways. We're not gonna get trash from him. He's LeBron.
Hey, look at that, Rico, right there. You see that?
Listen, Dex. After next season, the only contract we have on the books is Anthony Davis. And then after Anthony Davis' final year, we have nothing. We have no contracts, nothing at all.
But see, this is what I'm saying right here as far as LeBron. Okay, this is what I'm talking about LeBron. This is how important he is.
What we need to look at right now, Dex, is who is free agents going into next year.
Shout out to Hugo.
That's who they're planning for. Who is free agents going into the next 2 years?
Rico, we have to be honest here, though.
Before you go, Dex, let me ask you guys this: where does this year's record rank in Lakers history as far as wins and losses?
It's not the worst.
Yeah, I think it was one of them.
It's not the worst. It's not nowhere near the worst.
No, I remember one year we won like 19 games.
How long ago? But Dex, how long ago was that worse?
5 years.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is a different situation. The Lakers were projected to win a championship this year.
You said they were projected to win it all?
Yeah, they were projected to win it all this year.
I think they were third. Third highest odds, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think they was projected win at all because
They
the
were
roster
definitely
was like
projected to.
what was the average age of the roster? Like 33 years old or something like that.
They were definitely projected to go to the finals this year.
I don't know who did that. It wasn't nobody in Lakerland.
Hey, it's not. I didn't make it up.
I know people picked them. I know fans would like certain media heads picked them, of course. But I know by like Vegas odds, I believe they were third. I think they were behind the Bucks as the returning champs and the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, it wasn't in Lakerland. Lakerland fans
those
knew.
were two teams in the East, so you could say they were projected to come out the West for sure.
So okay, Rico, did you feel that way?
I felt like I came into the season and I really like Golden State out the West, and I like Brooklyn, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. I never thought for one inkling, one iota, I don't care how infinitesimally small you can measure it, that the Lakers was going to do anything with that cemetery they got out there. That's the only thing they built.
That's one thing we can both agree on.
You definitely called it.
Yes, sir.
That's the LAARP you talking about. What's cracking, y'all?
What's up, Nico?
I just got back from the Bay, man. It's been a travel day for me. Yeah.
Shaking Zen.
Flying around, doing my thing, man. Had a good weekend in the Bay. I went to Tommy T's last night. Saw Melanie Camacho's nasty ass. Although she's fine. She's foul of the mouth, I'll say that. And some nigga named Skills from Chicago, he was dope. I met him in the parking lot before the show. So I'm out in Pleasanton in Cali. I fucked up, didn't have my hotel room right to the last minute, so I had to stay in Pleasanton, right? So I'm like, all right, I'll go out to Pleasanton. That's a nice area. Yeah, I don't mind Pleasanton, but I didn't know my hotel was right across the street from Tommy T's. So I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to Tommy T's. I drive by the parking lot. Skills is out there smoking a blunt. So who's performing tonight? He's like, well, I just got off stage, but we got another show at 9:45. So I'm like, all right, bet. Got me a ticket. Went to the show, man. Had a good time.
Was there any Cookies representatives up there?
Cookies?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't be. We do got. I mean, they got Cookies in Oakland, but Cookies is like if you want to go get your arm, get robbed, go to Cookies.
Oh. Wow.
I mean, it's severely overpriced.
Hey, Zen, I just want to throw a quick point to you.
What's up, Marvin?
What's going on, guy? Did Jason Tatum have a little nick in his greatness tonight?
No, I think what happened, the Celtics coming off of 3 days rest? Right? So if you ever go look, what you'll see.
Yeah, you got the Celtics. You got the Celtics winning this series.
I got them winning the series, yeah. And they had a poor shooting performance. It wasn't like Milwaukee really checked them. They just had a bad shooting performance. So I don't expect it to happen again. But if you look at statistics, man, they have player stats for 1 day's rest, 2 days rest, 3 days rest. Everybody's shit drops after about 2 days rest. Everybody.
Now,
so
Zen,
what's up?
I'm not going to
respect it.
I just want to tell you this.
Yeah.
You know the whole series when we played Milwaukee, all we cried about was bad shooting, right?
Yeah.
Now,
yeah, but this ain't Chicago. Boston had tons of wide open shots. I only caught
That's what we did too, Zen.
Right, but that ain't gonna happen more than once with Boston. They just.
I'm just telling you that is Milwaukee's philosophy, though. That's how they play defense.
Yeah, but if Boston would have hit the shots that they normally hit, Boston shot like 35% from the floor today.
33 and 36, pardon.
Yeah, if they hit the shots they normally make, that's a game. But I saw that shit, at least some of it. They was wide open and just throwing up bricks. Marcus Smart, I saw him put one up. I saw Grant Williams put up one. Just bricks. They couldn't get shit to fall. And I credit that to you had too much time off. You might have got a little cocky after beating Brooklyn. And you needed a wake-up call. I think they probably needed that. Probably was feeling themselves.
But I'm going to leave you with this.
All right.
The Bulls shot the same way, and everybody said they were sorry. So I'm just letting you know.
I didn't say the Bulls were sorry because they shot that way.
I mean, the whole series, I said we're not going to win games.
That's the difference, Marvin. They shot that way the whole series.
Yeah,
one game.
That ain't going to happen.
We're not going to win games if we don't hit shots.
That ain't going to happen. And I think Giannis was 33% from the floor today too. He didn't. He had a shit. They stopped him, didn't they? They sure as hell put that curb on his ass.
They didn't stop him from getting that triple double.
Well, nah, but he was 8 for 24 from the floor.
He missed a bunch of chippies. That's for sure.
Right.
He was 9 for 25, but he was a plus 23.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to take nothing from him from his play, but he damn sure didn't dominate him on offense.
Well, this is a different series altogether. I think that you notice huge differences. I hate to bust people's bubble, but the Nets were really not that good.
No, they weren't.
The Bucks are significantly different. They offer way bigger challenges, but the Celtics did also shoot bad. I noticed that as well. They didn't shoot good. But at the same time, they're playing against a team that's taller. One of the things that the Celtics was able to do, which made them look all world in that series against the Nets, is the Celtics were able to penetrate the paint at will. They can't do that against the Bucks. That's not working out for them.
They're gonna have to hit their open shots.
They have to. They have to. But
I don't think that's the problem.
Since last
you
year.
ain't getting that performance again out of
That's
Boston.
how they won the championship last year. They gave up the 3.
It'll cost them.
Another thing in this matchup that's also
do me a
different.
favor.
I've heard people talking about
One
Marcus
sec.
Smart shutting down Drew Holiday. Like, Drew Holiday is one of these players, like, he gets his points in the flow of offense. You're not going to shut down Drew Holiday. It's not just going to be a Marcus Smart one-on-one issue.
How does it feel to get put on that island? That is Drew Holiday at this point.
Who are you asking?
Island. I don't feel it's an island.
All 3 of them.
Oh.
I don't need. Nobody can score on them at this point.
Yeah, I don't give them that much credit. I really don't. I saw was Boston missing wide open shots. I didn't see Milwaukee playing defense like that.
That's not what I saw.
Well, I didn't see the whole game. I'll admit that.
And
I watched the whole thing. It was a good game.
I couldn't. I would have if I could have. I couldn't, believe me. And I had to listen to some of it in the car.
89 points.
Yeah, I know.
Your Boston hat, Zen.
You know I change hats every day. Y'all trying to cap. Y'all trying to bust off of one game. You better hold your nut.
You hit that Boston hat.
Y'all better learn to hold your nut like I did for coffee.
Balls.
Y'all better learn to hold your nut before it busts back in your face.
I've already stated this series is not over. But
I hope so.
I did want to know because it was heavy talk about game 1.
Listen, I'm going with Boston. I'm with you, Zen. I'm going with Boston. I'm going with
I'm not throwing you out of the mix, Zen, including you. Game 1 was a win automatically for you guys.
Should have been.
And you lost. So you're going to hear the rap. You're going to hear it.
Should have been.
I got the Bucks in this series. I always came in with the Bucks in this series, but the sad thing for the Celtics is they just lost their home court advantage. And they definitely need to play a little bit better. That's all. Celtics need to play a little bit better. I don't expect the Celtics to completely crumble. I think the series is probably going to go about 6.
Yeah, I think it was nerves, and I still got the Celtics in 6. Once they get clicking, they'll be clicking, period. But they haven't played in days. They've had, 3 days off. The nerves are high. You're playing the champs. You know what Giannis is. Yeah. They would do a letdown. Plus, they just won 4 games in a row, so ain't nobody running through the playoffs. No.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. That's a good point, Zen.
Is your next game a must-win?
I say yes.
Thank you.
I say yes. You go down 0-2 to Milwaukee, you can kiss your ass goodbye.
It's not even just that. It's that you're playing at home. Like, you have home court advantage. You just lost that. You lost your home court advantage. You don't want to be 0-2. And then, like you said, going to Milwaukee, you know what I mean? That's just not a good look for you. I don't know if it's a must-win per se, but for a team like the Celtics, I think it probably really is.
I think they're too young. They're too young to go down 0-2. I think that it might shake their confidence a little too much.
Well, you can put it like this, guys. It's not a must-win.
No, it's a must. It's a must-win.
Now, let me say,
I agree, Rico.
It's not
it's
a
must-win.
Well, listen. If it's not game
0-2 to the champs, Marvin. 0-2 to the champs. Come on now.
The only way
it's
a must win if you finna lose your 4th game in the series. So it's not a must win.
Marvin, it's too late for you, Marvin.
Nah, I kind of agree with you guys. Like, it's not a must win, but it is a must win. Like, seriously.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
You can't keep losing all your games at home, you know what I mean, to the defending champs.
Yeah, you got to consider the opposition in this case.
What we
Got
know
it.
is 03 is a must win. But when you consider the dynamic of your opponent, like Zen was saying, they're all the champs now. They got all the confidence in the world, and they're winning without Middleton.
Yeah.
This got to be a must win. Because you think you're gonna win 2 in Milwaukee?
No, you ain't. You probably ain't gonna win 1 in Milwaukee if you can't pull 1 off at home out of 2. I'll lose faith in you if you can't pull 1 off at home out of 2. How am I going to think you're going to go to Milwaukee and win 2 games on the road? Does that make sense to anybody?
Quick pro quo. 25 foul calls against Boston, 21 against Milwaukee. First series, listen, first series, Boston had every call, every game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Milwaukee, Marvin, let the Bulls rest, okay? Don't try to dig up dead bones.
I said first series
Marvin's ready to bury him. He's got.
No, I'm not burying him. No, I'm just telling you how they demolished Brooklyn. They got all the calls against Brooklyn.
Brooklyn was overrated. But I said that from day one anyway. Brooklyn had no D. This is a totally different
man,
series.
you know they beat Durant up in that damn series.
Well, you know.
They bounced him around like a baby boy.
I'll be honest with you. The Celtics iced them motherfuckers. Like that game
if Brooklyn wanted to advance, then listen, this is a conspiracy now. A disclaimer for Flight. If Brooklyn wanted to advance, then maybe Kyrie should have vaxxed.
A long time ago.
Well, we'll figure out what excuse they make next year.
A long time ago. All these people running around here healthy, vaccinated. Fuck is your excuse? I know there's politics. I know the politics. I know. And I know we ain't all going to agree on that, but come on now.
Did you guys talk about the Memphis game tonight?
Yeah, we did. Great game.
Golden State. I was sitting in Oakland when that game ended, man.
Wow.
Sitting at Evan Jones in Oakland.
How do you feel about that one, Marv? Sounds like you was impressed or something.
Oh no.
Damn, Marvin, what happened to you, Marvin? Marvin hit the wrong button.
Marvin dropped.
You shot Marvin
he'll be back.
They was
He
going
hit the wrong
crazy.
button.
I was at Evan Jones.
Zen, I would love for you. Zen, I would love for you to, when you get a chance to get back on camera and talk about the atmosphere that was going on in Oakland during and after the game tonight with Memphis. Whenever you get back on camera.
All right,
Hugo, how you doing, my brother, Hugo?
So, you know.
I'm doing good. Shout out to Fly Sports TV. Shout out to the chat, the panel.
What's up, Hugo?
Was good. I just want to say a couple things. These 2 games today were very interesting. Let's start out with the Celtics versus the Bucks. I think that series is probably going to go 6 games. So here's the thing, right? Celtics are a very good team, but this is not the Brooklyn Nets. I was saying this before, and everybody thought I was just, because my Nets lost, that I was just crying over spilt milk. But here's the difference between Brooklyn.
But when was the last time your Brooklyn Nets went to the conference finals?
Exactly.
The Celtics have been there 3 times in 5 years.
Okay.
If they go this year,
Brooklyn was there last year.
They was in the conference finals last year.
Yes.
That's one.
They're in the semifinals.
They went out in the semis. They didn't go to conference.
Oh, that was the semis?
Yeah, that was the semifinals.
All right.
Oh, my bad.
Let me finish. Let me finish real
These young
quick.
boys have been there twice.
Let me finish real quick. So the problem with the Celtics, we can talk. People can say whatever about Brooklyn, but obviously, the Bucks is not Brooklyn. Here's the thing: it's a matchup headache for the Celtics, whether people want to realize this or not. Here's the problem. Okay, you got the Bucks have length, right? And they have length, and in the pause, and
we really got to keep doing that.
Yeah.
People are that sensitive out here. Damn, we know what you're talking about.
It's a self-correction method.
You can't take no chances.
It's a self-correction method. It really
Somebody
is.
might get the wrong idea.
So here's the thing, yeah. So they have length pause, right? They got a 7-footer in Brook Lopez who can stretch the floor. You got a 6'10" power forward in Portis who can stretch the floor
and shoot.
Bucks have size on the Celtics. Period.
That's to
Except
make
for
a long
Drew
story
Holiday
short,
and
they have
Wesley
the size.
Matthews. The smallest Celtic is 6'4".
but Drew Holiday, even though he's like 6'4", 6'5", he's like he has girth, pause, and he's stout. He has strength. You know what I'm saying?
Drew
This ain't
Holiday
like
is not 6'4", 6'5".
Drew Holiday.
He's 6'3".
He's 6'3". Okay, he's a
6'3",
big
yeah.
6'3" though.
Yeah.
So
Surprised he's 6'3".
Wow, I thought he was taller than that.
Me too.
No, he's only
I get up every
6'3".
day.
I thought he was
No,
6'1".
he's a hell of a
Strong. Yeah,
defender.
he's strong though.
He's
He got
strong.
a
Hell of a
reputation of being
defender.
strong.
Hell of
All
a
right.
defender.
He's
Hell of
definitely not a short 6'3" though.
Nah,
plays-
he's
Okay.
he's a
No, he's closer to 6'4", but they
Yeah.
listen to 6'3".
you can tell he's like close to 6'4". But anyway,
I
so
thought he was shorter than that.
so
Anyway,
so you have that going for them, right? Also, Tatum and Brown cannot shoot over these long defenders like they were shooting
That's the
over
difference,
Brooklyn.
right
That's the
there.
difference.
I think
they
that's
can't cook
cap. I think that's cap because
No.
I saw them guys missing wide open shots.
Yeah, but
Nobody
you
was
didn't watch
on
the
them.
whole game though.
There's some
That's true.
wide open
I
shots.
didn't watch the whole game, but what I saw was a whole lot of wide open missed
Okay,
shots.
so when
Zen,
they
that
didn't have
is
whole
their
lot.
philosophy, Zen.
So
have
Their
you watched
philosophy is to
Milwaukee?
let you shoot,
threes.
and
Right.
that's why they have the worst 3-point defense in the NBA.
Oh, and that's why they're one of the best teams too, though, because you're not going to hit that on a high percentage every night, Zen.
But a good 3-point shooting team can hit it on a good night.
Well, it might be too late because they
You know what I'm
already
saying?
lost one game.
The Celtics aren't a
They
good
already lost
3-point
one
shooting
game.
team.
It didn't
though.
happen one game, and that's all they wanted to do was win
The
one game.
Celtics
in
aren't
Boston.
designed as a 3-point shooting team per se. They can hit threes, but they're not like, that's not like the strength of their offense.
I'll tell you this:
Well,
the
Marcus Smart,
Celtics
1 for
started
6.
off shooting threes from the beginning of
That
the
was
game.
the strategy. That was the strategy because
they knew they were going to get
perimeter
open threes.
defense for the Bucks
Hold on
is
for a
bad.
second, guys. So
Yeah.
Hugo, who do you like from the things that you've seen and you observed through the course of this game? Do you think Boston will bounce back, or you think that this series belongs to the Bucks?
So I think Boston will shoot better, but they're gonna get killed on the offensive board.
Facts.
The length, there's too much length there. That's the issue. That's the main issue. Is there's too much length. They're talented. It's just that in crunch time when they can usually get these easy baskets, right? They won't be able to. What I would do if I was Celtics.
Offensive rebounds were 10-10 tonight.
Okay. What about
Fast break points?
What about the fast break point? I was about
That's
to
a
say that.
problem. You can't let the
You're
Bucks
not going
hit
to get
transition.
fast
That's a
point points
problem.
against Milwaukee, and that's what Boston thrives off of.
They do well in
Celtics got to play faster. That's
Bucks
what
do
I
well
would
in
do.
transition.
Well,
Celtics-
see, Milwaukee sped them up by making them shooting threes. If you listen to Jason Tatum's post-game interview, he said it. He said they sped us up.
Because
In
they
other words,
can't
they got them
penetrate.
out of their rhythm. They got them out of their rhythm. And I mentioned it once already. I said this. What they'll do is let you shoot a couple of threes in a row. If you miss them, they still go down and shoot high percentage shots. And they make them. Before you know it,
Yeah, they were so good.
10.
They were so good. They shot 41% tonight.
Question to the
35
panel.
from
But they
three.
hold
The
you to
Bucks,
33.
the Bucks did not have a good game. They shot 41, 35, and 71.
And they still dominated.
This will
But
not
they held
happen.
you to
You will
33s.
not have that kind of performance again and win against these Celtics. You won't. I promise you won't. This
Zen,
was
you seem
rust.
like you got your Boston hat on a little too tight now.
This was nothing more than rust. And y'all jumping to conclusions.
All right.
I think we were jumping to conclusions when the Celtics was molly-whopping them there.
When did Milwaukee play its last game? How long ago was
Prisoner of the
Milwaukee's last game? How long ago? 2 days ago?
2 days.
So
They
they're
got
still
1 day
tuned up. They're tuned up. Boston been off for 4 days.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Well,
that
they
I wish you would have
rested.
seen. I wish
You
you
can
would
go
have seen
either
the
way
whole
with
Go
that,
look
though.
at stats. Go look at stats after days of rest. Go look at them. They fall off after 2-3 days of rest because players
Playoffs
get
is a
rested.
different thing. You gotta come on.
It
Zen.
is
This
not. If
playoffs.
you go look
can't-
at the statistics, go look at what happens to players after days of rest. Just go look.
Zen, I'm gonna say this, and you guys can finish. I'm
Zen
not
has a
saying
point.
that the series is over, but they are up against a different animal.
It's a different beast.
Well,
They're
you know
up against
what?
a champion.
Everybody, hold up, but
I
everybody
agree,
had
Marvin.
Brooklyn to win the championship until like what, 3 weeks ago. So I mean, this is cap. Brooklyn was supposed to win this, and they're
Yeah, you're right,
gone.
because I went with Brooklyn, but
They
I
got
do agree
swept.
with Marvin, though. This is a different monster that they're facing right now.
Of course,
And
because
they're
there's
more
no
gritty.
Giannis on. There's a
Brooklyn is
Giannis.
finesse. Brooklyn finesse. These guys are gritty.
Now, Zen,
That's
you
They
knew
are.
good and well, Zen, you knew coming in that Brooklyn series you had a good matchup. You knew Tatum matched up well against Durant. You knew you
Nah.
had good.
Nobody
Where's your
knew
good?
that the
I'm asking
Celtics
you a
was going to
Nobody
question.
knew.
sweep
Let
the
me hold
damn.
on. I'm
Nobody
gonna
knew
ask you
they
this
was gonna
question,
sweep
Zen.
Brooklyn,
All right, let
Martin.
me ask you
Speak
this.
to him.
Where's your good matchup against Milwaukee? Tell me one.
Tatum.
Against
Against
who?
who?
Portis.
He had 21. Oh, okay, he won't do that again. That's what you're saying. Okay.
He
Yep,
can't.
yep. We
He
about to
can't
get up
guard
out of here.
Tatum.
We about to get up out of here, y'all.
My
We'll
man,
go back
Flight.
up tomorrow. Zen, you came through late.
Yeah. Just got off that plane.
Tomorrow.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.